Welcome all to the North American DPC 2023. We're here in Division 2 action, and I'm your host for today, Gods. Joining me will be two wonderful panelists as well. We've got Wagamama and Breaky CPK. It's North American Dota time, guys. How are we feeling? How are you looking forward to today's matches?
I feel absolutely amazing. I'll be happy to watch some NA games here again. I mean, I usually hang out on the EU servers. We get some overspill of NA players coming and playing there as well, but it's been a while since I actually got to dive in and watch the NA teams like this, so I'm excited for today.
Welcome to the glorious and greatness that is North American Dota, officially Wagamama here on the broadcast. This should be a lot of fun getting this kicked off here with some Division 2 action. I mean, to say the least, I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're all kind of under that boat of like, what really is going to happen not only with this match ahead of us here for the day, but in general throughout the next 3 or so weeks. Who's going to ultimately, move on to Division 1 and maybe who's going to be dropped out in the end. Those are all the answers to find out, I suppose.
Yeah, North American Dota, you kind of said it's got a bit of a reputation, and now we're going down in Division 2. These teams are looking to break some of that reputation and show everybody that, they're not just these pushovers. I mean, why do you mention you played against some of these guys that hop on over the EU servers? What are you kind of expecting out of some of the players and teams in this region?
I mean, I expect the most important thing that I want to see from these Div 2 teams is that they all sort of have their own identity of how they want to play, because what I've seen before from NA is sometimes teams look very hit or miss. They play completely different styles from game to game. I really wish to see some of these teams crystallize their style of play into, almost a recipe of success, because that's what we see the strong like Div 1 NA teams or even Div 1 in different regions do, is that they are known for a certain style and identify like, okay, we're good at this, we're going to abuse that. So curious to see who's going to be the team that does this the best here.
Yep. Well, as mentioned, a lot of these teams are kind of newer and looking to make a name for themselves. We're going to take a quick look at that list of teams competing here in Division 2 for the North American region. There you have it. You've got Felt, Penguin Squad, The Cut, another NA team, Team Dogchamp, C-Dub Esports, Eternity, and Fart Studios. Some good names, some good logos. This is NA Dota in a nutshell. Break, who are you looking out for when you see this list of teams?
I'm going to do my best to not let my 8-year-old inner self laugh every time Fart Studios is mentioned. But no, I think off the bat it's worth mentioning. Felt and The Cut, of course, coming back from the previous season. They were Division 1 at the end there. They finished those bottom 2 spots. That's why they're here, though, in this. They have to be some of the favorites. Of course, a lot of experience across the table from them, and they know what it takes to get to that next level. So I think that's kind of maybe a cop-out, but certainly two teams that I'll look out for. But with that said, Fart Studios, not only anticipating some entertaining matches from them, but you never know. We'll see what they're able to put together.
Yeah, honestly, they have a lot of strong players in the team, even though they have a Mimi name. I mean, they can definitely perform as well. And I completely agree with what you said there. Felt and The Cut, they were both in Div 1, so they have already proven themselves to a degree, but they didn't manage to stay there. I think a team that was really close to getting to Div 1 was also Team Dogchamp. So I think Dog is a team that I think have a pretty good chance here outside of those two.
Yeah, Dogchamp have kind of been, going back to when the DPC system first started, they were one of these teams that was always in Division 2 and like one slot away from advancing to Division 1. They're no longer playing with Lukey, but we're going to take a look at today's schedule and talk about some of those teams that will be playing today as we hop on over to that. As mentioned, Team Dogchamp, they're playing that second match of the day. They're going to be up against another NA team, one of these teams that has kind of formed together with like a couple of old veterans like Ush, RRL, but then they've also got some new kind of young blood as well in the team. And that's going to be a great match. But before that, we also have Eternity versus Penguin Squad. Breaky, which of these matches do you think there's a standout for today, or is it just kind of let's get to know everybody?
I think it's kind of what you said there in a second. It really is let's get to know everyone. I mean, we're all on this journey together when it comes to Division 2 North American Dota, I feel like especially. And yes, we do have some players that certainly are very recognizable, especially a team like Fart Studios and the makeup of that squad over there. But it's going to be a fun time over the next 3 weeks or so, like I said, to see which of these teams really prove themselves and these players individually prove themselves to be somebody to reckon with as we enter a new season here in DPC.
Yeah, a lot of kind of diversity with some of these teams. It is the North American region. People think, USA, but we've got players from different Central America countries, some players coming over from South America. You've got the Canadians, of course. So you've kind of got that kind of regional mix. And of course, all the, SA and NA players competing together on that NA server. I'm curious, you guys have both been following a lot of the other kind of, Division 1 Dota and maybe, Division 2 just starting. Any things when it comes to the meta, the heroes that you're kind of anticipating when it comes to today's games, Waga?
I feel like the meta right now is, pretty defined, and there are teams that are trying to experiment, but yeah, I'm still expecting, a lot of priority on those heroes that feel like they can work in every situation. Like, currently Lina Carey is one of those outstanding heroes to me. Like, it's so difficult to deal with laning stage and still scales extremely well. I think if teams are not either banning or heavily prioritizing her, then they have to have a very well-shaped plan to deal with her. And honestly, I can't tell you exactly how to break down a Lina carry. There's not like one recipe that I see work reliably. It's just so strong.
Yeah, I'm personally kind of more of a numbers guy when it comes to talking about, meta potential heroes that we're going to see. And again, obviously, this is the first action that we're getting of these Division 2 teams specific with the DPC. But as far as the counterparts, I guess you could say over there in Division 1, some stats that certainly stand out to me from when they played out was one really Treant Protector being on top there, of course, worth mentioning at the 32 times seen 18 and 14 record. But Ricky was seen 8 times a 7-1 record. So everyone's favorite stealth assassin perhaps going to be seen here throughout some of these matches.
Ricky is just crazy good because of the shard. He's amazing. There are even teams that experiment sometimes with running him as a core, but it's usually that shard and just sleep darting people from far away and smoke screening. It can turn off certain heroes to just not function anymore. So he's a hero to look out for. He has a little bit of a subpar laning stage against some matchups since he lacks damage a lot in laning stage.
That's some of the kind of heroes to look out for. As far as the matches today, all best of threes, those of you who are not familiar with the DPC format, it's round robin. When it comes to playing like this kind of, more condensed schedule compared to what it used to be, you're going to play, every BO3 we always talk about matters a lot. What's kind of the mentality and kind of preparation for these teams coming into, their first match where they've, probably been scrimming and preparing? How do you kind of approach things kind of from a mentality perspective here?
I honestly think that these teams, they probably have a pretty good idea of each other and their strength level, but you haven't scrimmed against everyone, right? Like, you usually have a scrim partner you play against quite a bit, and perhaps you scrim against a few others. But I think the teams are in a similar situation as us casters here, where they need to figure out what the other teams are going to do, because there's not that much material to go by on a lot of them, what they've played recently, or like you said, newer shaped teams. So this is really, the first day where you should pay attention to your opponents, how they play, their weaknesses, and if you're not playing today, then pay attention to teams that are, because you can maybe find an advantage here.
Yeah, cut off what you're saying, Waga. There is something to be said where, maybe where you haven't seen some of these teams, some of these players, especially in this very high-tier competitive atmosphere, being the DPC, playing against one another, but they have played against one another plenty, even if it's the pub scene or the scrimmages, whatever it may be. So they themselves ideally are going to be a little bit more comfortable than maybe our expectations going into it. But the further point to that is, in a case like this, just focus on your own strategy. Play your own game. Don't think too much about everything else going on, what's ultimately on the line, etc. I know it's easy for us to sit here and say, but, play your own game, be confident with your strategy, have a strategy ideally, of course, going into it, starting with that drafting phase, and then look to execute from there. And it's a longer season of sorts, right? You talked about the format, this round-robin format. Again, we're going to be playing over the next 3+ weeks. Plenty matches to be had and played for these teams. So, take your time with it, enjoy it, but also, stick to your strategies, I would say.
Yeah. Something you mentioned on the topic of sticking to the strategies, do you feel like it's more important to, play your heroes, or do you think teams need to still try and adapt to the meta a bit?
Well, I mean, on the meta talk, right, it says, I believe Bob even mentioned earlier, too, and from what we've seen, there hasn't been necessarily a lot of evolution in the meta. I mean, hell, we're kind of half joking that Valve, they're just going to release the patch that everyone's been waiting for pretty much, like, right here today as day one. We're going to start here with the NA DPC Division 2, and that could have really shifted things, but no, I'm very curious as yourself, but yeah, I'll let Waga chime in a bit
I think
more.
Something that I want to see and that I really am curious about these teams that the teams that I'm less familiar with here is to see partnerships in lane, right? Like how well they play together. Because something that was defining for, last TI and ultimately a TI winners, Tundra, they were playing so well on their lane partnerships and like really understanding each other. So of course you have a big thing about playing your heroes, finding your style, but I also want to see how well they are able to play laning stage, because I think currently Dota is very, very fast paced, and it's almost like been tweaked up more and more in pace the last few years, and a lot of that means that laning stage becomes more important.
Yeah, it has felt like every patch over the last like 2 or 3 years, casters, analysts, everyone's always saying like the laning stage matters more than ever, and it just seems to keep on ramping up as teams continue to improve. And a bad laning stage, the game just seems to snowball out of control because teams are just much better at not making those mistakes.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, it all gets exaggerated more and more, like you said, because of the tempo of the game. You need to hit those item timings. If you don't have the crucial item on the hero that you want to take over the game with early, usually your offlaner is quite crucial for this. Even though they don't need a lot of items, they might need one, big item early. Otherwise, it can be hard. So seeing how they're going to play at lane, I think that will be important for this first matchup.
Well, speaking of that first matchup, I believe we have a draft ready, so let's hop ourselves in. It is Penguin Squad up against Eternity. We're going to get our first little glimpse at two of these kind of mostly new squads. These are two teams that, did maintain their slots. Some of them were kind of transferred over. Their slot was simply too base. Their team got transferred to Penguin Squad. And then we've got Eternity. One of the players you mentioned that a bit is Skyward on that team. Wagi, you played with him recently. Anything to kind of look out for when it comes to him or just either of these teams in general?
I think I don't know him super well, deeply, but one thing that I really like about him is that he seems to have so much energy and be a positive guy. And I think that can be super important in a team, in a competitive environment, is to keep the atmosphere good and keep the energy level high for your team. When the game is even, it's quite easy to do, but when you start falling behind, that's where you really need someone who is great at doing this, because it can be hard. And if the communication start going more silent, then you're never going to win. Like, you need to continuously have flow of communication and be able to not get frustrated even when it's difficult.
Yeah.
So
and
that's the biggest thing I feel, just from what I know about him.
Well, it kind of, again, just in a general perspective too, that kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier. How should these teams prepare for these matches going into it? Again, I go back to it's a longer. You got 3+ weeks here to play a good amount of games against these other Division 2 teams. Really, just focusing on your own game, but keeping positive mental attitude. And I think for these lower tier teams, that is one of the more difficult things to adapt and ultimately, be good with, because it is a grind. I mean, any tier 1 player, especially those that have gone the distance, would tell you, that it is so much grind, and it definitely takes a toll on you mentally, but being able to stay positive as much as possible is certainly an important aspect of that. So,
yeah. Looking at the draft here, I love what Eternity are doing. Going back to, it's pretty obvious, but they're banning out the Lina. They don't have first pick, and I think they're doing the right thing, getting rid of the hero, because it's so difficult to find a recipe to shut her down. So get rid of her. Meanwhile, on Penguin Squad, they ban out the Brute Mother, so a little bit scared of that. I'm not even going to call Brute a cheese hero anymore. She used to be a cheese hero, but, it's just a staple hero that's super annoying to deal with now. And also the Tusk. I think Tusk is one of the best mid heroes in current patch, if not the best.
Are you feel like the Tusk is better as a core these days, or is still in the support role?
I feel 100% as a core is better, because mid Tusk is difficult to shut down, and his gank potential, he doesn't need to do anything else but move around the map and fight, and he is incredibly strong with few items. So I prefer it as a core. As a support, he can become a little bit too weak to really finish people with that Walrus punch, but if he's a core, he just kind of goes Blink, Deso, and BKB, and then things just die.
I know that's been something that's obviously been in the meta for a little bit now, going back to TI and even before that slightly. So, but it still feels, it's just like the IO situation, right? Where it's just like these heroes that you're just so ingrained to be support heroes for the longest time. All of a sudden now there's this core talk, and how you're even bringing up Waga like in Tusk's case. I mean, you'd rather even see him in that core role. in the end. So it's just something about that. So that just the evolution of the game itself, I guess, and just how so much can still happen, even with the longer patch and et cetera here. But yeah, no surprise to see that ban. But we got a Rubik Nature's Prophet now coming out. For Eternity.
It seems probably Moonlight likes to play Rubik. I don't know if they flex the Rubik as well, but I know that he enjoys playing it. As for Furion, it's just a very common carry hero right now in the NA region, from what I see, even more so than in the EU region. So probably this is looking to be their pos 4 and 1, but maybe subject to change still.
Yeah, in Division 1, Prophet was picked over 18 games with a 72% win rate. So this hero was like the second or third most picked carry and had tremendous success. So not surprised to see it kind of trickle down to Division 2, because I feel like a lot of these players are always competing against each other in pubs. So whatever's, meta for in NA is going to be kind of applied not just to Division 1, but also Division 2.
Furion is actually so strong now. Ever since they changed his BAT, his base attack time was improved to 1.5, whereas an average here is 1.7, and that massively buffed his potential as being a hard carry. Mm-hmm. So I think it makes sense the way we see him played now. Also adds into what we mentioned during the discussion before the game here, that the tempo is very high, and Furion, he's that type of carry. He can bring the treants and push down towers, open up the map for you, and that opens up your venues for choices. You can take Roche, you can make rotations more easily. So I think it's a good carry.
Yeah. And then we get the best response. It's a hero, I guess, partially designed to kind of deal with that Nature's Prophet. Do you feel like this is a good response from Penguins, Breaky?
Yeah, to your point, obviously, good response to Nature's Prophet off the bat there, being able to clear those trees, and especially if he's going to be in that core role, doing that rat strategy of pushing. Batrider, a good answer to that, not only for helping clear out those creep waves, push them back, but of course, the Blink Dagger, etc., coming into play. If he goes that direction or he debuts a travel, just simply speed, get on top of the Nature's Prophet and go for the kill quickly. And just as it is with NP, or Furion, as Waga's referring to him as, old school there, Batrider also a flex pick of sorts. Where is he going to end up? We're not 100% sure yet, and that's always a good strategy, of course, with the first two picks especially. At least having one of those, not too many answers given away yet.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because people love running Batrider mid, but it can definitely offlane into something like a carry Furion as well, and be a very good matchup there. Since Sprout doesn't work against him, you can't body block him with the treants, so he has a little bit of a choice here. It's a good reaction pick. And going when you have a Batrider, you don't want to play against Slark, and you don't want to play against PL. These heroes both have ways to get rid of the stick napalm, and they can also dispel treants, so it's an awful matchup for them. So I like the bans that they're doing on Penguin Squad here, recognizing their picks currently and what they don't want to play against. But that means they're putting Eternity on possibly, throwing a mid Slark, or that they're actually doing a carry Slark and then a mid Furion or something.
Yeah, some teams have ran the offlane Nature's Prophet in NA, at least when it came to Division 1, so something that could get picked up. I think it was Bait who did Nature's Prophet with Slark even, so there's always the possibility of flex there, but I think with Penguins there's at least flexibility. They can kind of match that flexibility with the Batrider able to go to multiple lanes as well.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, the Hoodwink is a nice pickup here, because you have Treant who always wants to hide in the tree line, and Hoodwink can actually find him and use the W to lock him down. Though it goes a little bit both ways, since Treant can run in and find Hoodwink there, but Hoodwink has that speedy mobility, good against Batrider as well. You can scurry away from Batrider quite easily. And that adds a lot of damage to them. If they sprout someone or telekinesis, the Hoodwink can ulti into it.
It's a lot of trees here, Waga, or tree strategies. I mean, this might just be a very general, response as a Spirit Breaker. But what is Timbersaw a hero that we're going to see here potentially? I mean,
cut down the trees.
Yeah.
It is funny how many heroes here are interacting with the trees in some way, right? Batrider killing the trees easily with Firefly as well. But yeah, it could be an option if you feel like you have a player on it, but into Hoodwink, a little bit risky probably for Penguins to run it because of that break and the massive magic damage. I love the Spirit Breaker choice though. This is a hero that always is a viable option when you're playing as Nature's Prophet. You can charge him across the map, and also good for getting on top of Hoodwink. Charge allows you to chase into that tree line, and you can't get juked as easily.
Well, the Spirit Breaker train, it does feel like Penguins are going to have to start revealing a bit more of maybe the meat to their draft here. They've kind of rounded things out with a kind of decent amount of disable, lockdown, some supports, but they haven't really revealed much as far as what their kind of big carry or mid laner is maybe going to be here. Any kind of direction you'd like to see them go as far as, what they pick here, Waga?
I feel like they need something that is more mid-range damage dealer type here, which obviously, I'm leaning towards heroes. Okay, DP is a fantastic option because that's a lot of push as well and kind of fits. I wanted to make a point about how Treant Protector, Batrider, Spirit Breaker, all these heroes want to get up close and personal to their opponents. And look at Eternity's draft. They have Rubik, Nature's Prophet, Hoodwink. All of them want to stay away. So there's a very different idea here from both teams how they're drafting. But I think the DP pick is a logical choice for Penguins since now they can take down buildings and previously they had no building damage.
Yeah, to that point, it does feel like Eternity certainly still needs kind of that frontliner, that one that could be a distraction, the one that can get them first, if anything. I mean, Hoodwink certainly brings that right as you're talking about, finding the Batrider, the Tree and Protector, I suppose. But yeah, for with the Spirit Breaker, I think kind of really puts that pressure on Eternity now, it feels like, is figuring out how it's going to be best to deal with that because, yeah, he's going to be in your face and causing that chaos and setting up for the Batrider and Tree and et cetera to follow up with. So,
so they go for a semi frontline hero that can, be a carry and then still be frontlining at the same time. Bloodseeker is quite durable. Rupture is a fantastic option against the Death Prophet and Spirit Breaker, even Batrider, since all of them just want to run around. They're very mobile heroes. Bloodseeker can shut that down a little bit. One big problem that I see for Eternity right now is that Spirit Breaker pick came at a very good time. They already revealed both their supports on Eternity, probably, the Rubik and the Hoodwink. And that means you can't pick up some easy dispel here against Spirit Breaker, because Bulldoze is a very, very good spell, but if it gets dispelled, Spirit Breaker is easier to deal with. Eternity won't have that luxury, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see how they kind of address that problem with Spirit Breaker being such a good hero to get on that back lines as both teams kind of head towards their last pick. It does feel like, with the way the meta is, we've talked a lot about some of these more popular picks, but when it comes to the carries, one of these roles we haven't talked too much about, it seems like, at least right now with where the meta is, these big hard carries are mostly not something you can really get away with. Teams need to get these more early game centric carries. We see the Bloodseeker on Eternity, and then we'll see kind of what Penguins do to kind of match that pace. Because I don't know how you feel about this, Wago. It seems like the big late game TBs and stuff just aren't really quite as viable anymore.
They can be, but it needs to be an entire draft set up to allow that. I completely agree with what you're saying. To run something like a Terrorblade, you need to have a fully configured draft to allow for that space that he needs before he comes online. Whereas most teams just run these turbo carries that come online really early, which is what we're seeing in this game. So I think we're going to see a high-pace action game here. And we are seeing some bigger bans though for late game. Eternity did ban out the Spectre, which is definitely down that road of a hard carry. And that could be what Penguins want to do. They have 4 really strong fighting heroes, so they could be setting up exactly what we were talking about, a harder type carry here.
Yeah, they have what I like to call, many others, that gotcha potential, right? Or even, dare I say, a global presence. Obviously, not necessarily, but you get the point. It's that idea that they can kind of just get you out of anywhere. And, of course, what better carry to finish that off than a Spectre? So an Eternity ban there certainly makes a bit of sense. And then a little bit different direction, but the ban of the Sniper after the fact, interesting there. So setting up the final pick now for Penguin Squad.
Yeah, worrisome to go into the lane against Sniper if you want to run something like Offlane Furion. He actually doesn't do well against the carry Sniper, potentially. The Shrapnel can deal with him quite easily. So it could be a hero that they just see, okay, we don't have heroes to get on top of you, so a hero like Sniper, who is great if nobody gets on top of him, is a smart ban. Eternity is more like stay back and deal a lot of damage. They have good pure damage and good lockdown from afar. But I think they would struggle against something like even Sniper or Arc Warden, that type hero. Let's see what the Penguins want to play here.
Yeah. It feels like whatever carry Penguins pick, they've got a ton of people to be these bodies in front of their carry, which is where, the Sniper kind of heroes can be scary because you've got this, Spirit Breaker running in front, this Batrider who can initiate. So they go for a TA,
my favorite.
Yeah. How's TA these days? We don't see too much of her.
I mean, I did say it before they picked their DP that I wanted them to have a mid-range damage dealer. TA is perfect for that. TA is actually quite awful in the current patch, sadly, but she can be played effectively still, and I think this is a good draft for it. There's not too many big threats for TA on the side of Eternity, so this could work out, but you have to reveal the TA, and now there's a chance for Eternity to pick one strong counter pick against her, something that really can go in there and be a smashing problem. I would be worried about something like a Huskar or... Okay, they go with an Invoker for more damage. They have setup, sure. Interesting approach here by Eternity. I think I might actually favor Penguin Squad a little bit more. Like their draft, I think it's very well-rounded.
Yeah. What do you think Eternity is looking to get out of this last pick Invoker? Because it did seem to kind of catch you a bit by surprise there, Waga.
I mean, it provides them a lot of options here. They could still play the Exort, they could play the Quaswex. Quaswex is more tempo and controlling, which would deal with Spirit Breaker and Batrider. But if they do go for any form of Exort mixed into it, then they can Alacrity up their Bloodseeker. He becomes an absolute monster, and he could actually shred down these heroes quickly, especially with his shard. So I think Invoker works well for them, but it's not super tailored against what Penguins have drafted, I feel.
When it comes to the two drafts, Breaky, are you feeling like either team kind of walked away with a bit of an edge after picks here?
I don't know if necessarily would give too much of an edge. I will just say on a personal note, I always love Invoker. I always love seeing an Invoker pick. So if you're asking me who I'm leaning towards in the end, I'm going to go with Eternity. But no, just in general, though, I'm thinking this should definitely be setting up for a good game number one here.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. I hope we get to see that Invoker pop-off performance. But to get ourselves into that game, I'm going to hand it over to you two gentlemen. Waga, Breaky, take it away to game one.
All right, Eternity versus Penguin Squad. This should be fun. Kicking it off officially for Division 2, North American Dota. Here for the DPC.
These teams probably feel that, you know, the rest of the teams in this Div 2 here they have their eyes on them right now to see exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be looking for their weakness. Let's hope that both teams come into this with no feeling of like worry as they go in, but that they have confidence in their own drafts, because that's what I'm seeing. Both teams drafted, you know, a draft that makes sense on its own really well. I gave a slight edge there to Penguin Squad, that I think their draft is maybe more suitable against what Eternity are doing, but both of them have really well thought out ideas here.
I had to do a little bit of a double take because, again, as I said, it kind of goes through with Division 2 here. We're all kind of learning together, going to enjoy the experience over the next 3+ weeks here for Division 2 North American Dota, the DPC. Liquipedia had Snow as actually the position 5 player on there for the roster, and I'm like, wait, what? Is this a support Templar? No, he's going to be mid in the end, and Tree and Protector, of course, going to be playing that support role, but... yeah, it sets up the ward middle, and speaking of that, on the Eternity side, they do the same against the Penguins, and as usual, a clash around middle.
A little bit of a bait there by Snow, by the way. He ran down and pretended to put a ward on the enemy sides, but that baited out a sentry from Dire that ultimately didn't find anything. So, good move to just rush down there immediately.
Just love to see those mind games come into play, especially when it comes to the war control, right? I'm sure you can, reiterate how important that is when it comes to the strategy of placing these wards and playing those mind games of where is it, putting a sentry here, oh, it's not there. That's just a waste of currency there in the end, but...
yeah, ultimately a mid warding is kind of like coin flip feels like sometimes, but you can do those moves where you pretend to be warding. We have a slight advantage here for Eternity as they got 3 of the bounty runes. Bloodseeker managed to outclick on top against the Spirit Breaker, so minor advantage. But mid lane, Dire block advantage as well, as Invoker gets a nice situation here.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Wex early build for Blessed Kid on the Invoker. So that Quaswex, I know you're kind of going over that as far as which direction you're going to see the Invoker, as you usually do when he's in the game. So knowing now that it is going to be the Quaswex build, how impactful do you feel like that truly is going to be for the side of Eternity?
I think it makes sense. It's very difficult to play Quasexort into this mid TA, by the way. We were talking about carry TA a lot, but this is actually a mid TA, which I'm pretty hyped again to see, because it's my favorite hero. I got some 3,000 games on it. And the Quaswex Invoker is the correct choice here, because now he'll be able to burn her mana and can also focus more on the other lanes as opposed to try and win the lane against TA super hard. Because it will be a difficult lane if TA plays correctly.
Not gonna lie, Waka, when you say you have over 3,000 games on a specific hero, there's that audience that's very impressed by that, and then there's another part that's like, why? What are you doing? Exactly, that's horrible, that's disgusting, man.
Yeah.
But you're definitely an expert, that's safe to say.
Gotta have your favorites. But so far, mid matchup is going pretty even. Both are doing a good job, but we see some shenanigans going on the side lanes as well with attempted pulls. And we see Spirit Breaker again gonna go for a pull on the top lane. Bottom lane is a lot of battling. There we go. Rubik. He knows he can't stop this, but oh, maybe he can get that pull in time. Yeah, I think this big camp being spawned actually allows him to stop this pull here.
He's gonna attempt to, as we have a pause coming out. Of course, as the sorry go follows that up, you'll see the player cams as well. It's of course awesome to have with the production, like I said, especially for these teams that don't necessarily get that limelight and for the most part throughout their career. So talk about how, you definitely got to enjoy the moments of what this is, but at the same time, hey, you deserve to be here. All these teams certainly do, and looking forward to seeing what they're able to put together with. So in the end, you back to the top lane. You look at Bloodseeker, by the way, that's 5 stacks on him. He is in trouble.
They're going, they switch aggro, but Spirit Breaker is really low.
Crawler trying to crawl out of this one, going through the trees, but against Bloodseeker, that ain't happening. Good old Thirst helps hunt him down. First blood going the way of eternity.
Bloodseeker did not even have to use his magic stick there, by the way, so he has an 8 stick prepared as well. So that was a little bit of an overstep by Penguin Squad, and nicely played by Bloodseeker and Rubik here. They played off each other. Meanwhile, bottom lane though, Treant's gonna go down.
And that's the teleport coming into play for Nature's Prophet, hitting level 2, assisting with the Hoodwink. Happens to find him. That Treant Protector off to the side, so the support Treant going down, and just like that, 2-0 start now for Eternity. Yeah, I mean, diving the Bloodseeker, understandable, especially with a combo like the Bat Rider and the Spirit Breaker, right? But you feel like that was a bit too ambitious at this point, especially with level 1 Spirit Breaker still?
I was a little bit surprised that they went for it, actually, after the creeps were pulled onto the big camp. I thought that they would just back off and play it safe a little bit there, but they are trying to win the lane. You don't pick Bat Rider to lose a lane. You want to get a lane W, but it's not the easiest against Bloodseeker. Now that he has boots as well coming in, he's going to be very hard to run down for Bat.
Yeah, you want to go for that early W, understandable, but unfortunately now you just put yourself even further of a hole. 14-7 on the Bloodseeker compared to 9-1 currently on the Bat Rider. So you talk about the early boots, including the 3 slippers of agility. This Bloodseeker feeling pretty darn good about where he's at currently. Yeah, and they even have the pull spot, so Rubik is able to pull the creeps here and try and deny anything. But it's what I like to call the useless family. This kobold spawn, it doesn't kill anything. You can pull and not a single creep will actually die. So yeah, I mean, look at them. The creeps are full HP after a pull. This Kobold Foreman drinking his wine. He's unfortunately going to go down there, but yeah, Rubik in the meantime just zoning out Spirit Breaker while the creeps were doing the thing, dying and allowing for the pullback, as you're talking about there, Waga. So great strategy. Rubik makes the best of it, and yeah, this top lane certainly going much better even than Eternity perhaps expected, going off of that first blood, of course. Yeah, probably. And mid, we see the struggle of Quaswex Invoker against TA is that you don't have that much damage. He has to be very careful here, even. TA being a bully. And gonna get some under tower denies here against him. His HP is so low, he needs an urn charge. So I would like to see them make a move together with the Invoker, or for Invoker to make a TP move to another lane. Because this urn is just sitting dead in your inventory until the first gank happens. Yeah. Oh, is he in trouble here? Yeah, he is. I was gonna say. I mean, Snow just going up and just like, all right, you're gonna stand there with not much life. I'll take advantage. Thank you very much. There we go. First game of NA DPC, and I get blessed with a laning stage solo Sideblade kill. That's beautiful. Well done by Snow. Really nicely positioned. Top lane. Well, bottom lane also. There's action all over the place. But to the top lane, there's 5 stacks on Bloodseeker. We've seen this before, though. This time, more levels to work with. You see the armor also applied to the Bat Rider as they're diving the tower again. 7 stacks of that sticky napalm. A couple more auto attacks should do it, and there goes the kill on to the Bloodseeker. So that worked out much better this time for Penguin Squad. Yeah, and they are gonna get out as well with the Spirit Breaker. TP's base, but Spirit Breaker, one of those heroes that doesn't care so much about TPing base. Now he can even think about charging to bottom lane after this.
Obviously, they just killed top, but once he has full HP on Spirit Breaker, he could make a move to a different lane. So yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He's now heading down to bottom lane with a charge. Maybe they can set up gank with this.
Coming in, you mentioned the charge. I assume he's charging the Hoodwink. Yep, absolutely. And he's going to stop right in front, picks up the bounty rune. And he says, I want that rune. He got Dream Protector throwing down the grass, but in the end, Hoodwink's going to be fine. So yeah, no kill coming of it, but making his presence felt and snatching the bounty rune from in front of him. But Waga, I mean, you know, you're the TA expert after all. Is this a Deso first or a Blink first? How would you like to see it played?
There are many different ways to play it. I would like to see him go for the early Deso. He could also go Dragonlance into Deso, which is quite common. But I think having this good of a game, he's, you know, by far the most farmed on the map right now. I think he should just go for a rushed Deso, but it seems like it's going to be the Dragonlance, which allows him to be a little bit stronger at pushing down the towers early and actually be able to contribute to fights earlier.
Top lane, once again, Rubik. Well, this time more so Rubik's the one that's burning initially, but gonna be fine. But now you see Batrider starting to gain a bit more of that control. You're also seeing the living armor continuing to be applied from the Treant Protector. It's only level 1. Excuse me, it is level 2 actually. So yeah, even more regen kicking in from that and assisting, of course, globally as it does. And goes back to, we said, at least in Division 1 right now, and in general across the board, Treant Protector, a very powerful hero and a popular one at that, and we're seeing yet again why right here.
I mean, she has 16 armor. She has a Wraith Band and the living armor on her. The DP does not die to the right clicks of the Treant and the Furin here, or the small Treant. Sorry, not the big Treant. Funny to have them fight against each other. But yeah, living armor. Not surprising to see him maxing that, but I am a little bit surprised to see him go for the 1-1-2. We've seen different skill builds on Treants, a lot of different takes on it. Generally, maxing out the living armor as soon as possible is the common denominator, though, in all builds.
Sure. It's just so good. Yeah, again, the global presence, the idea that you can, of course, use on towers as well, and, you know, you're dealing with somebody like a Nature's Prophet here, who's notorious for killing those towers. Top lane, he's gonna killing. That's gonna be a kill for Bloodseeker, and guess who's there? It's Invoker assisting. Middle lane. Meanwhile, though, it's a kill on a Hoodwink, so eye for an eye, they say. Yeah, as both teams losing.
A little bit of trading kills there, but the good thing for Eternity is that they picked up an earn charge now, or 2 earn charges on the Invoker. So the first kill is always the hardest when you play Quaswex Invoker mid. Now he has that earn into Cold Snap combination. So he's gonna stick around top. They want to get a re-kill here on the Batrider immediately. Does he sniff it out? Nope.
Yeah, that Town Portal scroll just being used, to your point, getting the re-kill, and that means he's dead for the next 20 seconds, and TP's still going to be on cooldown for a good 40 seconds or so. So they're really putting this Batrider behind, who suffers his second death of the game at that point.
Yeah, that's a really painful one. Dying once is whatever, you can just get back to the lane, but he was not cautious. They didn't see Invoker mid yet, and he still went up on a lane, put himself in danger, and gets taken down again. That ward that Dire have in lane as well, top, was important for them being able to get that kill.
Oh, sure. Gave them all the information they needed, but now Invoker is back to the mid lane, and yeah, got killed early on, 1 versus 1 against this Templar Assassin, but Blessed Kid is certainly doing what you would like to see from the Invoker, especially Quaswex build, being active elsewhere, getting a couple of kills, and now he's back to the mid lane, a couple of earned charges, still going for that Spirit Vessel, as you certainly would expect. Might need to be a little bit careful with Spirit Breaker roaming around in the area, but see, he's playing safe currently.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker is just this hyperactive hero as well, running around. It's sort of like the support version of the mid Tusk. You just don't have to do anything else but move around. And he's even gonna get a kill on the courier there. Crawler just stands around, one taps the courier with a hit, and just looking for wherever he can join.
Bottom lane, Dire, they scanned down here as well. They are going to go after the Death Prophet. The urn's up, but blocked to the trees and almost helping him a bit. The Spirit Siphon is committing the exorcism for this as well, but Nature's Prophet lasted it and gets taken out. So Batrider shows up. Blessed Kid, by the way, he's being charged, so actually know where he's at, but they're not going to commit for the kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Treant does fall, but it's certainly a trade that the Penguin squad is happy about.
Yeah, Penguin squad feeling good about that one because they are the ones to punish there. They have really good turnaround potential with living armor always being so good at saving whoever is being hard targeted, like DP in that situation. But they're now moving top, and can they stop this push? I'm not sure.
Oh, we got Crawler. He's going to dive on top of the Bloodseeker to stop the push initially. Again, the armor's up as well from the Treant, level 3. And with Ravage pushing it, but again, no Exorcism. And of course, Eternity is very aware of this. That they don't necessarily need to fear the Death Prophet that much, but it is still enough. There's too many numbers here. And to your answer, Waga, they're going to defend the tower for now.
I like the choice by Peace Squad to hard react to that and defend the tier 1 tower, because when you have Treant, every tower matters so much. And they kept it alive. It's only 114 HP, but he can heal it up. And this can stop the momentum of a draft like Eternity, where they have this Nature's Prophet, they want to get some early towers. If you don't get it, then it can be awkward. Nature's Prophet is able to use global map presence, but if your map gets really small, global doesn't matter that much.
You see Treant's stats right there as far as the healing done. It's definitely quite a bit so far. Expect that to continue to raise pretty actively as top lane. Treant, not level 6 yet. He's so close to that overgrowth, but gonna still try to set up a kill here as never mind. That's a dead Death Prophet, and Crawler is immediately regretting this decision.
And Moonlight gets the solo kill on the Treant as well. He stops him dead in his tracks there. Of course, the Fury ulti landed on him as well, so Treant was already a little bit low, but catches him, lands a full sharpshooter on him, and brings him down as well. So clean up crew there for Eternity.
I gotta wonder why, if he actually was level 6 on Treant, is that a different story? Able to run out and pop that overgrowth? I mean, maybe not. They just didn't, they underestimated the numbers, I suppose.
Yeah, he was just 10 experience away or something. He was extremely close.
Well, that was awkward. Hoodwink found the TA, but they also found the Bloodseeker on the side of Penguin Squad. They're gonna get another one, and Rubik's gonna likely fall. So, just what do you think? Eternity's building up a lot of momentum. Never mind, we're shifting the other way. We got a good game here.
Definitely shifting the other way is one way to say it. It feels like they spread out. You know, they had this great fight top, but then they very quickly split up and didn't really go for the same objective, allowing, again, Peace Squad to get back into the game here. And now moving the TA top, this tier 1 tower is sure to fall, together with TA and Death Prophet. So I think they had a chance to hold on to a grip of the game a little bit there, and they kind of lost it. But now momentum is back for Peace Squad.
That's a tower kill. That is the second tower kill currently for Penguin Squad.
And the second one for Eternity also goes down on bottom. Is Nature's Prophet going to be split pushing? Got himself a Witchblade on Nature's Prophet, so he's got a little bit of damage over time against the TA as well to take those refraction charges. It's not a build that we always see on Furion. We see a lot of different ones, but this is a good, like, active fighting style Furion.
You see Hoodwink. By the way, before that fight continued to really push further for Penguin Squad's favor just previously on that top lane, that was Snow got a solo kill on a Hoodwink. Hoodwink was scouting out in the ancient camps over here, and it happened to find Templar Assassin by herself and immediately regretted that. So, free kill for Snow. Meanwhile, speaking of Snow and that Templar Assassin leads into the Roshan pit. They are committing an exorcism for this as well. It was spotted by the Sunstrike, but can they really defend this if you're Eternity? They want to.
Oh, but they have 2 heroes bottom. Peace Squad are revealing 2 heroes bottom. They're still gonna get the Rochelle.
Yeah, it's gonna end up being an easy kill in the end. Might lose the Treant, so there is some damage done as he's gonna pop overgrowth and finally dies. Templar Assassin still hanging around. Doesn't have a blink, remember, yet. But just chilling. Chilling in the pit. Instead, they're going after Crawler in the mid lane, and the trees surround him, and Bloodseeker couldn't assist. He just TP's out, so a little bit awkward there for Eternity. They're going to push, but Aegis in the hands of Templar Assassin.
Yeah, she gets that Aegis. She feels pretty great about it. Obviously, the fact that Eternity cleaned them up immediately afterwards allows them to put some pressure here, but I think they want to defend. Spirit Breaker, cancel his charge.
Yeah, keyword want. The next word is they're not.
Deny at least from the...
Okay, they got deny, yeah. Something.
Yeah, and good job by Eternity to stay, you know, high octane here, as of course it seems like Peace Squad, they are the ones making most of the active moves, but Eternity are not slow to react either. And while TA is getting really huge, the same can be said for Bloodseeker this game. He is almost keeping up exactly to net worth here of the TA, and he's got that Maelstrom plus Yasha. Of course, once you get the full Manta style this game, dispelling the Treant ulti will be great. Same for Napalm.
Yeah, it seems like one of those obvious items, like says specifically the overgrowth there from the Tree Protector. Huge against that, but top lane, this was a smoke gank, and it's going to be effective, it looks like. Yes, there's no way Treant's getting out of that one, and more so Nature's Prophet, as he just dies while attempting to TP. And Rubik, I was going to say, you better cancel that, because you're dead too if you keep going in. But I was going to mention Batrider not only assisting with that kill, but going the first item BKB, by the way.
They know that Bloodseeker cancel his TP, so he can just push now, because Bloodseeker showed bottom just before, and he doesn't have TP for a whole minute, so this tier 2 tower is just gonna go down.
Yeah, no exorcism even needed. In fact, that's up in 10 seconds, so they're gonna get this tower. Exorcism coming off in 10 seconds. You just keep the pressure up, I'd assume, or they're gonna take over the jungle for now.
Yeah, P Squad are hitting every single key timing that they want right now. They have the Greaves completed on the Death Prophet, so she can provide a lot of sustainability and armor. TA now has Blink Dagger along with her Deso and Dragonlance, and over on the side of Batrider, he has a full BKB as well. So their timings are just very, very good for keep fighting right now. Whereas Eternity, they want to slow down the game a little bit. They don't have the Manta style quite yet. They don't have a second item on Invoker. He only has the Vessel.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit more on that, Waga, is that they're hidden timings, but it's obviously the clear strategy is there for Penguin Squad. These are items that all encourage we're ready to fight here and now, especially with this advantage that we have over Eternity. And to that point, 2 minutes left on the Aegis, they're grouping up mid, and they're just going to try to just push this in. If you're Eternity, it does feel like it is a difficult task right now. Your Bloodseeker still trying to finish that Manta. I think he just bought the recipe, though.
Yeah, he's got the recipe. It's coming out. I mean, they're getting close, but even with that, they don't have that many big teamfight items. They have like Maelstrom Witchblade on Furion, they have Vessel on Invoker, and your Bloodseeker has a Manta. Compare that to BKB, Greaves, the Aegis on the TA. These are really hard things to fight into.
Batrider trying to fight. There's that BKB. It's like no blink, but it doesn't matter for the Rubik kill at least. But I was just about to say, it's like, why even attempt to be close to defending this? I understand, trying to see what you can do, but at least it was only Rubik, because there was no way they were going to win a fight for Eternity. Invoker was very close to getting picked off as well. That would have been the crucial kill. But still, the obvious comes when that Penguin Squad takes out the tower. And now they're going to reset and push out the lanes elsewhere.
Yeah, they were trying to sit there and spam some spells to delay it so that they get more time to build up items. Because, like I said, they want to slow down the game. And you can't slow down the game by just letting the opponents take every tower for free. So even though it's hard, they have to kind of defend with a Rubik Fade Bolt, and maybe he steals a good spell. Now before P Squad make another siege on bottom tower, they're going with a smoke. They want to be preemptive here and go around. This is a very crucial moment this game.
Yeah, this feels like one of those high-impact moments potentially coming up for Eternity. If they can come through with a kill or two especially, then yeah, this is huge for a comeback.
It's too slow,
as far
though.
As the early lead, but...
Yeah, maybe? Catching Spirit Breaker?
Catch. Yeah, there's the EMP put down. Immediate response from Templar Assassin. They're going to get a kill on Spirit Breaker at least. Bloodseeker making sure to do that. Rupture's applied as well to the Death Prophet, and goes out of there for the Bloodseeker for now. The Sunstrike on top of the Death Prophet. He's healing up. It's not enough damage initially, but it is as Bloodseeker comes back in and takes him out to finish off the job. However, Satoshi shows up, and Snow is still looking strong, doing plenty of damage. Aegis has been reclaimed, and Eternity falling to pieces one by one. A great catch from Crawler on a Bloodseeker as well, and that is a complete wipeout for Penguin Squad. The start was something for Eternity, but as you said, Awaga, it seemed like they were just a little too slow.
Yeah, there was a moment when they smoked up that they kind of stood on the bottom rune and didn't keep running. I think they need to just keep going immediately because they gave it away by waiting so long. That's why Spirit Breaker was the first one to tank this gank. He revealed himself, died, bought back immediately, came back into the fight, and they can turn the fight around and have a pretty decent engagement here. They did fight really well, and the Bloodseeker trying to get back in, get some lasted to get some HP back, but ultimately, you didn't get a clean connection. When you smoke gang, you want to find the crucial targets and burst them before they can use their spells, and that's not really what happened here.
Yeah, and it goes without saying, of course, Death Prophet, unless you just have the freest of kills on him, is probably the worst target to commit to for a kill when a big fight is breaking out, because she is very tanky, especially with those Guardian Creeps, that Exorcist and the Spirit Siphon in play. And they got the kill but in the end, certainly not worth it for them. Penguin Squad continuing to keep momentum up, at least Crawler is, and, well, gets himself somewhat trapped, but he heals it up for now, pops the drums, and allows Batrider to go in. It's going to get the going back onto Rubik, that is, as well as Invoker falling. It's going to lose his own life, though, and so does Spearbreaker. So they're creating more chaos as Penguin Squad, losing a couple of heroes. But again, as long as that Templar Assassin especially stays alive, continues to farm and get more of that lead, I think they're fine for now.
I think that was a little bit thorough by them to not just try to go for the tier 2 tower, instead of going for that fight. They were very split up, and thus trading 2 for 2 when you're behind is always good for you. You're going to get more gold on average. You know, trading a core and a support for a core and a support, it's a good trade. And they kept their bottom tier 2 alive on the side of Eternity. So that was maybe a moment where P-Squad could have taken down that last tier 2 tower already and get control of the game. But they are showing relentless aggression, at least. They see anyone, they want to go on them.
Hey, Spirit Breaker's in the game. I mean, that's bound to happen, it feels like. Certainly a hero that advocates that. I want to talk about this Nature's Prophet again. You look at this net worth, yes. Templar Assassin has the obviously. Bloodseeker trying to keep up. Nature's Prophet is doing all right too. I mean, has the Maelstrom, the Witchblade, looking for the BKB, and you know, eventually even a Gleipnir. Like, has a game plan here. But how important do you think it is for Eternity for this Nature's Prophet to really come online?
I think without BKB, it's incredibly difficult for him to play here because he has no way to dispel when stuff happens to him right now. Like, you get sticky napalm stacks, you get tree and ulted, you know, he has no response to these things right now. And getting at least to the point of having BKB on him is crucial. I just feel the biggest story of this game, though, is the difference between the mid, right? Like, the Invoker is, being charged. He might be in danger again. No.
Yeah, he's in danger.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to make a point about the difference of mid, and then we see TA just blow up the Invoker with like one hit. He is 6,000 net worth versus 16,000 net worth. There's a 10k difference on the mid right now.
Yeah, that ain't too good for the side of Eternity. They're still trying to fight strong. Rupture is up on Death Prophet, but with the Siphon and plenty of teammate support, including Galasso, there's not much hope for the Bloodseeker there. So I think we've kind of hit that point, Wago, where you can just really feel the Penguin Squad is come together completely, and it's going to be a true uphill battle now for Eternity. They're going to need to bank on mistakes, certainly, by the side of Penguin Squad.
Doing a good job showcasing why I said that I like their draft more, because this plays out so simple. You have a very clear idea of how to play it. TA is going to be, you know, hitting creeps or hitting heroes wherever she can, and then you have a lot of heroes that are either just fighting nonstop or pushing nonstop. The DP wants to push, and the rest are all just looking for engagements. So as long as they take engagements somewhat close to towers, DP can take down the building as well, and TA of course can contribute. Whereas the side of Eternity, their draft is much more difficult to find the opening. We could see them with their smoke gang, the rotation they tried to make, but they don't have like a clear objective for what Invoker is supposed to do right now, for instance. After that hard of a laning stage loss, it's difficult to recover for him.
I mean, there's certainly more we can discuss a post-game, and obviously there's still game left, and anything can still happen, but yeah, curious to analyze more of this Invoker and how he really just fell so far behind here in this game one, being the mid against the Templar Assassin. But again, there was that early kill from the TA. Invoker recovered decently with the early earn and got some charges with the kills at the top lane, but yeah, it just hasn't come together for Eternity as they hoped for. But again, not to be a doomsayer, it's it's an 8,000 net worth lead for the side of Penguins, but hope is there.
Harder games have been won, that's for sure. Like, you can recover this, but right now with Roshan being on the table, I think they're aware because they sent in the Forge Spirit to scout it. So they have the information that Roshan is being taken right now. They need to get Bloodseeker over there.
And the Exorcism order being committed, so hard to fight into this overgrowth as well. Batrider with the immediate lasso onto Invoker. 3 are dead just like that. It's going to be a 4th. As Nature's Prophet eventually burns down to the ground. Snow credit with the triple kill. The bash is on a Bloodseeker, keeping him locked down completely, and here comes Snow to set up the ultra kill. And now about that Roshan.
That was such a massive Force Staff into Overgrowth. what a play by East. He just had the vision there. He had a ward that he planted before, and he could see people walking down the ramp, and he was prepared. He went in, caught 4 heroes beautifully there. They have to use their Manta Styles immediately in their BP. Look at the tree and positioning here. Forces in, boom.
Yeah.
That was so clutch.
Basically made it into a Blink Dagger at that point. Perfect positioning, really, with that cast of the Overgrowth, and you could just tell Eternity went complete panic mode, understandably, at that point, but it was just a lost cause. So 15,000 net worth lead. You have the Aegis once again in the hands of Templar Assassin, and they're going to push down middle. They're going to work their way bottom. Of course, there is a tier 2 tower still up there, so kind of complete that next obvious objective. Bottom lane, Nature's Prophet scouted, by the way. Oh no, no lasso for Batrider, but they're charging. Going for the TP is out of there. Very close.
So close, but he manages to get safety. But yeah, right now this feels awful for Eternity. They know what's coming, and I like the way the P Squad, they're not just rushing down mid immediately here. Even though they manhandled the last 2 fights really well, they brought down everyone on Eternity. They're going systematically here. Take down the bottom tower. You still have 4 minutes on the Aegis, so even after this tower goes down, you don't have to immediately crack high ground here. You can demoralize your opponents by controlling the game for a minute or 2 before you go high ground. Maybe they will go here just to force people back though, because they see people on mid. But no, it seems like they're gonna try and play the map.
And this is the thing I'm going to look out for throughout this division too, as top lane. Yeah, they're just going to make their way up here and get the easy kill on a Bloodseeker, is finishing games, right? Because even at the top, the highest of levels, there still seems to be that issue sometimes with some of these teams that's like, okay, they have great laning phase, they're doing everything right with the strategy earlier on, but it's then actually the decision making to truly finish the game. It's sometimes you get caught up in your own head, like you understand that you have a good lead, but it's like the game's not over, you know, almost put pressure on yourself to do so. You start making some dives that are unnecessary and things can turn around. Speaking of that, Templar Assassin got the kill. It's going to end up burning the Aegis, so there's something there. What's the lockdown like? No, there's too much support nearby. Blessed Kid is like, I'm not going for it.
She got the takedown on the Rubik and opened up a little bit for her team to go in, but she did trade Aegis for 1 support there. She still has BKB available. But this is an exorcism that wants to push high ground still. Oh, actually, they did a good job pulling the creeps a little bit there. Stopping the high ground. Still backdoor protection.
Yeah, is exorcism gonna wear off in just a second there, so brought back in. So not having to worry about that currently, and we could see Eternity delaying just enough. They have maybe a smoke play to go. They do have a smoke on Rubik. They see anyone isolated.
Yeah, if they shove this 1 creep wave mid, they could make a move somewhere, but look at TA. She's staying here, killing this entire creep wave, not allowing them to get that breathing room. As long as you don't have creep waves pushing out, it's very hard. They might go for a smoke here, but it feels horrendous to do it, because you know that mid is immediately going to be revealed if they go now. So they're not actually clicking it. I think it's correct play, even though it feels sad to just sit here. If they were to smoke, it would be a very, very obvious one.
Yeah, it's the lesser of 2 evils, as they say, right? So going with that, you got Bloodseeker kind of pushing out the creep wave. Nice job with the Manta Style there, avoiding some damage. But Snow, to that point, is continuing to be that bully as he can be on this Templar Assassin. The 3 meld armor reduction, by the way, Talon picked up at level 20, so
yeah,
even more to work
correct
with.
Choice. Not too many things here to dispel in this game from the side of Eternity. You could dispel like the Cold Snap or Urn and Fade Bolt, but it's not so important for him. Oh, Batrider.
It's going to be ruptured up. He's definitely dead. Just a matter of how much can he do in return. Well, they get the turn code of Bloodseeker. Finally goes down. Overgrowth helps to set up a kill on a Rubik, though. DP out from Skyward. Never mind. That's actually going to be canceled and just stands his ground for the time being, but
Skyward is just fine. He walks away.
Just walks
they
out.
thought he TP'd out. Oh, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, they thought that was going to be a TP, so they just left him, but now they're all right, never mind, you're still around.
Yeah, that looked like he might live, but ultimately they found the Batrider and tried to kill him, but he had Blast Rig and he has Witchblade, so his armor is pretty damn high, and the miss chance from the Blast Rig as well makes it so difficult to bring him down once that BKB goes up. No magic damage is allowed. I feel like I don't see how Eternity could win that fight even. It's so difficult. Very clean composition here by P Squad, how they run together.
Yeah, you could tell that. And I know you're talking about that in the pregame, just to kind of a general overview of a lot of these teams and what you're looking forward to seeing, and that the chemistry of these players together and how they look and everything. And yeah, it feels like Penguin Squad certainly is playing really well. I mean, this is only one game, so I'm not going to oversell this either, but it has been an impressive performance from them. They came in with a clear game plan with the draft. You liked it for a reason, and they're showing why.
Yeah,
the way
I
they're
think
playing.
they also got exactly what was mentioned there, the advantage from laning stage turning into something huge, right? They just have this. I can't imagine before the game thinking that there would be, at minute 30, nearly a 20,000 net worth difference between the two mids, right? I can't think of the last time I've seen a 20,000 net worth difference.
It's pretty large, unfortunately, for Pluskin and Eternity there, but it is what it is, and they're trying to go for a last stand of swords, but get the pull back in on a Nature's Prophet. And speaking of pulling in, Invoker going to be lasted in place. No chance to survive for him there. Triple kill again for Snow. I feel like I've said that before. That's because they have. Snow's 20, 0, and 10. That's quite the stat line there.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful game. Clean here, 20-0. Make it 11 even before the game finishes up. And what a takedown by Penguin Squad here. They made that look extremely easy. And I think, obviously, we can say that a lot of it is about laning stage and, maybe matchup, but that's a pretty demoralizing game one loss to take there. So hopefully Eternity are not going to get too downed by this and actually, get back into this in a good way as well.
Yeah, and again, a lot of matches to be played over the next 3+ weeks, and to that point, this is a best out of 3, right? So the idea that there's still even another game here, this happens all the time in Dota 2. You lose the first game, we see comebacks, you kind of shift up that strategy, you understand your opponent that much more, expecting a much more of a fight out of Eternity. But I'm also curious what Gods maybe thought about that match there, as I believe he's going to be joining us once again. What's the panel here? Well, welcome back, Gods.
Wow. Oh, good to be back. That was, as you said, Wagga, quite the statement. I think every team after watching this is going to be like, holy cow, we got to look out for Penguin Squad. And, welcome to NA, Wagga. They're picking your favorite hero, running
They
it
are.
mid.
I like it.
How much of this was a draft difference versus skill and just outplay in terms of making the better moves as a team?
I feel like it's a little bit hard to describe it since, obviously I haven't followed or watched these teams too closely before, but I do feel like there was an advantage in the draft if I had to put a number on it, maybe like a 70-30 before going into this game. Like I felt like their draft was more well-rounded, but they also played at a really good level, so we'll really see. The rest of the best of 3 here will tell if it was, an outplay or if it was a little bit of a mistake by Eternity and they will be able to bounce back.
Yeah. Well, the Penguin Squad, with that big statement game, we're seeing some of the highlights here, and it really is just the Snow show beyond godlike. Triple kill, triple kill, triple kill. What more can you expect from a TA? This is really about as good as it gets, I got to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely beautiful. A stellar performance. And don't forget that laning stage Psyblade kill. I mean, that's the statement, right? When you're playing mid-TA, if you get that solo kill, you're rolling. The moment he got that, I knew that he was going to pop off this game because you get so happy that you made that outplay. And that's truly what it was as well. Like, Invoker, it's not a super easy matchup into TA, but he should not die 1v1. That was definitely an outplay made by Snow.
Yeah. And it was very hard for him to recover. He eventually got those first earn charges ticking, but even then it just felt like it was all too little too late as towers started crumbling. We see the scoreboard here, 20, 0, and 11 on Snow. It's not just him putting up the big numbers. The whole team, did great things together with the Batrider involved in 29 of these kills. Like, it was just an all-around great team effort, Breaky.
Yeah, I wanted to stress on that because, again, Snow, deservingly so, he's the mid player, the flashy Templar assassin, got the great start, got the solo kill, and kind of set up that snowball, certainly. But let's not forget about the supporting cast here. I know we kind of just stressed as a team, they've really played very well, but from some of those initiations of the overgrowths from Tree and Protector to just really the presence of Death Prophet, being there with the early Guardian Greaves and allowing her to kind of be that frontline tank for the team. The distraction of Source, while Templar Assassin could just turret from behind and get those big crits out as a result. And eventually was able to be up there. And sure, Snow deserving of the MVP. I think it's fair to say 20-0-11 is quite the stat line, and you can't overlook that. But yeah, it goes back to it's certainly a great team effort as a whole from Penguin Squad.
Yeah, good effort. I do think one thing to stress this game, though, and going back to the draft, is the fact that when you're playing, you usually want to build your own draft to make sure you get your combination, get what you want. And I could see that on the side of Eternity. But you have to be prepared to react a little bit, especially to certain niche heroes like TA, who require a bit of a hard counter to shut her down. You had the choice to last pick a counter against TA there. You went with Invoker. There was stuff like Huskar, available, and there were some other heroes that are extremely good as well. But this has to feel a little bit bad that you last picked a hero, went into the game. They probably didn't put her on her being mid. They probably thought it was going to be at DP mid, and was like, oh, we have Invoker versus DP, but they fell for the switcheroo. TA mid is, back. It can work as well.
Is there something there that maybe some teams are kind of forgetting when it comes to TA? I guess just to kind of round things up, we talked a lot about the TA, but is this hero being undervalued, or is this just like the perfect storm that made this a good TA game?
I think this is a bit of a perfect storm. TA is not really great in the current patch. She's like averaging about 50% win rate overall in like high level games. She's not really that great, but if it's a good TA game and you have a good laning stage and there's not really a hard counter on the enemy team, then yeah, she can obviously destroy games. So you do need to respect now. I think maybe Penguin Squad put a little bit of a warning sign out there for people, like, if you don't respect that we can do this, we might do this to you. It's an important statement.
And I'm interested to see Eternity in terms of, as always, that's why I love these best out of three, especially with teams we just don't have a lot of information on going in, how they adapt specifically with the draft, right? Do they overreact to this? Dare I say the Templar? I'm not saying they're going to first two ban a Templar Assassin, but will they maybe use that in their next three bans after the fact? Kind of thinking back to the game one and how it went, because to your point, Waga, overall, you still feel like not necessarily the greatest hero. There's other ways you could deal with the TA other than just simply dealing with her specifically, if that makes sense, right? So
yeah, for sure. It comes down a lot to what heroes you have overall in your team. Like, she doesn't care about Rubik at all, pretty much. That was a contributing factor as well. Rubik can't do anything. The lift is sure, but Fatebolt doesn't work against Refraction very well at all. If you have some stuff with damage over time built into the draft and lineup, the only thing they really had was Rupture. But there were so many heroes that they put themselves out and said, me, Rupture, me. Batrider runs in, DP runs in, Spirit Treasure, he's already charged in 10 seconds ahead of you. There are other targets that are saying, you're gonna waste your ulti on me, and then TA is safe.
Well, we're going to see if Eternity can bounce back. They were put on the back foot in game number one. They've got to stay calm, cool, and collected if they want to see themselves go to a game number 3 in this best of 3 series. You guys watching Dota 2, if you want to also check out ESB.io, they're a sponsor of the PGL DPC NA. They're soon launching a watch to earn platform. You can check out more details by joining their Discord channel. The link is available on the PGL Twitch channel underneath, so be sure to check that one out if you want to get a chance to watch and earn. But that does it for game number 1. Big thanks for tuning in, watching some NA Division 2 Dota. We're having a blast learning about some of these teams, and we've got more of that Dota 2 coming your way after a quick break. We'll see you soon.
Dire's top tower is
Division 2 NADPC kicks off with a bang, at least for one of the two teams. Penguin Squad have made their mark in the opening game of Division 2 here in North America. We're going to see if they continue that or if Eternity can learn something, take something away from that game number 1. As far as, lessons to be learned, or as far as bouncing back from a loss like that for Waga, what's the kind of approach for when you're in that kind of position for Eternity?
I think you just gotta learn from the greats, right? You gotta go to someone like Big Daddy No Tail and just think about it's a best of 3. You always had to win 2 games. The first game, if you lose it, honestly, doesn't really matter. You still have to do the same thing. You gotta win 2 games. You gotta find a way to not focus on this right now. There's a lot to learn about that draft or about the game, but now it's not the time to learn. Now it's the time to perform and get 2 W's for your team. So afterwards, they can study it all they want, but right now, they shouldn't think about that game too much.
Yeah, now's the time to adapt, right? Like that's what a best of 3 series is after all, and there's no better place than the draft in terms of adapting to that strategy. You had a game plan going into game number 1, perhaps. Again, we can't speak for them. Don't 100% know if that was a draft that they truly were expecting to get going into that first game. But the point is, didn't go out too well, and now you have a chance to adapt and see what fixes you can make. But again, Penguin Squad, they are looking very good with the way they're playing together. This draft is underway, gods.
You see some of those early bands coming out there. One of the things seeing those odds is the two teams at least seem to be, predicted to be fairly evenly matched. Game 1, it was Eternity favored. Now it's gone back to a bit more 50-50. So definitely there's something when it comes to Eternity and what they can achieve, even if they didn't show it there in Game 1. Game 2, they've already seen a big change in the draft. The Batrider band, and they get themselves a Broodmother first pick. You said this hero is no longer the cheese hero, Waga, but what can we expect since it's now this known entity when it comes to Brood being picked?
When we see Brood like this, what I like to do in order to respond to it, what I think the Penguins should think about is have a hero, a carry type hero that is happy to deal with Broodmother for the entirety of the game. So something that is not meant to shut her down like, oh, I can kill spiders, but something that actually can farm reliably in lane as well. A hero that we have seen quite a bit is Naga Siren. Has had pretty good success against Brood. It was fantastic at TI as well, the way it was played there. But just getting that end snare is good for catching her later on. And Naga has great armor, so the Spiderlings don't really hurt for her so much. And the splash, of course, can kill them off.
Yeah, they get a little bit of an answer, as you can say, with the Mars in terms of helping to clear those spiders you're talking about. But yeah, curious to see what direction they go for when it comes to more of that carrier route and matching up against the Broodmother. But yeah, again, that's already some changes that we're seeing. Like I said, different bands this time around. We have the Batrider themselves by Eternity, and even makes more sense now with the Broodmother pick. And then, of course, Tree and Protector taken out by Penguin Squad, actually. So they ran it themselves that first game, but did not want to give it away, being that Eternity had the first pick here.
Penguins going with a genius counter to Broodmother. You pick Undying, put down Tombstone, and hope the enemy crash their PCs. It's a gamble, but it can work. It's you get enough spiders on the board and Tombstone down, you can crash the game. Let's go.
Just throw in some refreshers, hope the enemy picks a PL as well,
exactly,
maybe,
yeah.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
You gotta invest in a lot of hardware before you do this.
Yeah, you also need a carry that can just attack, move, and win, and just kill stuff.
Yeah, Medusa coming in, yeah, for sure.
Perfect.
To get a little bit more serious on the draft, the fact that they let through the Broodmother is changing the way the game is going to play quite a bit. Broodmother is a hero that requires a lot of attention in a certain way, and seeing the way Penguins pick here with the Undying and Mars, this is almost guaranteed to be a duo matchup. I don't feel like you want to play Undying into Broodmother almost ever. It's such a difficult matchup before level 6, but once level 6 comes up as well, the spiders are very, very good at killing off the Tombstone and also running you down and killing you. So I think this is going to be a Mars Undying pairing, but that's pretty telling, and Eternity have an easy way to build up a lane against it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep. We'll see where Eternity kind of push their draft from here. Bans onto the Snapfire, Pengo, and Slark. On the Penguin side, banning out Clockwork, Faceless Void. So not really any trend. Like game 1, we saw a Batrider pick, and then they just banned out all the characters they didn't want to play against. This time around, it seems like they're just kind of throwing darts in different directions when it comes to some of these bans.
Yeah, I think banning Snapfire when you see Mars is just this, terrifying hero. You don't want to let the opponents get too much teamfight control. If Penguins had both Snapfire and Mars, I mean, that's such a staple combination. that you probably don't want to let it happen. And similarly, Pangolier is also incredibly good against both Broodmother and contributes a lot of team fight. The Swashbuckle can kill his spiders all the time, and he doesn't really care about Brood at any stage of the game.
It is interesting seeing Penguins go out their strategy. Obviously, it's a bit different already. Well, right as I say that, they, of course, go Spirit Breaker. With that third pick once again, as they did the first game. But I was going to say it's a little bit less of that catch and more of that brute strength early on with the Undying Mars options there. And you even mentioned with like the potential lane that they're going to be in. But you throw a Spirit Breaker in there, and I suppose if you want to go with it, it follows that brute strength route as well, as he's all about, being in there and fighting with you. So... but yeah, these heroes are going to be beefy, that's for sure.
Makes sense that they ban out the Faceless Void, because the way they're drafting, I mean, 3 melee heroes like this, it's a little bit difficult for positioning, how you're going to play it. But I think Penguins, they're again drafting very similar to how they drafted last game, honestly. The type of run at you draft. They don't have that tower hitting hero yet, though. That's what I'm missing in their draft. What are we going to add to take down those buildings? And looking at the game, I mean, DP is still not banned, so that could be a hero they go back to again. But we will see.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like they need that building hitter, whether it's the DP or some kind of carry. What I find interesting is, I mentioned this is, and there's going to be this kind of new NA meta. These players are kind of bringing over a bit of what we saw a lot at the SA DPC, which is Beast Coast EG with these run at you drafts. One of the stats I saw Knoxville putting out was about all these teams with the most melee heroes in a draft, and it was EG Beast Coast who ran the most. And Penguins, 3 melee heroes, they're going to run at them. There's a lot of Peruvian players competing in this series, and they're bringing some of that SA meta over here to North America.
That's true. This is pretty reminiscent of generally the way I visualize a lot of SA Dota from when I played in the NA region a lot myself, is that they like being this hyper aggressive, in your face type Dota. And it can be hard to react to. If you start getting flustered by how they're everywhere and just charging at you all the time and you don't have time to recover, then you can lose track of, or you can lose the grip of the game very quickly. And that is a little bit what happened in last game. It wasn't super clean early by Penguins, but eventually they did take over. So we'll see if Eternity can prevent that from happening this time. Of course, they have the Broodmother, so they can be the ones to sort of dictate the pace with that. She's a very oppressive hero. She makes it hard to get out on the map with a lot of heroes.
Leshrac is a hero that's going to benefit, right, from these 3 on the other side wanting to be on top of you. And, of course, Leshrac, king of, if you're going to sit on me, I'm going to do plenty of damage in return back to you, so or at least up there on that list. Yeah, I'm guessing that's kind of one of the directions, at least, that Eternity's thinking with that third pick Leshrac and trying to follow that up with the 4 now.
That's smart. Lesh, when you have all these heroes who want to go in, he can benefit from it. Once he gets that Bloodstone and starts healing, the more heroes that are around him, the faster he's going to get back to full HP and full mana. So it's a smart pick into what Penguins are showing so far. And maybe it's even pretty good in the event that there would be something like Death Prophet to push down buildings. Leshrac can, stand toe-to-toe against her pretty well as well.
Yeah, and they're gonna pair it up with a Hoodwink, so it's the same support duo coming out from Eternity. Any concerns there, Breaky, when it comes to Eternity kind of running back at least parts of their draft? They've obviously made big shifts with the cores, but they're sticking with the same supports.
Hope we get Sniper now too. But yeah, the same supports. The specific of the Hoodwink wanted to kind of address on there. And, again, numbers kind of guy, Nahaz Jr., if you want to call me that. Looking at Division 1 there from North America. And again, this is a hero that was up there on the list as far as popular play, the 11th most picked in Hoodwink. 4-10 record, though, overall. We're seeing Eternity right in the first game. Again, not that it was Hoodwink's fault, but didn't necessarily have really the impact that you're hoping for. Across the board, that was the case. So yeah, kind of sticking to their guns though, but that alone is a bit of a worry from Eternities, I would feel like. So
yeah, I'm not a huge fan of having 2 supports that occupy sort of the same distance in fight. If you visualize the way a fight in Dota happens, right? You have heroes that go melee range, the ones that really charge in. Then you have the sort of long range like Sniper being picked here. Then you have all those mid-range heroes. And the more of them you have, the more you're kind of stepping on each other's toes. It becomes awkward, and you might get caught out multiple heroes because of it. And Hoodwink and Rubik, I feel like they want to sit at the same distance roughly. Fortunately, Hoodwink can go into trees, but still, it's something I'm a little bit concerned. When you're playing against a Mars, he can get a good arena against you if your positioning is off.
Well, and heroes that don't really get on top of this sniper. It feels like Penguin Squad have put together a really solid game around this sniper. They've got 3 beefy boys to frontline for the sniper, and nobody too scary to jump the sniper other than maybe the Brood if you can find a way to maneuver over the terrain with the webs, but that's pretty tricky.
Yeah, and that's where my mind went as well, guys. Kind of as you're saying right there with this sniper pick, it's almost like Penguin Scott, I'm sure, with that the 4th pick, they're sitting there like, you know what? We have 3 heroes that are going to be in the front lines causing that chaos, causing that distraction, if anything. And I know that kind of just sounds like a general, like very general basic way to say it, but that's essentially what they're doing right here. Yet it makes sense. Eternity doesn't have that jump on top of you to deal with the sniper right now, or at least that very, very effective one. So this final pick is certainly going to need to answer for at least the sniper, let alone, well, many other questions here.
Yeah, it's difficult to say exactly where they should go. Traditional hard carries here will not really solve the matchup that they have against Penguins here. I think maybe they need to go for a semi-carry here that, you know, is a turbo carry. So Bloodseeker being banned out makes sense. Picking something similar that route is probably what Eternity need to do. And they go with, okay, CK is pretty active fighting. Pairs up really well with Leshrac, Hoodwink, and Rubik. So you have a good pairing here. And I think this is a game where he could fit pretty well. You can pull the sniper out of position a little bit. And all these heroes that want to go in, they might have to think twice if they're tanky enough. Like, Undying dies fast to a CK.
Yeah. It really feels like Eternity's like, we're going to pick heroes that stand their ground. You run at us, we stand there and just fight back when it comes to like Leshrac and now CK as well.
Yeah, there's going to be an advantage for team fighting, I think, for Penguins, since they're not picking a Broodmother, right? They have the advantage of having Mars as their offlaner. So for team fights, Penguins, they have a slight tick there on the advantage bar, and they will be able to maybe push their control on the map a little bit earlier. But that's where Eternity can also be proactive with both Leshrac and Brood threatening towers so much. They might keep the game from being about 5v5 and instead just splitting the map a lot. I think that's what their strength is. And if people split up, that's when Hoodwink, Rubik, CK, they can also get those pickoffs really easy. They have great ganking heroes.
We'll see if they find some of those pickoffs here when it comes to rounding out their draft on the Penguin side. See, Zeus and Quap get banned out, so some of these high damage mid laners, and they go a different direction. Not the sit back and throw spells from afar, it's the get in and throw spells from up close. And CK, maybe, I don't know, the CK versus Timber matchup, is this going to cause CK some problems, do you think, Waga?
It's a little bit volatile matchup. It can be hard for CK, but ultimately you have Hoodwink in your team for break later on, and you have pretty good burst damage in your team as well. It depends how good Satoshi is at Timbersaw, and I can't say that I've studied his Timbersaw before, so I can't really speak on it. But if he's a Timbersaw nerd, you know, this might be really dangerous for Eternity. But if this is just like, oh, maybe Timbersaw fits here, I think it might be difficult for them still. I like Eternity's chances overall better than last draft, just looking at what I'm seeing here.
It's interesting, too, from the perspective of, you know, Broodmother Notorious as a hero that you can almost accept the fact that maybe is going to win the lane and kind of do her thing, and you kind of will deal with her eventually. The Timbersaw is similar to that mentality, right? Where there's a lot of cases where, yeah, it's going to win the lane and be annoying, but will eventually be able to deal with it / not let it get too out of control in the long run. So I will say Satoshi is one playing Timbersaw from the looks of it. So, yeah, this could be the offlane Timbersaw, and that means the mid-Mars will be happening on the side of Penguin Squad. But Gods, any final words before we let you go?
No, I'm excited to see how this game goes. I feel like without the TA Death Prophet, there's less potential for that kind of big snowball to happen. So I'm hoping for a closer game. You know, it'd be fun if we get to see that game 3. But to find out if we get there, I'll leave it to you guys. Breaky, Waga, take it away for game number 2.
I see you later, Gods. And yeah, I think this, I agree with what Gods was saying there. I think this has the makings of being a closer game than what we just witnessed. It was a pretty one-sided game 1 where P-Squad did end up taking over really confidently. Going into game 2 here, though, we could see lane swap shenanigans as well happening with the Timbersaw pick. Maybe they want to run an off-lane sniper and put the Timbersaw matched up against the Broodmother. We'll see exactly how they want to play this. Will be interesting.
Yeah, I said mid Mars. No, it's going to be a safe lane Mars. Yeah, excuse me. But yeah, to your point, it's, you know, definitely could be swapping things up. Snow is playing the sniper though. Of course, he is that mid in the end. So Early pings here, but currently it is Mars heading to the top lane
Yeah.
for the side of Penguin.
Seems to be the way they're gonna approach it. So yeah, running the sniper mid and Morse to deal with Broodmother. Pretty good hero. You can push her away. You can of course take care of the spiders as well when she hits level 6, but not the strongest hero to shut her down in laning stage, I would say. Brood should still be able to have a game of her own.
Again, this is Eternity trying to force a third game here in the series, the opening series here of the North American Division 2 DPC. Excited to be here. Myself, Brick CPK, joined by Waga. Hopefully you're enjoying some fun Dota 2 action as these teams may be clashing soon to provide a bit more of that action as just some poking more so coming out. Moonlight gonna say hello, and East just says, yeah, you're not coming in here. It's gonna be a evenly split bounty rune.
Yeah, that's a nicer start for P Squad actually. This time Eternity did have the advantage last time from the runes, but that didn't manage to keep them in the lead for too long. But this mid matchup should be a lot better though for Blessed Kid, being a Leshrac against a sniper. Much more confident probably in that than being Invoker against TA, which is super volatile. It can really snowball into being unplayable quickly. He has to be careful not to take too many free shots from the sniper though.
So that mid matchup, as always, going to be fun to watch. And again, Blessed Kid certainly looking for some revenge. Much different matchup. Obviously, the Invoker versus TA last game. Now you got a Leshrac versus Sniper. And you see the more aggressive positioning, at least off the bat. But all three lanes showing up. And speaking of that, the bottom lane, you have Chaos Knight going to do what he can to get his farm down here, but is up against Satoshi on the Timbersaw. And of course, support's in play. Speaking of that, Crawler doing what he did the first game as well, and what you would expect.
Yeah.
Getting this creep pull on.
Aratus trying to chase him as well. He's going to eat his way through here and connect the creep. So this is where the lane is now. We have a new bottom lane. This is the location for it.
They have decided. Satoshi trying to get the last hit. Nice job right there. Using that good old whirling death. So it seems like fairly, not, I don't want to say confident, I don't want to speak for you, but Eternity with this Chaos Knight final pick. Overall, a pretty satisfying draft from the side of Eternity.
Yeah, I think their draft has a little bit more, harmony to it than last game, perhaps. I think there was... this looks easier to execute. A lot of their draft in this game is about chain stunning and bursting people, and they still have packed in enough push, adding a Leshrac and Broodmother as well. So I like their tools that they have here. Let's just see how well they can use them as well against P Squad, who did play really well last game.
Mars, again, be more the safe lane, farming, Ravish here playing it for the side of Penguin Squad. What style of build are we going to be seeing from the Mars? Is it, dare I say, a right-click, or is this just more of to get those fighting items earlier kind of build?
I think you might just be a slightly richer offlane Mars. You go for a traditional build, because ultimately you're going to have Sniper be the big hard carry, so you're still looking towards that Blink Dagger. You might go for something like Falcon Blade into Blink, with maybe Face Boots or something to be stronger early on. But I'm expecting him to just rely on the same items, kind of Blink and BKB being the big components for him.
Crawler picking up where he left off last game as well. There's a courier kill, so doing this creep pull on, killing couriers, continuing to be that nuisance for Eternity. What they're having to deal with.
Yeah.
As Timbersaw, 11-2 currently on Timbersaw.
So far, bottom lane is going well for Eternity, but that's also a part where the game is sort of easy against Timber, is when he only had 1 point reactive. Just now, he got level 2 on reactive armor. It makes a huge difference. Now he can get up to 20 stacks, and his regen starts increasing. Soon harassing the Timber will feel kind of futile, so maybe they can find a kill potential, but just throwing some bolts to keep his HP low.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Chaos Bolt, item that, or an ability even, especially with the 3 mangoes in hand for Chaos Knight, not afraid to use them. Timbersaw does have 3 mangoes himself. A mid lane, that's going to be a gank attempt. Leshrac gets the bash proc off the bat. Snow running uphill, had to get uphill, took him a couple of seconds. The final auto attack gets in there, just enough range. I know it's Sniper, but it seemed like Leshrac was actually going to make it out there for a second.
Yeah, that was a max range attack right there. He did have the 0-2 build, of course, on Sniper, which is good against heroes that want to get close like this. And now this is not feeling good for Blessed Kid. He was having a decent laning stage there, but now it's going to get pretty tough.
Well, an eye for an eye at the bottom lane. That tombstone, that's Undying at his best. He's dead, but he's still doing work thanks to the zombies. Running after Broodmother, the spear connects, and another auto attack, not even needed. In fact, Issa gets credit for the kill.
Yeah, the zombies
Thanks to
were
that
doing so
zombie.
much damage. He just needed to lock them down, and the zombies from beyond the grave, Undying, still useful. How thematic. I like it.
Yeah, to that point, though, again, the last game was that solo kill that happened on Bleskia. This time it's assistance of Spirit Breaker, and going in again, did not see Hoodwink there, as I'm guessing, so Crawler quickly turning away.
Misplay by Hoodwink there. He didn't get the acorn shot out. He just threw the bushwhack, but he didn't actually send the acorn shot, so there was no tree to catch the sniper, and sniper gets away.
Timbersaw is low at the bottom lane there as well, but that's Timbersaw for you. He's got a fuse raindrop, has a bracer. That reactive armor you're talking about being level 2, so his regen feeling just fine. But the early 3-1 lead for the side of Penguin squad. Again, speaking of the bottom lane, Satoshi holding his ground, going into Chaos Knight with Spirit Breaker showing up, but yeah, no kill, just a lot of poking down here.
Yeah, they're trying. I like the way that CK is playing it, though. He's constantly trying to put attacks onto the Timber the moment he comes down. Because what Timber wants to do is go down, pull the aggro of the creeps, let the creeps hit him, build up that reactive armor, and then he's hard to kill. But instead of that happening, the moment he comes close, the CK is first to hit him. So before the armor stacks start building up, CK is getting some value attacks in that actually can do some damage. So CK has kept Timber's HP low enough that he's maybe in kill potential for a Fade Bolt combination and Chaos Bolt, but it's just a very tough lane still for a CK. No matter how much you harass, it feels like Timbersaw will eventually reach this point where you're not going to be able to kill him.
Yeah, that's kind of, I was talking about that in the draft a little bit, you know, Timbersaw, just like Broodmother, but even more so Timbersaw, you could even say, is just one of those heroes you kind of accept is going to have an okay laning phase, if not a great laning phase, and it's like, how do you deal with him later on is the big key there. So is there, like, what an item that comes to mind, for example, is a Spirit Vessel? You think you're bringing that up? Is that a possibility here? Or?
Vessel is fantastic, but I think they have decent tools just built in as well. Leshrac can have so much magic damage. Hoodwink with his burst damage as well with the sharpshooter. Maybe Rubik can even steal the chakram. You know, they have a lot of stuff that can do superior magic damage to Timber. So if they get an item, it's great, but I think they also could just, you know, rely on good rotations to bring him down. There are certainly games where you pick Timber, and the enemy team have, like, no hero that can really kill you. You can just push your limits. But this game is going to be a little bit more difficult for Satoshi, I think, to get to that stage.
Sure.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's fine.
Well, I was going to say, he's like, Tombstone goes down, and Broodmother's like, Skyward's, no, I ain't dealing with that again.
Yeah, at least he forced out that. That's a 90-second cooldown and quite a bit of mana. He is going to make the most of it and farm the small camp on the Undying, so calculated, you know.
Hey, yeah, it's a double whammy there. Keeps him alive, and yeah, might as well get some farm with it, so it's not the worst thing ever. If you're Undying at that point. How is Broodmother doing? I mean, well, I'll get to that in a second, Wagga, because, mid lane they were charging, but never mind. So yeah, we see the CS, 19-3. It seems like it's a bit difficult right now for Skyward.
Yeah, he hasn't had the easiest lane. There has been quite a bit of rotating going on, though, so he's kind of 1v2 laning a lot against the Undying and the Mars, and it's not the easiest for him. So, again, they're going to go on him and try to burst him. And a charge as well. He might be in danger from that. Should be fine.
Yeah, ends up stopping. I think Hoodwink part of that as well in the area. So yeah, but Spirit Breaker, it's one of those, like, even though Spirit Breaker is not getting a kill in the end right there, it's still that presence you're always thinking about, right? It's like what Zeus is in that game. You know, you may not die, but if you're very low on lives, like, oh crap, I got to make sure to stay alive, to have just enough life against that. So, well, speaking of Spirit Breaker, goes back into the top lane, and this time it will set up in a kill. There's no just imaginary stuff happening.
Yeah, that was clean, and I like the choice to play towards the strong lane they have right now. Mid lane is going completely fine for them. Bottom lane, they can't really get too much done against the CK, because similarly to Timber, he's able to regenerate all the time just by auto-attacking. So instead, making a move towards this top lane is a smart choice. Bottom lane, Timber's about to get level 6, he's getting Chakram.
Yep.
And now he could start actually dealing damage to CK.
CK having to respect that as there's that chakram immediately coming out. Runs at him, whirling death. Charges coming in, but that's okay. Kills a courier. He's happy with that. Oh, middle lane. Wow, very close there. Yeah, Leshrac able to run out just barely. Tombstone's put down.
Attempted deny by Sniper, didn't deny the tombstone though. 125 gold to Rubik, so he's gonna be happy about that one. It's a big bounty to get.
I don't know, man. Timbersaw, I know, again, this is Timbersaw with the reactive armor and stuff, but man, he's living life on the edge. But again, he does have Spiritbreaker now finally charging in, but Chaos Knight, he's not a pushover either. I mean, he is definitely tanky.
Yeah, that's why I meant that the lane can be pretty volatile, and with CK having this much free farm, like he has the highest CS on the entire map, it can be dangerous to stay in this lane as Timbersaw, just in case a rotation comes in. For now, though, it seems that Eternity are focusing more on the other lanes. And CK actually opting to TP out there. A little bit concerned.
Yeah, as he TP's out, Moonlight was going for a kill on the East, missing the Acorn short. Wow, excuse me, Acorn shot though. More so the pushback even. But either way, East gets away. Slips on out of there. Instead they'll take the easy camp. Or, well, Broodmother. But yeah, that top lane, Mars is obviously having a fantastic time as well. Has the Soul Ring, some Phase Boost, a Bracer.
Yeah,
We'll see what item he does get.
Once the mana boots come up on Broodmother, her magic spam of like spawning spiderlings, just spitting on the Mars, might be dangerous. He goes for a clean kill here though. Nice pick off.
Yeah, it's like okay, it's just Broodmother nearby, whatever. Just go for the arena, put it down, get the free kills you mentioned on the Hoodwink, and we'll walk on back. There was a TP in from Rubik, but it was too late. I don't know if they saw that or not.
They saw him because he came in and he dewarded the Observer ward afterwards. Okay. That ward allowed Mars to just charge in using his face boots and get the arena down. Hoodwink still doesn't have a point in E, so couldn't react to that. No way to get away. I think he really needs 1 point scurry so he can position a little bit faster.
Brut's going in, and they are going to set up the skill onto Undying. Rubik mentioned happens to stay nearby that Fade Bolt, level 3. Plenty of nuke coming out. So the kill on Undying. Spiritbreaker shows up late and immediately regretting that decision. It gives a double kill to Broodmother. So one thing for the Undying to get killed right there, but another thing for Spiritbreaker to get taken out.
Gotta be careful. There's still a Rubik coming around.
Being slowed. Is there any TP support? There is. Timbersaw now shows up, and here comes Undying as well. So it's turn potential now for Penguin Squad. They're going to get Rubik. He got healed up. Never mind. It's not going to be enough. He just gets that tombstone thrown down just in case, but at least they turn on a Rubik.
Yeah, they get a nice cleanup, but now you're reacted by TPing top with Timbersaw, so CK is even more free, and you don't really have a hero who can go down to bottom lane and lane against this guy happily. I mean, yeah, you send Mars, he might be able to get some farm. The smoke rotation though with Sniper.
Yeah, to that point, it's like they were thinking the same thing, Waga. They're like, okay, well, Timbersaw just ported out, so we don't want to just let him free farm though. Guess what? 2 heroes smoke in from the left, Ravish ports in, the perfect time, and they collapse. It's like they were just on cue right there. Yeah, free kill out of the CK.
That was great. That was very heads up to make that rotation. The moment they TP top, they probably already realized that they need to do something about the CK now immediately. So good move there by Spiritbreaker and Sniper to go together. And Sniper already has a Maelstrom, by the way. It's gonna get pretty huge.
Top lane. I want this kill on Undying once again. They would love a kill on Timbersaw, Satoshi. He's alive for now. You got East is doing what he can. Pops his flesh golem, trying to scare them off. To get chain on through. They get the kill on track, and they take out the brew. What a turn. Timbersaw will finally fall. But at what cost for eternity? 3 are dead on their side. And Penguin Squad, they're satisfied.
Tell you what cost a very, very steep cost. That was painful for them. Very clean. They were getting that last timber chain right before he looked like he was about to die. Made all the difference. Brought down the Leshrac really fast. Lesh, by the way, isn't this tanky. Like, making this deep dive right now, he only has mana boots. So making a move like that is tough for him.
Arena's up. And that means we're going to see a kill on a Rubik. Of course, Crawler there as well. Nether Strike. Allowing for the setup and help that kill. 11-4 lead now for Penguin Squad. So we talked about the one kind of shining star for Eternity was that Chaos Knight, and he got addressed eventually, and he's now 3rd in the game in net worth. So certainly still early on here, Waka, but Eternity already has a bit of room to climb here. What's the direction for Eternity? How do they make sure this game doesn't get too out of hand? As a nice deny on the tower at the top lane.
Yeah, that was nice by Rabish. I think they need to now start utilizing the fact that they removed the top tier 1. Broodmother needs to start exerting some dominance over the top area, use the spiders to scout out the jungle, split them up a bit, and just try and keep track of where the rotations are coming, because look at it. Right now, P-Squad are just charging in and being disruptive on Eternity's side of the map, and you want to stop them from doing that by going for this tower top. So I like it, the choice to start pushing. I wish he would send his spiders right now to tank for a catapult even, for a tier 2 tower.
For now, focused on farming that jungle, but minded to be focused on responding right here, because Penguin Squad, they are keeping up the pressure, timing the Ancients over here and getting a free kill on a Hoodwink, and Timbersaw wants some more. He's, might not get a kill in the end, but just look at the space being created right now by the Timbersaw alone. It is gonna go yet again for Rubit. Another Timber Chain in, has another one coming up in a second. He cuts down the trees. There's a Chakram, and there's the kill on a Rubik. And if they get Chaos Knight, that is massive for Penguin Squad. The arena done in time, though. He skirts on through and survives. That is big for Eternity. A death on Chaos Knight there would have been not good.
I don't think Skyward can go and join here. He's trying to. He wants to have some impact here for his team because they're just running away with it right now on the side of P-Squad. So he's trying to set up, but now he's charged instead.
Stun, Broodmother.
Oh,
Spear.
What? No.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Never mind. Gets charged. Another strike. Just being bounced every which way. In fact, holding his ground and with plenty of team support now in. They turn on the Mars right there, so yeah, a little bit funky with
That's so funny.
Spear and everything.
Yeah, he gets speared over because he stood on the high ground to begin with, so he actually doesn't get stunned to the wall right there. He just keeps flying right over. That's a pretty hilarious moment. Sucks a little bit for the Mars, but now turning this into something. Eternity going down mid.
I mean, they need this. This is, yeah, you got to build off of that little bit of opening, that momentum that you have. However, that's gonna sting. Chaos Knight gets picked off at the bottom lane. I was watching them push this mid lane in, and they eventually do get the tower, but obviously losing their Chaos Knight bottom, especially to Sniper, who's now smoked up.
Yeah,
moving with Spiritbreaker.
Sniper and Spiritbreaker together, they're making a move again. These two have been finding some openings, and they're going again to find the Rubik.
I mean, who would have thought? It doesn't seem like a duo that you'd expect to roam around together, to be honest, but it's gotten 3 or 4 kills now.
It's not really a great roaming duo, you'd think, but, when you want to make that move with Sniper, what better hero to have on your team than a Spiritbreaker? He provides some TP cancels, he can go in first in front of you, and, it's a good pairing for him to actually find kills. Sniper has all the damage in the world, you just need lockdown. So, Jesus, this game is all over the place. Look at these fights.
At 15 hero kills and make it 16 in 15 and a half minutes alone for Penguin Squad. They came to fight in this series, and they are once again showing that here in game number 2. So unfortunately for Eternity, that's making things even more difficult. But, just touching on that too with the strategy is the South American flavor of Dota style here. By the way, you look at the odds right there, obviously looking pretty good for Penguin Squad. esportsbet.io, check it out for yourself. But we got the stun on the Broodmother as Arena initially missed, pushes him back in with the spear though, gets the stun, and they get the kill anyways. Hoodwink. Nothing he can do at that point.
I think a big problem for Eternity this game is that they're not able to establish any form of safety against this Spiritbreaker. They have become what I like to call for Broodmothers, you want to build your home, right? Broodmother wants to take over a lane and own that lane and completely just have that area be hers. This what we're seeing right now is a very sad little homeless arachnid. Oh my god, they're diving in for more.
Wagga, it's been 30. Oh, big stun, by the way. This is some damage from Bloodskin. A chance for Eternity has the Bloodstone activated, and they're going to get the turn kill on a Sniper. So an opening for Eternity now. Can they get more with this? It doesn't look like it. Penguin Squad able to retreat the rest. Sniper killed.
All right, they're starting to benefit from the thing we hyped up a little bit in the draft. The Bloodstone Lesh is here to play. Look at that impact in that fight. He just went in against 4 heroes. We talked about how Lesh is amazing against all these heroes who want to go in. He has the Bloodstone complete, so he's not a hero they can play around. He needs to get an item like Travels or Blink so he can position more. But he is ready to take these chaotic fights, and he showed up big there. Blessed Kid getting some nice redemption there.
Yeah, I mean, as I was about to say there, I mean, it's been 30 seconds. Of course, another fight's breaking out, more action, but because that's just how this game has been with the pacing. But you're right, it's almost an obvious statement, but it's good to see for Eternity at least that Blessed Kid gets that impactful item in the Bloodstone of Leshrac and immediately makes a play with it.
Oh,
and again,
Spearbreaker wasted charge bottom. They could maybe catch him here right now. He doesn't have charge ready.
4 seconds. Yeah, he's beefy though.
Yeah,
He's gonna get the charge and avoids the stun.
Oh,
never mind.
The spear.
Yeah, Nether Strike at the last second, so they're gonna kill Hoodwink thanks to Timbersaw, but now the show up from Ravish. However, Leshrac, it's not a guaranteed kill. That Pulse Nova ticking, and Ravish having to run out of his own arena.
Again?
It's not often you want to see that. Spear from Rubik, not enough to land though. Satoshi manages to live. Got a rip heal as well coming out from Undying. Now it's Penguin Squad's turn apparently. However, Blessed Kid pops a Bloodstone and immediately Penguin Squad respects that as they should.
Well, look at Sniper. He's coming in.
Well, he's gonna blow up Rubik. Broodmother is nearby, and the stun on a Timbersaw, but another great rip heal from East, keeping his teammate alive. The reactor arm is on the spear off through this time at Mars, gets the kill on Leshrac. They did kill Timbersaw, but apparently we're still continuing. The fight won't end. Crawler, Bash Brock off the bat. The follow-up damage on a CK, though, is not enough. Sniper a little too far away, and of course, Arena still on cooldown for 40 more seconds.
Wow, chaotic fighting there, but they're doing a great job shielding the Sniper in the positioning that he gets here. You can see how many bodies they just put in front of him, and nobody can focus on the Sniper. So Leshrac gets bursted down by this Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, and Maelstrom. The DPS is just way too high. He cannot be unchecked in the fights. So Eternity, they need to find a way to close that gap towards him.
Dying's definitely been pretty critical with these soul rip heals of his. As we saw in the last fight, it is level 4 maxed out. But finally a break in some action again. It remains about a 3,000 net worth lead for Penguin Squad. But again, that's nothing too critical. It's certainly something you can overcome. And Eternity, it continues to go back to, starts with the CK. But how about all three of their cores, Waga? All three are actually farming net worth-wise. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're building. They haven't really hit that crucial timing where every hero feels like they're ready and online. Broodmother's pretty happy, but she is getting charged bottom right now. Might be able to catch her here.
Does have Guardian Greaves, so may come into play. I'm sure it will as soon as that stun ends. Yep, there's the heal. Insatiable. It's just not going to matter. It is too much damage. Did not have the team support nearby. They retreated, as understandably so. So Broodmother left alone.
Yeah, you can't fight into 5 heroes like that unless you're already in good positioning to take the fight. But that's what I was making a point about as well, that they haven't really hit all that, you know, power spike that they want. And looks like Leshrac is right now considering that he needs a BKB as well.
It really, God, Waka, this just don't stop, man. I mean, it's Spirit Breaker after all, so maybe not the most surprising thing, but it's like another 10-15 seconds pass by and time for another kill. But this time, this next kill, Roshan is on the menu. That's what Penguin Squad wants.
Big man is in danger here because they're out for blood all the time. P Squad have played so fast this game overall. It's kind of ridiculous. It feels like CK just wants time to farm up his next item, but every minute that goes by, some big objective is being threatened by P Squad. And now this Aegis, I don't think they have a way to stop it. They're just gonna have to concede the Roche, and that means Aegis on Sniper. We talked about how they need to get on top of him and kill him. Now you certainly can't do that. In the next 5 minutes, it's gonna be extremely difficult.
And that's just even more confidence that Penguin Squad has to just keep running at you, right? And it goes back to you're talking about, Waka, where Eternity still needs time to farm. They need that space to farm. P Squad is very aware of that. They're going to keep the pressure up. They have 22 hero kills in not even 22 minutes. They're keeping up that kill per minute average, really slightly above even in this game. And why would they stop now? I mean, hell, Undying's been sitting on 5 mangoes for a while. He continues to be ready to fight. They have a smoke on Spirit Breaker. Wouldn't be surprised if that comes out here and used in the near future. But a BKB,
I think
in
we're
fact,
gonna
2
see,
BKBs.
Yeah, I think we're going to see action right now because they have double BKB coming up for the side of Eternity. So both of them are complete. Now with the smoke gank, they want to be the ones to initiate for once.
Well, they have their chance. Mars, he's just running though. Eventually gets stunned, and there's the kill. He has buyback, but is dead for 45 seconds.
I wish he would have chased for more there on CK because they saw immediately the Undying heal as well, and he had a haste rune. I think that was maybe an opportunity to keep chasing down but it's a good start for them. They get one pick off. They need to turn this into something, though. 30 seconds.
Bottom, sniper, talk about a prime target. He has Aegis, but he's by himself.
Oh, he's got no TP. Oh, this is awkward,
Oh, they
Sniper.
scan him. The scan hits. They know he's over here somewhere, but here comes Spiritbreaker and the rest of the squad. So Snow getting some timing. Skipper goes right for him, but in the front lines, Spiritbreaker having to take all the damage from that Chaos Knight. He eventually gets taken out there. Mars is up in 5 seconds, by the way. Timbersaw keeping things slow. Chakram through BKB from Leshrac. There's a Bloodstone. That BKB is going to be running off in a second, however, and with Mars now coming back up. This feels like a good decision for him. Eternity at least making the call.
Mars
they
in
understand
position.
what's going on, but Mars, Blink is on cooldown. He used it to get this close initially, but they do catch up to Broodmother, and they're not going to stop hunting. They want more, and finally the arena goes off. It catches Blessed Kid. Bloodstone on cooldown for 10 more seconds. He is going to evaporate. Oh, Jesus. Seemed like Eternity had some hope, but yeah, they just needed to keep going a little bit sooner.
I think they had to commit for a sniper immediately. They saw him there, they were running at him, they were beelining at the sniper with the Broodmother, but I think he needed the support of the CK during the BKB as well. Kill him once, get him to Aegis respawn, and then hope that you can kill him again before his team is there to bail him out. Because this is during the no BKB timing for a sniper, so if you killed him once, chances are he might just die again if he respawns and you are surrounding the location, and you're just gonna have to try and ignore and tank the rest of the spells that are coming in. But if Sniper is, you know, not being chased actively, he will be dealing damage. And the moment he felt like he was safe enough, he turned around and he started laying in the damage.
Is under attack.
Well, easy tier 2 bottom tower push coming out from Penguin Squad. They take out the they take over the outpost even. There's a double damage ring in the bottom of the river there, but not spotted yet. However, it's to be claimed by this Dire team. In fact, it gets pinged out, and sure enough.
Yeah, they
it's
still
gonna be picked
have
up.
Aegis as well, 150 on the Aegis, so they can go with Sniper with DD Ruin towards the mid tower immediately, and that should be an easy picking. I don't even know if they want to try and defend this one on Eternity. I think they just need to keep farming.
It's one of those awkward situations. I mean, 20 seconds left for Chaos Knight on the Phantasm as well. Without that especially, you do not feel like you're the most ready to fight. And speaking of Chaos Knight, oh no, for Eternity. The BKB comes out. Still taking some bashes, though, having to stand his ground. Where's his teammate support, though? He needs it. He needs it. He's not getting it. He's out for 50.
Yeah, he's down. I mean, it's rough. You can't just BKB TP against Spiritbreaker, and that's another added value, right, to having this Spiritbreaker in your team, is that anyone who tries to split up and farm like this, they are going to be in danger, even if they have the holy safety item of the BKB, right? It's not going to guarantee that you will get out alive. So for now, Eternity feels like they're struggling to get on the map at all, but meanwhile on the side of P Squad, they're just keeping the tempo up.
Rubik thought he could sneak in, taking over the outpost. Of course, the obvious there is that you're seeing doing that, and now it's going to cost him his life as they run him down, although he has a timber chain. Oh, he's actually going to live. Never mind. Didn't want to commit further.
He is okay. Meanwhile, in Finland, on top lane, we just have Sniper hitting the tower together with his Mars, and there's nobody who really wants to contest this, so they're trying to finish up Blink Dagger on Leshrac. That's what Eternity have going for them right now. They know that there will be a fight that they have to take soon. They're giving up all the exterior resources, but keeping the base now, he might sell. He's probably gonna wait.
Yeah, this feels like if you're Penguin Squad, again, you're in no rush. This lead is as big as it's been, 9,000. There's the reclaim of the Aegis. The natural order of things, dare I say, would be, you know, wait for another Roshan and then look to, you know, go for that and eventually finish the game from there while controlling the map in the meantime. So it seems like that's kind of how they're positioning. But for Eternity, what better way to get around that than maybe a smoke play of sorts? Currently not smoked, but they are running out down mid.
Yeah, difficult to really get a gank now since all your outer buildings are destroyed and you lost your outpost as well. So the control they have on the map is absolutely zero. They have one little ward and it's the one that they have on their own high ground here. So they're basically operating with no information on where all of P Squad are. That makes it very difficult for them to smoke out.
They got the blink. I know you're talking about that on Leshrac. They're going for one on Chaos Knight as well. He almost has it, but it feels like that's kind of just another one of those, all right, you got these blinks. You can't keep sitting back and trying to farm for more. You got to go for another play here, right?
I honestly think he should have gone Blink even earlier. He went for this Mage Slayer as well, like getting some value after his Echo Saber build. He disassembled that, made a BKB with the Ogre Club, and then goes back for Mage Slayer. It's great value, but I think he needed to have Blink even earlier, and just for them to be able to actually take the action to Sniper at an earlier stage of this game. But yeah, having the Blink available, they can now chain stun. One issue is that they don't have a rich Rubik with Blink as well. He only has Aethelens, so the initiation is still going to be either CK or Leshrac going in, unless Rubik can get the range for the lift.
Well, speaking of smokes, it's actually going to be... Okay, well, they got spotted. They got pinged out immediately, and they're going for the quick jump on a Sniper. Is Eternity. They got the Quill. He's out for 70 seconds. They completely catch Penguin Squad off guard. I was going to say, Penguin Squad was the one that smoked up here to go for a play, as that stun barely missed on a Mars, able to TP out in time. But there's an opening for Eternity. They happen to spot it.
Yeah, that was the dream right there. They saw Sniper use Shrapnel. Even though he was smoked, they could see the Shrapnel being used, and they just blink right on top of him and go on him. He did not react fast enough with the BKB, so they bring him down. And now Satoshi is also going to go down, possibly? Being chain disabled, he's definitely going down.
Yeah. Okay, Eternity is absolutely back in this game, as far as I'm concerned. You know, still a lead for Penguin Squad here with a 6,000 net worth lead, but talk about momentum. Absolutely is favoring Eternity right now, and 20 seconds remaining on the red Roshan timer, so we'll see how long until Roshan's up. But this next Roshan is going to be a very volatile point.
Yeah, this gives them time to fix lanes and gives them time to set up vision. So you're not going to get a big tower right now, but what you're doing is you're pushing out bottom lane, you're pushing in mid all the way, and this opens up that CK can even go towards top, shove this out, possibly use his ulti here to stabilize lanes even further. So those pickups were really huge, even though they didn't result in direct objectives. It allowed the map to look a lot more appealing to them. Now they have some vision and some map presence. Meanwhile, P Squad, they don't want to slow down. They are so relentless as a team. Okay,
they really are.
Double sentry, a little bit funny, but they get out on map immediately again.
Double the power. They're checking Roshan. We mentioned the red timer just wore off right there, but oh, we got a fight. Engagement, Broodmother. Webs are down, running around, goes on the uphill, trying to get out of this arena, barely gonna get out. Never mind, another strike connects. And East actually gets credit for the kill. The tombstone, the arena, I mean, they used a lot right there, but it secures the kill. Now they're picking out Roshan. They really wanted to be up. It's not, though. It's not going to be up for another 2 minutes as we see. Spear, oh, the Spear connected on a Leshrac in the background. I don't know if that was intended or not, but either way, Chaos Knight is forced to fight. BKB TP, you mentioned before, though, Bash proc, never mind. Can't get it, so the TP is successful. The rest running, as Hoodwink able to blink out just in time as well. So, revenge for the Penguin Squad. Yeah, just when you think Eternity has the momentum.
They bounce back quickly, even though they were getting pushed back and contained a little bit. They immediately identify, we need to play the Roche area, he could spawn any moment, we don't know when. And they go back there, they drop down some ward, and they start playing the area, get a kill on the Broodmother, and yeah, they are so relentless on the side of P Squad. It's very hard for Eternity to find a chance here. They want Timber?
Well, they're going to have a chance at Timber. Eventually, Crawler comes in to make a play and scare them off. And Satoshi, Timber Chain, another one in 1 second. There you go, gets it off. And Blessed Kid is chasing. This is desperate, though. Meanwhile, on the back lines, kind of another fight taking place. Blessed Kid, the BKB is going to be wearing off. Has to get out of here. Going to be set in place. The tombstone's put down. Has to hold his ground. Doesn't have Bloodstone either. Hoodwink was killed. Eventually buys back, though, pretty quickly on that. Skyward, he's in a bad spot. A little bit too committed at that point and gets taken out. Leshrac able to teleport on the high ground. Meanwhile, over here, though, it's a double kill for Snow. It's going to be a third kill, although the Phantasm turn ain't going to be enough. Chaos Knight going all in with that strategy. That was a very scattered fight.
Yeah, it's a scattered fight, and it's another fight where the sniper is completely unchecked. They had no way to do any bit of damage. I actually think he took 0 damage that fight on sniper. He just sat back and could choose whoever he wanted to go on. And having that Skadi and Quiver allows him to so quickly apply the slow from really far away, and then walk up and get in range to do some normal auto attacks as well. And yeah, this fight was just the dream for Sniper, watching from his point of view.
And whenever you have a decently farmed sniper pushing a base without much, really no resistance at this point, that base is going to melt pretty quickly. And so this is easily a tier 3 tower kill. Will they get the racks? I mean, 18 seconds for Chaos Knight. What can they do to hold this off?
Sniper needs to be ready on that BKB because the blinks are coming in. They want to blink and catch the sniper, but that's also something that Peak Squad definitely know. They have ways to save him. They have Glimmer, they have Greaves, they have even the Holy Locket as well from the Undying to add up his healing even more.
Yeah, we've seen some really clutch rip heals, and you mentioned the Guardian Greaves, by the way. East is just like kind of casually farming on Undying here.
Like, is he a core? What's that? East is looking big this game.
He sure is. He had a great game on Tree and Protector last game, and certainly doing his part on Undying this time around. As Chaos Knight farming what he can in his own jungle currently, as they're once again, for seems like the 5th or 6th time this game, trying to reclaim their jungle as Eternity as they're pushing out, but it's not been an easy task. 12,000 net worth lead, continues to go back to our biggest lead now for Penguin Squad, and they have all 5 heroes up at the top lane. Roshan is up.
Yeah, they're being very disciplined though. They're not just going in and immediately taking Roche when it's spawned. They're pushing out the lanes, trying to get some stability first. Now they could probably go back into it as they pushed out top all the way. But I like what Leshrac is doing, by the way. Right now, he's gonna sell some items and get himself the full Hex. He needs just 10 more gold, and he can buy Hex and have it with Blink. They're not gonna be able to fight Roche though, as Leshrac just TP'd back to base. He's not gonna be close enough to take this fight.
No. It's kind of just have to accept that Roshan's happening. The Shard, who are they giving that to? They're gonna give it to Sniper. Yeah, he's gonna pick up that grenade as a result. So, yeah, another tool that Sniper will now have to help stay alive and be able to just right-click that damage.
True. And speaking of Shard, the Spirit Breaker went with Shard as well. We'll see if he can do something tricky with that. That is one of the weirdest shards in Dota. The Planar Pocket. I'll try and keep an eye to see if he does anything big with it, because that's a hard one to notice, honestly.
Baratham distorts the fabric of planar space. I want to hear Sir Action Slack's comment. He probably has some commentating on that, but
it sounds pretty powerful, you know. It sounds like a strong ability when you put it like that, but it's so hard to get value out of this.
Well, he feels like he's got a way to get value, so Crawler looking forward to that. Oh, gonna go under right there as it's an arena combo coming out from Ravish. A quick death on a Hoodwink, he ain't buying back plus kid. That Bloodstone doing absolutely nothing. Chaos Knight's able to get the kill on Undying, but the BKB wearing off now, he's in trouble. He's just dead, in fact. He's out for 74. It's 4 are dead. It's Broodmother, the last one standing. That's just gonna be it. GG, well played. It's called. It is official. Penguin Squad 2-0 over Eternity.
Yeah, 2-0, strong performance there, and made it look pretty dominant as well in both games. I mean, first game was such a showing from the mid lane, of course, but even in game 2 here, they look like a team who know what they want to execute, and they are doing it in a good way. They played a similar style in both the games, something that I mentioned. I want to see them find a style, and yeah, they looked very confident.
We're going to be welcoming back Gods here in just a second as well, but I mean, yeah, it's a Penguin Squad. I'm with you. They're the only 2 teams that we've seen so far here of Division 2, Gods, but I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Penguin Squad right now.
Felt like a bit of a statement this opening series. 2 different styles and just great stuff coming out from them. You know, fast pace lets, snowball out of control. And in this game, bide their time with the sniper pick. So, mixing it up, the sniper game 2, the TA game 1, and got to say, they're a team to look out for. They're not one of the teams I think that would have been on a lot of people's radar coming into the series, coming into the Division 2. That would, names like The Cut, Dogchamp, etc. But with how they played here, they looked like one of the contenders.
They really did. Like the pace that they kept were like top level pace. It wasn't always super clean, like where they were moving or like. It didn't really look like top-level Div 1 team or something, but the tempo was like a top-level Div 1 team. It was so fast, so incredibly relentless from them, and you can understand why it was hard for Eternity to keep up with this.
Yeah. Yes. I feel like often Div 2 teams will fall in this trap of playing like too safe and trying to just farm, but the fact that they're playing with this much confidence is a good sign.
Well, what I also really like out of Penguin Squad is their drafts between both games. And sometimes in this case, from game 1 to game 2, like they relied on one or a couple of specific heroes, a cheese strategy. That's what can they do other stuff other than Spirit Breaker. I mean, this obviously was a completely different draft here, really, in game number 2. So really showing off their versatility a bit as well throughout these couple of games from Penguin Squad, and showing that they as a team, as the camaraderie, as the players, and the chemistry, etc. they're on point in objective play and everything else. So Eternity, on the other hand, I mean, obviously a tough challenge, being that it was up against Penguin Squad, where we're complimenting them on, expecting a bit of a bounce back from them as they advance on further here in this Division 2. But it's a long season ahead. That's what I said. So,
yeah. And one of the players, well, a couple of players standing out again, but once again, we see Snow on the Sniper at 10, 2, and 14. This is a guy who I don't think anyone had ever really heard of. I was looking at his Dota buff. His competitive history is pretty non-existent. Liquipedia even had him listed as a support. They thought, East or Ifrit was the mid laner, but Snow's like, no. I'm not the support, guys. I'm the carry here, and he's looking really good. He's definitely a guy to look out for, I think, going forward when it comes to Penguin Squad's games.
Yeah, they're playing a mid, carry type player on him. He had some big damage, but someone else who also did a lot that game was Satoshi on this Timbersaw. He didn't have the easiest lane early on because they were choosing to move their Spirit Breaker around so much, and he was, left alone a little bit there on the lane, but he really started to play high tempo together with the Spirit Breaker and the Mars. The Timbersaw was always there, just throwing his spells and doing damage as well. I love the choice they went for a Blink Dagger as well, eventually down the road there. Just keeping the tempo up, he bought it as a third item, which not a lot of Timbersaw players will do, but it's a way to exert your pressure even more and have that mobility. So I think he played really great too.
Yeah, this is one of the. This is one of those games where, I mean, I could see multiple players certainly deserving on the MVP award. I mean, I thought Ravish specifically played fantastic on the Mars. He did a great job in the laning phase against the Brood specifically, and just his initiations with the arena were good, etc. And then we talked about East with those clutch saves constantly with the rip heals. Good tombstone placement again. Across the board, just great team effort, but well deserved by Satoshi for the MVP status there.
Yep. I'm curious, Breaky, how, we talk about this team being a contender. We're just first series in, so we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves.
They're winning it all, baby. Let's go.
We haven't seen 6 of these teams, but it's decided. But, I mean, obviously there's a lot of good things to look for. What do you think, like, despite the win, do you think, what are the areas that, things maybe didn't look perfect when it came to the Penguin Squad?
I mean, it's tough to say, right? Like, they did genuinely look really good across the board, the decision making as a team, the objectives of where to go. So I know I'm not sitting here saying this is the next big thing and they're going to win, go all the way, etc. But it's hard to find from these two games. I think that's just something that we'll see over time, right? And just over these next couple of weeks, especially really with the diversity. I know I commented on that with the draft from game 1 to game 2. They had good diversity. How does that keep up? I think is important as well. Will they be able to adjust when they inevitably do lose a game? It's going to be another important factor.
I think it's hard to identify as well after a game or a series like this where they kind of ran away with it to identify the weaknesses. Oh, ring. Do we have someone joining us?
No, I don't think so. So that was my phone.
I get baited. I thought it was like production doing a ring for the interview or something. You get baited there. Yeah,
sorry
but what I was going to say is
there.
that they were so much ahead in tempo that it's hard to see the cracks in the defense, right? Like, what were their weaknesses? I think there were moments where they went for plays that were perhaps not the ideal one, but ultimately they were outclassing Eternity in this best of 3. So we'll see if a team can find exactly how to shut them down. I think the most important thing to take away from the two games, though, if you're studying, is that Penguin Squad relied heavily on their mid to be their main damage dealer / carry, and they have him as the priority, and then they play a lot of frontliners outside of that. So the strategy that they used here was something like that, and you can shut that down with certain modifications to your playstyle. You have that, hatred towards the mid laner being more important. So, yeah, I think overall, though, fantastic showing by Penguin Squad.
Yeah,
I mean, they look strong.
Other teams that obviously everyone's going to play each other throughout these group stages here. I assume, and really should to that point, Waga doing the research now, knowing Penguin Squad against Eternity and how they looked. address Snow specifically. Not that he's a one-man team, but yeah, you address him in the mid lane, you get those early ganks on him, you get a favorable matchup, etc. Then we'll see what Penguin Squad truly is about without that farmed mid carry, which they did have both games on both the TA and the sniper in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, he came out here looking to make a name for himself basically in this series, right? Like, that was very, very dominant. The first game was like one of the biggest outclassings that you will see probably throughout the entire division, I would say. Like, when you have what was it, 20-0-11 or something performance, and being 20k ahead of the enemy mid laner, that's very unheard of. That's not something that you see every day. So he is looking like a very solid mid laner, just mechanically. And we'll see though if his decision making is strong enough when he gets pressured that he can, have a great impact even in the tougher games.
Yeah, they definitely set him up for success. A big part of that also was just the overall aggression coming out from the team. Are there certain, play styles or picks that teams need to be thinking of, like when they go up against Penguin Squad in the future, to kind of combat this aggression? Because it seemed like that was just something that Eternity didn't have an answer for.
Yeah, like Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker being everywhere, like that was a problem. He just allowed this super tempo. One thing that we even mentioned a little bit during the cast that there was one moment the Spirit Breaker like TP'd base because he was low HP and being chased, but then he can immediately charge out to another lane. It's like not like a regular support who TP space and then they're useless for a minute. No, he's back in action in 20 seconds. He's back at it.
Yeah, if Eternity had another game against them, obviously they don't, but other teams going back to that point that are doing the research, that is fair. Again, it's only 2 games, you can only take so much from it, but I don't know if you need to first 2 ban a Spirit Breaker if you play the Penguin Squad coming up, but think about that in that 3rd, 4th, 5th ban, right? After the first couple of picks take place, think about banning Spirit Breaker, then goes back to seeing what they could do then. Because you're right, I mean, I know that was the only similar here from game 1 to game 2, but it was the tempo setter for the team, absolutely, and they heavily relied on just him go the reset. They were averaging a kill per minute for, obviously they finished with 37 kills in 35 minutes, and that just kept up the whole game.
It's the best type of Dota. I mean, this is the Dota that I'm happy to be here for. The non-stop fighting, the action heavy, and it forces so many decisions by the team that is trying to play a little bit slower. Eternity had the hardest job ever trying to keep up with this.
Yeah. It was great to see that kind of merge of playstyle. We mentioned bringing a bit of that kind of SA flair into the NA region. And it does earn Penguin Squad the 2-0. We can see the schedule there on the side of the screen. That's our first series of the day. We're not done. We've still got another series coming up. It's DogChamp, a team probably a lot of you NA Dota fans are very familiar with. Some names like Bloody Nine, Garen, Italiano Gangster, Yuma, RCY. And they're going to be going up against a lesser-known team in another NA team. So that match, not for about an hour's time. We'll probably be coming back a bit before then, do a little pre-show, intro the teams, and get ourselves ready for that. But guys, that does it for the first series of the day. The Division 2 NA DPC has officially kicked off. We'll take a bit of a break now, and we'll see everybody back here for our last series of the day. It's here. Your patience has been rewarded. The long-awaited sequel. It's Ant Team up against Dog Champ. Another NA team in the NA DPC. Welcome back, Wag, as well as Breaky. You enjoy your breaks? Are you ready for another series, Breaky? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I had a little bit of a break there. I was able to enjoy some dinner, but looking forward to a great series number 2. We'll see if this one goes a distance, not to get too ahead of ourselves, but looking forward to having some fun, to say the least.
Yeah, I also had something to eat, but I'm hungry for more Dota, rather. That's the real appetite that I have. And I mean, we have 2 other teams here. We have Team Dog Champ that we talked a little bit before the last match. That I think these are one of the teams that could be strong here in this Div 2, and they're going up against another NA team that have quite a few known players as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this is going to match up.
Yeah, a couple old school names. When it comes to another NA team, you've got Ush as well as RRL, who played the last DPC seasons in 5-man Midas. So, some veterans there, but also, a couple newer players who I don't know too much about in their carry player RGs as well as Feeling. So you saw the odds there. Dog Champs are the favorites coming in. They've kind of built up a bit of a reputation for themselves. They're kind of the gatekeepers of the Div 2 NA scene when it comes to, they've become so close to making to that Div 1 numerous times. They've snuck in once, but they're kind of that team that just hasn't quite made it over the hump.
Yeah, I was going to mention that a few words. I'm glad you did. I mean, again, going back to last season, Dog Champ, a team that has been able to at least make it to Division 1. And so, of course, you have to finish top 2 here in Division 2. Even took a game off of Quincy Crew last season. I mean, you never know what could happen. So definitely, bringing some solid experience in, kind of that barrier of the Division 2 teams. So we'll see what they're able to, how they're going to continue now going into a whole new season upon us.
Yeah, and going into the draft quite quickly here, we're getting to see the sort of approach that we have here from the teams. It's Dog Champ with the first pick. They are going to get themselves the Treant Protector. The bans coming out was Furion and Tusk for them, whereas Broodmother and Lena were Ant bans in this game. They respond with Clock and DP, so getting themselves some team fight, some push, and a lot of lockdown as well coming out from Clockwork here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Clockwork's something I've seen a lot less of, I feel like, recently. It's been much more about some of the other options. So, nice kind of refreshing little change here from another NA team with a different idea. And in response, Dog Champ go right into the Beastmaster. So, similar to maybe what we saw a bit in Game 1 earlier from Penguin Squad, is a very fast tempo pushing draft. That's something that Beastmaster can kind of play into a bit here.
He can. And Beastmaster, I think, is also a smart reaction to Clockwork, since Clock wants to isolate one hero alone in the cogs and just chain stun them with battery. But Beastmaster with, Helm of Dominator and also his summons, it's harder for Clockwork to go in confidently and 1v1 someone like that. They're probably going to get helped by some summons. So, smart pick coming out there. And both teams already securing some vision advantage here in the form of either the Hawk or the Rockets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Information game, certainly even more so for Dog Champ, because you throw Treant Protector on there as well. Of course, walking through the trees and, being able to get some good information. So I like what I'm seeing out of Dog Champ from that perspective, as well as you mentioned, the matchup against Clockwork specifically makes sense. So there's a Terrorblade ban as well as an Enchantress now. Of course, Enchantress against the Beastmaster, pretty good. So not going to give them that option.
Yeah, it seems both teams a bit worried about some of these faster paced lineups. Enchban obviously protecting the Beastmaster. TB a bit more of that late game, but it is also this hero that can really get kind of buffed up by a Beastmaster or a Treant Protector for some extra survivability too. So we'll see where the teams end up going, where they go instead with these bans.
TB is a bit special, right, in that he's both a late game hero, but he also can play really well into those super high tempo lineups because they allow him to be the slow one. So having Beastmaster, like you said, it would be amazing for him to pair up. But yeah, Ant are banning out these somewhat hard carries, taking out the TB and then the Morphling as well, being the next one. So they don't want to get to a situation of not being able to contest late game, it seems, where it could be that DP falls off at a certain stage of the game, and you don't want to reach that point.
5 seconds
Nope.
remaining.
We pretty much only see the Beastmaster in the offlaner. There's certain carries that you kind of want to be picking into the Beastmaster. Like what plays best into this hero since it was picked up first? Like, how do you take advantage of it?
Radiant team
I think Beastmaster, they honestly Honestly, it could have gone with the option themselves to take the Morphling against him. It's a hero that works, but they, of course, opted to ban it out. Thinking about other heroes, I mean, a hero that's super popular, that's also very strong still is Slark.
10 seconds remaining.
While it can be difficult at start with the wild access spam, Slark eventually is able to provide vision, you know, like he can find out if you're smoking under a hawk or something like that. It has a lot of overarching good effects later on in the game, and he deals decently with Beastmaster in lane.
Right. Well, we'll see what kind of carry options come into play. There is some flexibility when it comes to another NA team. They've got the Death Prophet, who we've seen, you know, pivot between a couple of different roles in the past with the mid lane as well as the off lane potential. So we'll see exactly where they look to send the Death Prophet in the end. There was a bit of a switch up early today with the TA where, you know, one team thought it was going to be Death Prophet mid, then something was a TA mid. So something that can catch teams by surprise at times. But for now, just a Silencer pick from another NA team.
Silencer is very, very strong laning stage. Again, I mean, Silencer and Treant, these are two of the biggest laning stage bully supports. He is quite the monster, and a good hero to have when Beastmaster commits towards someone. Maybe you can get the roar off before, or a silence before the roar comes out, or even just silencing right after the roar comes out could turn that into a wasted roar if you can't finish off the target. So I like the pickup here for Ant. Also, they have really good silence now with both DP and Silencer.
Yeah, and on top of that, you mentioned DP already providing that too, but yeah, Silencer with another, obviously the global silence, with the clockwork, he jumps in, he really sets up a fight well, so... Okay.
This is Yaren. This is Yaren.
Yeah.
He likes his techies. Yeah, I mean, I've played against Yaren long. You know, we're in NA right now, but Yaren, he's not from NA. I've played a lot of games against this man, and he's a sneaky player. Likes to play a lot of sneaky heroes every now and then. And probably going to be him on the techies here, running it up. What a obnoxious hero to play against sometimes.
I was searching for techies and the stats from NA Division 1 at least, and my computer started beeping at me like, no, that's not a thing. What are you trying to do? So, this is
Because Yaren's
a rare sight. Yeah. Yaren's not playing up there. So.
Even going back to even years ago in the DPC when DogChamp first formed and Yaren was on the team, he was playing techies back then. This is third most played hero in competitive Dota, so he's well versed on this, and they're going to look to not necessarily build around the techies by any means, but it is just such an annoying hero to play into, particularly in that laning stage.
Yeah, he is really great at trading hits and harassing in laning stage nowadays. Techies was massively buffed for that, but also leading into the Techies pick, they picked up the Treant and the Beastmaster, which all that lockdown allows Techies to get really massive jumps in, and you can chain stun people a little bit with the Techies Shard and the Beastmaster Roar as well. So I like, you know, the way they're slotting in the techies into this draft. And if you played carry against techies in laning stage who knows what he's doing, this hero is not really just a meme. If they know what they're doing, it hurts. It's so harassive.
Yeah, and it's one of those signature heroes, as you mentioned with Yaren, where other people, sure, maybe they've ran into it in the pubs and everything, but in this competitive environment, this tournament environment, the DPC, I mean, it's not something that you're used to seeing a whole lot. So there is something to be said about that, obviously, when it comes to these very niche picks for certain players, and that's an advantage for DogChamp, you could argue. So another NA team gonna have to figure out how to deal with that techies now throughout this game.
Pretty ideal Ursa game here. The pickup of Ursa into Beastmaster and Treant Protector. It's a good hero to react to a techies jump as well. You can just panic button your ulti when techies tries to suicide jump you, and you'll stay safe from the damage and the stun duration. But you can also dispel the Treant stuff with your ult, and you have now tremendous damage from the Ursa as well, going into later stages of the game. And since you have DP in your team, you don't need your carry to be a pushing hero. Ursa, his only real big weakness, he doesn't push that well. And DP can take care of that. She can take care of towers.
5 seconds remaining.
On the DogChamp side, they did go for a Queen of Pain. That's maybe a hero that Ursa has maybe issues staying on top of, can get kited by. Is there, at the same time, Quap playing into multiple silences, it does feel like it's going to be a very tough Quap game.
Yeah, the curse as well. Not just the silence, but like Silencer's Q in this game looks pretty damn good, especially against Queen of Pain. It's a really annoying ability to have on you. You want to keep blinking and, you know, casting your spells, but then you're just gonna keep taking damage. It can be difficult. So far, of course, I feel like Ant have given us more information since they're showing the Ursa here. They could be flexing the DP between mid and off lane, but Dogchamp have a little bit more time to react and get the carry that they want against an Ursa.
Yeah, and not to say that Dogchamp's not like respecting another NA team by any means, but it does feel like, to kind of God's point as well, because I had the similar reaction to Queen of Pain, and that was even, before, the Ursa was picked up then in response, but yeah, going to a silencer, a death probably the double silence already that you're talking about, the Cursa having to deal with, but just clearly confident with the hero that they're going to make it work any which way. So, their 5th and final pick to come, and it's going to come apparently pretty quickly as Invoker is their 5th one.
Oh, wow. That's a tempo draft from Dogchamp. Look at it. They are not running a hard carry at all. They're just going Queen Pain and Invoker in the same team here. So this is going to be probably... I would run safe lane Queen and just mid Invoker, but we'll see what the last pick is of Ant. They have some choice to be flexible as well still.
All ranged heroes against this Ursa, not to mention 2 very bursty heroes against Death Prophet. So it feels like this is not going to be an easy game for the Death Prophet to stay alive and get that exorcism damage out. So could be a tricky one. And with a Beastmaster Aura, Invoker Quap can still, bring in some right-click damage as well, it feels like. So not an easy draft to go up against. You definitely can't get too greedy, I feel like, if you're Team Ant here.
No, you can't get too greedy, but you just gotta hold on, right? You have the hard carry, so you need someone who can stabilize against this aggression, and then you'll be fine.
Who's mid? I mean, is it Invoker or Quap? It has to be Invoker, right? With Quap.
It doesn't have to be either so far. Like, they have the benefit of waiting and seeing the next hero before they fully decide. I'm sure that right now they're saying, okay, safe lane Queen, mid Invoker, and then if something throws us off, we might swap that up. Because they don't know for sure if it's mid DP or offlane DP yet.
That's where it's kind of interesting with this final pick for another NA team. It's like, someone feels like Dogchamp has the advantage now as far as setting up the matchup. They pick these 2 strong mid heroes. They're gonna go whichever one. Yeah, Storm Spirit, the final pick.
Yeah, I would say at this point you have all the information, and wow, Storm. So they're going pretty active on the side of Ant here. They pick a hero that pairs up well with Ursa for fighting. You have Storm and Clockwork to jump and catch people, but Dogchamp with this sort of, I don't want to call it all in, but this is like a very, very niche draft where you're not running an actual hard carry. It does feel like they're a little bit more under the gun to make stuff happen.
They have got some signature heroes going for them. RCUI, his most played hero in competitive Dota, is the Invoker. So he's at least in his comfort zone. Yuma, the carry, former D2 Hustlers player, he's going to be playing the odd kind of pick, which is that safe lane Queen of Pain. I'm curious, what can we expect from a safe lane Queen of Pain? What's the idea there?
I mean, there are many ways that you can run it. I think we'll see, but I mean, there was a time where TC was spamming it a lot. Safe lane Queen has a lot of great qualities. We'll cover over the game as well.
Okay, well, we're going to find out how that goes. We're going to send it away as we hop into game number way. Breaky Waga, enjoy.
Will do. We got a hell of a game in front of us here. Of course, Dogchamp, certainly the favorite, as we saw with the odds there, as we talked about the storyline coming into this. This is a team that even has Division 1 experience as of last season, but hey, not another NA team. That's the name kind of says itself, where don't be fooled. These guys are coming here to play, and certainly have some player names on there as well. They expect some solid play from. So, but hey, I mean, we got to go back to this Techies, though. I know Yarn, plays it a lot, but I'm excited to see, hero like Techies. I know as a spectator it can be exciting, but as a player against it, it's got to be damn frustrating, especially knowing it's in the hands of somebody that plays it so often.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's a master tier Techies. He plays it a lot, and it's gonna be interesting to see exactly in laning stage how much he can do and how early he gets the shard. Does he get the shard at 15 minutes flat, because that's what you want? You want to hit that timing, so you get your 300 extra cast range on the jump, and also getting a stun on your blast off. But I'm sure he knows exactly what he's doing and has a great plan here for it. But overall, though, the Techies, it's funny that the Techies is the least surprising thing about the draft that they're running here on Team Dogchamp, because running Queen hard carry, it was meta for a while. I wanted to cover earlier, like RTC was spamming it safe lane, and a lot of other players were using it as well, with usually either Witchblade or Orchid Rush as first item. But more lately, we haven't really seen the safe lane queen in quite a while, I would say. It's not been popular that much, so curious to see him take it back to that. It's good against Ursa, though. He has high mobility, so...
Well,
yeah.
yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up because that's where my head was kind of going too. Not only is it good against Ursa just throughout the game, but maybe even the laning phase too, right? Is there going to be an idea from Dog where they try to maybe run Yuma in the off lane to go up against the Ursa in that matchup for their advantage, or is that just overkill?
No, I don't think they will want to do that. You probably want to pair up the techies with Beastmaster, have that combination of the melee offlaner and a ranged pos 4. It's easier to combine. Otherwise, they would be running double melee on their safe lane as well.
Sure.
So you want to think a lot about the combinations that you have. Dude, this Invoker skin, it looks so crazy. I haven't seen it too many times in game.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous series too, being ran. Kid Invoker's one thing, now you got the wings. It's like, what is just? There's just so much happening.
Looks like a little psychopath, though.
It always has been. Yeah, that's all that magic coming out. It is Exort, by the way. We see right there. So it's going to be the Quas Exort build over the Quas Wex.
Yeah, I like it more in this game. You have Roar to set up as well. Whenever you play Exort, you want to have those good stuns so you can guarantee some Sunstrike kills. They're going to have to concede the top rune here as double ranged bully away the Treant. And Exort allows him to last hit a little bit better against the Storm. Well, of course, burning his mana with the EMP would be nice. I think you're happier being Exort against Storm just to try and deal damage to him and outlast him.
To the laning phase we go. Bloody Nine on the Treant Protector heading towards the top to support his teammate. But yeah, in the mid lane matchup, Storm Spirit versus Invoker. One that we have seen plenty. Is there an advantage you see either way as far as this mid lane going?
Oh, I would say that it's a little bit perhaps a simpler lane for Storm. Not gonna say an advantage for Storm, but usually Storm is a hard hero to shut down if you can't stop him from just walking up and static remnanting. And Invoker doesn't have the best damage in the level 1 to level 2 department, so Storm should have a good start at least here. Hard to say that one is ultimately favored though, beyond that.
Bottom lane Clockwork taking advantage of the early Windlace especially, just kind of runs out of courier, battery is all popped, and not much that techies could do to stop him at that point. So, feeling is already after a solid start there in that sense. Of course, trying to protect for his teammate at the bottom lane, that being Ursa. Need to have him have a good start, especially going back to the fact, again, they picked up Ursa into the Queen of Pain, which, you know, maybe they thought it was going to be mid Queen of Pain, understandably, but even then, it's a unfortunate matchup for him throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the Ursa gets his items and farms up, I think he's going to be happy. Eventually, if this game goes late enough, he's going to have that Blink, Basher, BKB, all these items, and then it doesn't matter which hero is going on. If he's blinking in on them, gets a Bash proc, he can kill them. But he does need a lot of farm in this Ursa. He wants to be pretty much playing like a hard carry here. A little bit of aggression onto Yaren.
They love a kill as the Cogs coming out and just going to blast off away his techies. Trying to go for a turn even onto Ursa, but Ursa is dealing plenty of damage to the Beastmaster, and we'll get that first blood as a result. Popping that Earth Shock to finish the job. Those Fury Swipes started adding up, and Beastmaster knew he was dead.
That was hard fought, but they earned themselves a little bit of farming time as well afterwards there. And a first blood towards the Ursa, who we said really needs to have a good start. He's going to be super happy, immediately buys up the Orb of Venom and wants boots as well, so they can continue to get these laning stage kills.
A sticky bomb from the techies, not enough to save his teammate. So first blood again for not another NA team. I guess another NA team.
Yeah.
Getting confused now.
Are they another? Are they not another?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Ant.
That should be a second
Ant.
team, not Ant. Yeah.
How's that mid looking? 12-3 Storm Spirit, 11-7 Invoker. So yeah, very even on the CS right now when it comes to our mid matchup.
Yeah, they're both doing pretty much as expected. And on top lane, the Queen should be having a very nice lane here, by the way. She's Queen with a Treant Protector against a DP Silencer lane. Very comfortable lane to last it on. Bloody Nine has a harder job here, though, as the support Treant, because he's going to be the one taking all the damage, probably. But I like the matchup here for Dog. I think their lane should be a little bit better.
Speaking of Queen again, especially being that safe lane role, you mentioned, you know, we had a meta where we're seeing a little bit, maybe not as recent, but the point is, Well, what is it a different build than maybe that mid Queen of Pain we'd usually see, or is it pretty similar?
It plays a little bit differently because you are skipping the bottle, right? So you're not gonna go for that since you have no rune control. So instead, it's Falcon Blade is common to do, and he's going for that. He almost has the entire thing. And then after that, we're gonna see him go straight for Power Treads and Witchblade. And from there, most likely this game, you will need a pretty early BKB, I would say. So that's probably what his build looks like, which is a little bit different than if you were playing mid, but not all that. It's mostly just the bottle swap.
Sure. There you go. Looking at bottom as top lane also supports at either lane are taking some heavy damage here. Clockwork going at it with Techies just to the left as Ursa's chasing down Beastmaster. Somebody's dying here, it feels like. It's a matter of who dies first. It's going to be the Techies going out first, and Feeling will survive as well. So yeah, that was... Both the cores were going at it, the supports were going at it, and eventually Techies dies.
And also nice for Ursa as well. You could just quickly join in there and do one low Earth Shock, and that's it. It's the best feeling when you're a carry, and you just quickly join in for the support fight, and you don't invest a lot of time. He didn't miss any CS during it. Top lane again, Bloody Nine going low, but he does have this thematic stick. He's gonna be fine.
Queen of Pain has 14 charges on the Magic Wand. She can feel very confident about diving right here. Gonna go in, popping the Magic Wand. Pops the Scream of Pain, but that heal is keeping him alive a little bit longer. Bloody Nine will help secure the kill. And the Leech Seed doing work right there. And now he throws out of Nature's Grasp. Gonna set up a second kill onto the Silencer. Man, that was a close brawl, but favoring the Dog Squad.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Also, mid lane so close to losing Invoker there to Storm Spirit trying to make an aggressive play using the Vortex. Goes down to less than 20 HP on Invoker there, really low. And yeah, good advantage coming in. They're gonna do a TP bottle refill for mid with Silencer as he died top, just to get some value.
Oh,
And the gank
they are gonna,
yeah.
Yeah, they are gonna finish him off in the end. You mentioned it got really low and stuck around, and well, pays the price.
Yeah, also finds the D-ward on Silencer there, so mid is D-warded and killed. Makes the most out of dying top and immediately going somewhere and making plays happen. Power runes are being scouted by Dog. They're checking both top and bottom runes, so no rune for Storm. This is super crucial. If you play against the Storm and you don't rune control, you're just asking to get punished, but they send both their supports to take those runes.
Going back to that Evoker kill, it's actually Sticky Bomb. Storm Spirit, he is level 6 though, but the Silence to blast off. The Sunstrike is going to be out of range. And Cold Snap trying to keep him in place. However, Storm Spirit just enough to survive. Magic Wand included, and will have to make a way back to base, but he lives. That's what really matters.
Yeah, gets out alive, and the Warden's gonna be happy. He just takes over mid. You know, when you're a support and you see your mid running away like that, that's when you get yourself a little promotion. You're the mid laner now. And he's gonna get himself close to level 5 on this Silencer pretty early in the game.
Yeah, I was talking about Invoker just before that gank attempt. I mean, with that death, that also slowed down his Midas. We saw Sword Spirit get level 6 as well right after, so felt like that could have been really critical in terms of a beginning of a snowball from that Storm Spirit in that Invoker matchup, but not so much the case. That's where makes what Techies did that much more important, the fact they're able to at least send him back to base.
Yeah.
And now he's in the jungle.
And bottom lane is looking so scared here of this Ursa. Ursa's really taken over the lane. Now he's level 6 as well, ahead of the Beastmaster by a full level. Gonna be hard for Beast to really get the farm that he wants. He is closing in on... Oh, nice jump. Finding Jaren.
Yep, that's Storm Spirit for you. Of course, being level 7 now as top lane. Ush goes down. Happens to be by himself, and they take full advantage on the side of Dogchamp.
Yeah, good rotations coming out. And this is what they want, I think, on Storm as well, for RL to actually activate on a Storm Spirit, because sitting mid is very dangerous during nighttime against the techies who could jump from Fog of War and silence you. He lived for that combination last time, but might not be as lucky next time if the Sunstrike is not off the mark.
A Sonic Wave was committed by Queen of Pain to make that kill happen, the first one of the game so far, but obviously necessary and successful with it. So yeah, Ursa going, I'm guessing the Battle Fury here, right? So what are your thoughts there?
Oh yeah, it's Battle Fury. I mean, people were doing Diffusal builds a lot on Ursa. There was a time when people spammed Diffusal, I want to say like what, 5 months ago or something. It was really popular. But now Battle Fury is just the superior build, I feel, to Ursa. You guarantee your scaling, you're guaranteeing that you keep going.
They're gonna keep going. They want to keep going on this Invoker, but out comes the armor. He puts down the Ice Path, and it's just not worth chasing that much more. So Invoker will survive. Good attempt from Ant. RCY was ready though, and there's the Hand of Midas purchase at least. The recipe has been purchased, going to be delivered out. And so we'll keep an eye on that net worth for Invoker and start to just see it jump up at least slightly.
Oh, DP could be in danger here. She's level 5 only.
Oh, great setup on Ursa. So talk about setups. You mentioned the Sunstrike. What better setup than a Beastmaster? It does so right there. Blast off as well from Techies. You talk top lane. Not going to be any kills happening though. A little bit of damage, but out comes the regen. But yeah, big kill on the Ursa.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, exactly what you want from Beastmaster, and that allows him to get back into the game a little bit nicer since his Dominator was so late. But now getting value very early on the Roar when he got it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ideally, you want to keep using this off cooldown as much as possible.
Techies launching in those sticky bombs. Yeah, we see some great uses of that blast off, including in that kill on Ursa, who's now back at the bottom lane though, and slightly delaying that battle period, I suppose, but still overall fairly good lane for him, it feels like. But Beastmaster has his own Helm of the Dominator. Another 40 seconds before Primal Roar is going to be ready, and it feels like, I mean, when that ability is off cooldown, a kill is definitely a high potential here for DogChamp.
It is. It's a risky one to go for on Ursa though, because if he sees you, then he can last second enrage, and you might waste your combination entirely.
Sure.
So it was nice that they managed to get it there, but they kind of have to roar from Fog of War. You can't do it under vision ever, and that's the safety that Ursa has. So as long as he's farming under his tower here, I think it will be hard to get a kill on him.
Seems like Ant's making a conscious decision to swap things up a bit as, well, Beastmaster, no Primal Roar yet. 5 more seconds. Clockwork managing to get out thanks to the cogs. But I was going to mention Storm Spirit's now top lane, allowing for some farm and level for Death Prophet in the mid lane, who just hit level 6 now thanks to this. But obviously a bit of a struggle for Ush early on.
Yeah, I think that's smart because DP was in danger if she stays top. But Storm, look, he goes aggressive on the Queen with the Global Silence.
They're gonna get it, maybe. This help here from Bloody Nine. Gets a blink out, and here's the turn potential. Blast off Silence. Storm Spirit's down the one in trouble. A Sonic Wave. Boom, shakalaka. They take out Storm Spirit, the Warden. You're also not getting away thanks to a Sunstrike to finish the job. Great turn again. Even with the Global Silence, they still could not kill the Quap. That's a big cooldown used.
Yeah, she is pretty hard to burst because she has the Pig Pull and Falcon Blade, so her HP is quite high. And of course, Treant Protector is like the #1 turnaround hero. Mid, they're now trying on Invoker.
Keyword trying once again, Invoker. Guess what? I keep seeing this living armor coming out as you'd expect, thanks to Treant Protector. And beautiful turn with the Primal Roar. They will finish off Invoker though, and they want more. Beastmaster will be more. Can Yuma get enough return damage though? And the answer is no for now. The Siphon Heal from Ush is canceled quickly. Has another charge ready to go. Of course, Exorcism still up for another 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, that's very nice. Getting full value on the Exorcism. Or will it heal him in time?
Well, I'm not sure about this. Yeah, the heal's gonna kick in here in a second. You're right. There we go. The answer is yes, it's gonna heal him. Meanwhile, off to the side, Bloody Nine popped Overgrowth onto the Storm Spirit, but for everything used right there, no kills actually happening.
That was like perfect for Ush. The healing just triggering like the return of the Exorcism just when they tried to burst him. So got absolute max value for that one. Full damage, get some kills, forces the enemy to try and kill him as well, and then he heals to full HP anyway. So back to top lane, now he can farm. Whenever you don't have ulti ready on DP, you kind of just want to sit in the lane and keep hitting creeps like this. But good start, I want to say, overall for Ant here. Getting a little bit of an advantage against a team that's running, again, no real hard carry, right? Queen is an early advantage type hero, so we're expecting them to take control of the game. And the team that's running the Ursa with Battle Fury, if the game keeps going later and later, they will get ahead. They will get advantage more and more.
Yeah, and even without the Battle Fury, Ursa's still topping the net worth chart, and I do think that it's something that DogChamp has to be a little bit concerned about, and it's just going to get that much better, as thanks to Clockwork, you see a hook shot being used, helping to set up the kill on a Treant Protector, and now the tower likely to fall as well. I don't see any defense going to be coming out here. Ush does have 40 seconds on the Exorcism. don't know if I'm going to keep going with it. But again, that Battle Fury, just about online, just needs the gold for the Void Stone, which should have it here in a couple seconds.
Yeah, no real defense coming up, but they do have the Treant and the Glyph, so they delay it a little bit, put the armor again. Makes it so much harder to get through the +8 armor from a level 2 Treant armor. But finally they bring it down. And getting any tier 1 tower down against the Treant Protector feels so important.
It does. It's a journey, man. It's like, think it actually happened. Did not think it was possible. No, but that's got to feel good again for the side of Ant. Now the slight 1,000 network play. Woo, that was living life on the edge right there. But RRL will pick up the regen rune, bottles it up. Obviously a very, very powerful rune on the Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain finds Ursa in the dire jungle. Sticky bombs coming out, but they're missing everything. Ursa's a little slippery.
Important detail there. The Invoker sent his Forge Spirit in and scouted this Ancient stack, but I don't think they're going to be in time to contest it as Ursa, with the Battle Fury, is ready to take it out now. So triple stack is quickly going to go his way. They're not moving over to stop it. So he's just going to get a lot of money here.
Yeah, that just happens to be timing just slightly better for Ant to that point. Yeah, can't really respond to the stack being seen in time. Has just got his Battle Fury, and of course goes on over to take it out. Smoke play. We got Storm Spirit and Silencer. We saw what happened earlier, remember? They tried to go for that kill on Quap, and it backfired. They're hoping for somebody else. They ping out the Beastmaster. Now, they don't actually see him, but they're suspicious that somebody's over here.
Yeah, and they're going up around. Drop the vision.
We've seen this before. Beastmaster? Okay, it is a kill this time, so that's got to feel good if you're Ant. Warden, he's dead. It's going to be an eye for an eye, but still a slight advantage as far as the Beastmaster for the Silencer.
I like the way you said that, Ant Warden. It sounds like Arc Warden, new hero.
The Warden. Oh, wow, Storm Spirit. Oh, my God.
That is some level of hate. Nice catch. Yeah. Yaren again jumping in. The vision from the Hawk there, making sure that they can initiate from Fog of War. And then the silence from Techie's 6-second silence. That's Storm's worst nightmare right there. So good initiation.
And that's, you certainly see a strength there of DogChamp in a team in lineup, especially with that Quap being at position 1. The fact that Source Spirit felt safe because, yeah, they got the kill on a Beastmaster, thinking that, okay, I can go farm in my jungle now a little bit, but DogChamp not letting up. They're saying, all right, you think you're going to let your guard down. Queen of Pain, fine, so you mentioned the Hawk even after death. Beastmaster still very useful, making that kill happen and going to help make another kill happen. Clockwork? Is it going to pop Overgrowth? Yes, it's going to be an Overgrowth use, but still, getting the kill on Clockwork eventually. Jeez, that's a beefy support there, but yeah, they finally break through.
Important to mention that Yaren did indeed get his immediate shard on 15, by the way, so he has that stun on the blast off, which makes it all the more dangerous. So he can also catch people from much farther away now.
That cast range. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Just looking at that circle around him.
Yeah, he's going for Ether Lens too, because this is not enough. He needs even more cast range. You want to catch people from far away. And then you got to add into the effect that it's an AoE ability on top of that, right? So that's the cast range. Then you have a diameter around your nuke landing there as well.
The evolution of techies has really been something, Waga, over time. It's like he went from this mines everywhere to, oh no, techies! Okay, well, just as we're propping him up, and that's what we call a good old caster's curse.
Yeah,
I mean, Yaren, but
it's a good gank tank though. He ran in, revealed the smoke. Honestly, these type of plays you see a lot. The more high level Dota you watch is that supports will run into obviously dangerous territory and just solo die to an entire enemy team. But that's fine. Like, what are Ant doing right now because of that Techie's kill? Nothing. They're not even taking mid tower. They know that killing Techies doesn't really matter. He's already respawning now. So ultimately, he prevented one smoke gank, you could say, by trading his life for it. And if he keeps his core alive, that's perfect.
Yeah, no, very, very fair point. I mean, yeah, the cores of DogChamp are busy pushing out lanes and farming elsewhere. And as they say that, they realize Ant's now hunting some more, and Queen of Pain specifically will fall back. He's got the Falcon Blade, the Witch Blade we mentioned. Now it's a Kaya. This is going to go for the Kaya and Sange. BKB. Maybe even a Sheep Stick after that. So we're getting some good insight there as far as the Queen of Pain and what he's building. But he still it keeps coming back to Waga that they're dealing with an Ursa that is still top net worth, has that Battle Fury. A BKB is coming up next for him. And that, as usual, feels like kind of that crucial item to really give a chance now for Ant.
Yeah, Ursa's big, but he also has a tall order this game because his Storm and his DP, none of them are really like popping off this game. So he is farming, he is getting a lot done, but I feel like there's a lot of threats for him to deal with in this game currently. So he's gonna need the BKB to be complete, and then pretty quickly needs the Basher as well. Top, we see
Silencer.
Silencer gonna go down.
Violencer. Oh, no, I tried. Yeah, it's kind of one of those cases though, like you said, it's like, yeah, it's a support, you know, at least he found everyone.
Yeah, but this time they have pushing heroes, so they kill him and right next to a tower, so using the Dominator they just push and then smoke immediately. I like this tempo that Dog are deciding to go with.
Now, you gotta think Ant's very suspicious though. They scouted Roshan, they saw nobody was there. Yeah, they're playing this pretty safe. They're even scanning in the middle lane. It's not there, but you can just tell that Ush is positioned over in the trees. They know something's up, but is he positioned enough? God, that shard is ridiculous. However, okay, never mind, it is enough. The TP's not gonna matter.
Wow, that was
they all just
really clean actually. They like Queen ulti into Sunstrike there. That was so nicely done, the execution on that.
Yeah.
Techies with the catch range, but more that the Queen of Pain and the Invoker as well follow up so beautifully there.
Dire's bottom tower.
I'm with. I thought Death Prophet was actually gonna survive for a second. Those TPs, he think something could have happened for Ant, but no, it's the execution was there. The Sunstrike specifically. What level's that Exort? It is maxed out Exort, so that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and now they have Aegis on Queen. It is a lovely hero to have the Aegis on. She can play so aggressively and dive in. Doesn't have the ulti available, but you don't really need it. Queen can do a lot of damage just by blinking and right-clicking with that Witchblade.
And yeah, Queen of Pain is interesting too because for the longest time at least, you think kind of a more fragile hero, obviously. Gets the 11 strength talent though as well, and, you know, with all her build up too. I mean, she's sitting at, it's a lot of life. 1800 max, 1600 depending on the power tread swap right there. So this is not an easy to kill Queen, especially when you factor in that living armor also coming into factor. Level 4
might be in danger here. They're gonna chase down.
Well, this is that interaction we're talking about, though, with the Global Silence response. Queen of Pain in trouble, so he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Out, gonna be used the Aegis. They get the kill on a Trina as well. He got Overgrowth off just before. Ursa is not gonna be able to stand his ground. That is a well worth Aegis use there. If you're the side of Dog Champ, you're like, thank you very much. We'll take that every day of the week, and they'll even take the kill on a Silencer. Double kill for Yuma. So, yeah, a bit committed there to take out that Queen of Pain when she had an Aegis. Not ideal.
Yeah, they were pretty far out without towers as well, so they kind of got wrapped up around on by Dog Champ. They had nice positioning there, and because of losing that fight, they're now immediately losing the bottom tier 2. Any lost fight is basically a lost objective when you play against Beastmaster, so you have to pick your fights really well. I think Ursa was farming a little bit the dangerous territory of the map there, as we can see the move coming in. They tried to bait with Ursa, but ultimately they didn't have enough heroes.
Yeah, and as farmed as he is, oh, that's another big kill, actually. Storm Spirit does get cut out. I thought he was going to fall back, so I kind of went away myself, but never mind. Ends up continuing to...
Yeah, Storm just went down to a Techies Invoker gank, by the way. That is exactly what he died to. It was just a Techies going in, doing most of the damage, and then Sunstrike, of course, assisting it. So pretty value this Techies so far, I have to say. Yaren, the Master Tier Techies, is showing that he knows what he does on this hero. He's initiated a lot of these fights.
I mean, this style of techies with the latest model, that kind of goes back to what I was going to mention earlier with the evolution of techies over time. It's not your just typical, I just put mines everywhere and I'm just, no one really likes me in this game.
Yeah, here's that play, jumps in, and there's no way you survive that, Storm.
That's that range. You mentioned the Aether Lens he was working on, he has it now. I mean,
his IOV Seer too. He has even more cast range.
How that's crazy. Like the initiation, it's a free blink. It's like even better than a blink because it stuns on top of that immediately and the damage.
Look
and
at the range of his proximity mines. Even that's so hilarious. Actually, with the Vizier and the Aether Lens, like even just his proximity mines can be thrown so far.
I mean, yeah. No, this is at this build. This is arguably. It feels like one of the best initiation heroes you could ask for. We're gonna see again right here, catching Ursa. Global Silence though. Will be baited out, and now they're turning. They are pissed off at Techies, understandably, and they will at least get the turn kill.
Yeah, good Glimmer reaction as well.
Ooh, trying to bait them uphill. BKB forced out for the Ursa.
Oh no,
Meatballs
Ursa,
flying
what are
in.
you doing?
Proper roar. BKB, you ain't immune to that, buddy. Holding his ground. Gets his enrage off. Still alive at the time being. Is not going to be alive long enough, though. Finally falls. And Beastmaster manages to live, cutting through the trees down the uphill up here. RCY is holding strong. Queen of Pain also still looking pretty good. They finally kill Beastmaster, but Death Prophet not the most satisfied in the end as she falls right after herself. And now the push.
Yeah, they're gonna run up the high ground because only 2 supports are alive here. They killed every single core. They're gonna go for some damage. I think the Ursa hit the nature scraps just barely in the beginning of that fight because he tried to jump in and then he didn't get anywhere, just stuck. So I think he took a little bit of damage. His blink got cancelled, and suddenly he had to BKB, and then overgrowth after BKB is never what you want to have happen as Ursa.
Primal Roar, it just that kind of to that point. Yeah, they have several abilities that are just that BKB Piercer, right? Those two right there.
I mean, that's his
example.
That's his first big fight that he's joining. He needs to have a clutch contribution here. You've been farming the entire game. Your team is, trying to create space for you. So that one did not succeed. He needs to really get a clean entrance into the next fight that he joins.
Queen of Pain hates it up. Jordan with the team, just flying forward. Falling forward even further with that blink. Finds a free kill and a silencer, I'm guessing. There you go. Yaren says thank you very much. Going for Ursa now, too.
Oh no, the
hook shot.
Not long enough.
Yes.
He's stuck.
And claw for oh, Storm's Burst in the miss. Didn't even notice that initially. Gets the kill on Techies, but not worth it, buddy. Yeah. Again, these BKBs for these cores, like it's a great item to have in really in any game, sure, but it's just not the answer. This game, you can't feel invulnerable with it on. Clearly,
it's too disconnected. They need to play to the strength of their draft right now, and the Ursa and the Storm together can be a great initiation force and also kill anything. If you can jump in with a Storm and grab anyone, then the Ursa blinks in with BKB and follows up. He can kill whichever hero you find. But Storm went in to try and bail out the Clockwork, who was caught out, but Ursa is running away at the same time. They need to connect at the same time over on Ant right now.
Ursa, of course, working on the Basher next. Obviously a very ideal item to have, but still a ways off of that. Invoker is almost level 20, not surprising, especially with the Hand of Midas and doing all the split pushing. But that talent's going to be kicking in as a result. Techies, yeah, good old Force Staff, you'll be fine.
Yeah, he forced out the BKB again with this jump from Techies. Now Ursa doesn't want to fight because it doesn't have it.
Oh no. Oh, that blink, that was pretty clutch right there, but he's still not out of the wood just yet, quite literally. Hush, this Black Dragon's causing issues. Gonna pop that Siphon, heal up a little bit, Force Staff away, another TP support coming in. This one, Storm Spirit flies in, Global Silence, so chance maybe for Ant. They're gonna kill Tree and Protector. Pull in on Invoker. Beastmaster has a proper war. Can he set under Ursa? They're going for the trick on the triple meatball. Being placed down, no chance for Ursa to survive that one, and they blow up Clockwork, who had the cogs in their face. They want more. Are they gonna get more? Hush, Exorcism, it's scary.
Hush is trying,
but left.
I think they can just keep kiting him. It's a little bit tough for him to go in, so ultimately gonna have to step down, knowing that he doesn't have Ursa. Storm is out of mana, no resources on him.
Yeah, if anything, it makes them stop pursuing for more kills. That's really what that Exorcism does, but Dog Champ, hey, reset, farm some more, 12,000 net worth lead overall. And then continue the push, because it does feel like Wagga that Ant just unfortunately doesn't have the answers they need right now.
They don't. It's difficult. They can still turn this, I would say, but it's proving difficult against all the saves that you also have on the side of Dogchamp now, with the Force Staff on Techies, the armor from Treant, the mech on Treant as well, and of course the Tornado being able to bail people out. There's been moments where it looks like they're about to kill someone, only for them to get snatched away last second.
Well, Storm Spirit thinks a potential answer, at least to help, is getting that Acceptor, a mini black hole of sorts. AoE Electric Vortex. We'll see if he's even able to get it, let alone the use.
Yeah, Tech is chasing down the DP here, doing quite a bit of damage, keeping her in place here.
It's just, and yeah, with that reactive taser, it's like they don't want to jump on you necessarily, especially with teammates nearby. Techie's just able to just run at the enemy and have them run away is something.
Yeah, he's been kind of frontlining for his team even, the Techie. He's just going on anyone that he sees. Even if the kill potential is very low to bring someone down, he's been forcing out BKBs or just forcing people to run away, playing at a real bully style. And now this puts them in a good position to take mid tower. Of course, and they want to try for top tower, but I don't think they will stick around for it. Against Treant armor, there's no way you can sneak that one.
Yeah. Seen a lot of tier 3 items popping in there. I see a Titan Sliver in the hands of Yuma on the Queen of Pain. So again, this is not your fragile Queen of Pain here. Especially with that item too. I mean, 2700 max life has the BKB, the full Kai and Sange.
Yeah, it's usually what people would go for on Queen, this hyper tanky build. It really started a lot, the safe lane Queen, when the strength talent was buffed as well, going up to 11 strength instead of, I think it was 9 before on level 10. You can get so tanky, and like you said, this Titan Sliver is fantastic this game. Helps him stay alive even better.
You see RCY mentioned going to be level 20, is level 20 now, and does have the shard to buff up the Chaos Meteor in terms of getting those 2 extras. That's why we're seeing the 3 coming out. Does get the Chaos Meteor damage talent, so those, as we call them, the meatballs, the meteors flying down, are dealing plenty of damage in these fights too. But look at the smoke play. Can they catch Beastmaster? Can they kill him quickly? That's more the appropriate question, and the answer is yes. And he's out for a minute, no buyback. So an opening here for Ant, perhaps. Global Silence. Yuma, not the target they want, though, as we go back to. He's a bit too tanky. Yaren, reactive Taser, helping to keep him alive back here. Sonic Wave comes out to blow up in the backlines onto Ursa. Ursa was a little bit behind his teammates. He gets blown up. And now it's turn time for Dogchamp. Ush doing what he can, holding his ground with that exorcism. The Siphons are off the heels. He's going to go for the TP play. That ain't going to work. Overgrowth locking him down in place. And down falls Ush. Storm Spirit back to base, but the turn was there for Dogchamp. And now they're going for Roshan.
That beautiful Hex reveal on Invoker. Blink Hexes on the Ursa. It doesn't matter if you have BKB or your Enrage. None of that matters.
Sure.
If you can get Blink Hex from Fog of War, no way you can react to that. So he tried to follow up his team. I mean, Storm was diving here. You can see the aggression as they tried to follow. But look at Ursa on the backline. He's trying to follow his team and play with him. Blink Hex, boom. They burst him so fast.
Oh, man.
That was that's really well done.
Yeah, very good execution. That's got to be such a bad feeling, though, for Ant. I was going to say, it's like, you think you have a shot.
Oh, no, he's hexed again. We go back into the game. He's hexed again.
Storm Spirit's dead. Yeah, no chance. This Hex, obviously not a reveal that time. That just simply, they know he has it, but it just doesn't matter. The Invoker, he's just going off here.
Yeah, this is a great item build as well by Invoker. I like that they are respecting that they need to have BKB on every single core this game on Dogchamp. They have BKB Invoker, BKB Queen, and BKB on the Beastmaster. Because if you play against Silencer and Storm, you don't really have much of a choice. But then after that, going for this Blink Hex early is so value this game.
Techies. He's almost level 20. What does he get at 20 there? The blast off cooldown, likely. I mean, the way he's building here, what does that make it at? That's minus 15 seconds. He got it. It's insane.
A little bit of a misclick there. Lands the Hex onto a melee creep instead of one of the heroes, but they can just back up and reset.
Well, they also got the Global Silence out, so...
They did. They baited it. They protected that melee creep with the Global Silence. Make sure it doesn't get bursted.
Meant to do that. That's what Invoker's saying right there.
Top tower
Ancient Granite Golem leading the front charge. That's the last outer tower destroyed for Dogchamp. They even got 3 smokes up. I was going to say, if you're Ant, you maybe just try for a smoke play here yourself and see what you can do. Clockwork has it in the base. But
yeah, top lane is shoving in, so it's really hard. And now even with the Hawks as well from Beastmaster, look at this. They're going to smoke on their ward, I think, if they try. They're probably not even going to try because mid is shoving in.
Yeah.
But this deep vision coming in from Beastmaster, literally seeing you in your own base, can make it very hard to get out and do anything productive.
Feels bad, man. Octarine Core finished on Techies, by the way.
That typical +4 item. Yep, normal.
Oh, God. Yeah. 11-second cooldown on that blast off. Okay. Yeah, he's down for 75 seconds at least. They quickly pick him off. They do give away that they have vision there, of course, but hey, it's a kill for Ant, so.
Yeah, and
They gotta start somewhere.
60 seconds. He's pretty high level. He's level 20 on this Techies, so that gives them a little bit of time to get out here. Comparing that Techies level, by the way, to level 11 and 14 supports on the side of Ant, him being level 20 is gonna put him on the sideline for a while. And they can actually access their own Ancients and give Ursa time to farm him.
Yeah. Yep, an opening. As we always go back to, definitely seeing bigger comebacks, certainly. But it's still a comfortable lead for DogChamp, to say the least. They're going to take out the Radiant Jungle some more. Queen of Pain, I don't know if we mentioned, but the Assault Cuirass finished on her. You have these Boots of Bearing now picked up on Beastmaster as well. So just more of these items that as a team are just benefiting all each other. In fact, Guardian Creeps almost finished on Treant. So yeah, we're hitting that point where these heavy aura-based items, teamfight items, are really coming together as well for DogChamp.
Invoker coming for help top. He's scouting out the Clockwork, stalking him with the Hex. He's ready any moment. There he goes. He can solo that.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Yeah, not even hard. He was waiting for backup, but at some point he realized, wait, this guy's just dead to me.
Yeah. Maybe making sure, you know, if there's a better target, but yeah, it was just Clockwork in the end.
Well, he also, if you went earlier, there was actually backup for Clockwork nearby, but when Clockwork started retreating, he realizes, okay, he's probably alone now, so it was really well played that he didn't get, you know, too anxious to go immediately. But played it out patiently, and looks like he's going for a full refresher on the Invoker. Oh boy.
Oh man. He finishes it, but speaking of that, Silencer did finish his own refresher, so they do have double global silence now online.
Yeah, that's a value tool. If he can be quick with the double silence after the BKB from Beastmaster comes out and stop the roar, that could be massive.
And I don't know if he's showing it yet. Not that that really matters, but you know, maybe he has. Either way, yeah, double silence global, pretty good.
Yeah, they've seen it, they're aware of it, but I'm not sure 100% that they have clicked it. Like, the information was there, I'm not sure if they have communicated it. Didn't see any pings.
Well, a chance. They smoke up. They smoked up really, I don't know if they were seen by this Hawk, dude. They did smoke up, like, next to the tier 4 terrace. Either way, the Ag Scepter also finished on Storm Spirit, so that's another tool that is new for the side of Ant to potentially see in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, they need... Oh, the hook. I think that's
Swing and
good that
miss.
he missed there, because fighting into that high ground could have been difficult. So sometimes you miss a hook, it might be a good thing for you.
Blessing in disguise, as they say. Certainly one of those there. Queen of Pain, though. 2,600 gold saved up even as they're pushing in.
Yeah, look at
the
that
ancient
Granite
Golem.
Golem. He's smacking.
With the living armor on top of that, I know the animation's very obvious, but yeah, can't forget, it's what do you do?
Actually kind of crazy. It had like 40 armor there when standing close to Queen of Pain with Assault Cuirass, with living armor, with all the buffs they're putting on it. It's really hard to kill.
Well, you almost feel for Ant as far as this hold that they've been in for a bit now, but hey, they are doing their best to hang in there. See what they can make happen, but credit to DogChamp as well. You know, they're not forcing the issue. They're not like, oh yeah, we have this comfortable, let's just go YOLO. They're still playing it very tactical. Very
tactical and very disciplined. Like, even now, they're going for an Aeon Disc on the Invoker. He realizes that they can still jump him. He can still get killed very quickly by something like Ursa and Storm, just getting the right angle. But now with that Aeon Disc, it's gonna be even harder. Here comes the smoke though. Techies. Forces out.
Yeah, it's a good target, is it though? I mean, they're gonna kill him pretty quick. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, he's living. He's living. He's living! And they're turning the big wombo combo. All of a sudden, it's Ursa by himself. It feels like he is gonna die, and they're also gonna get the kill on a Clockwork. Ultra kill for RCY. And Yaren's like, yeah, that just happened.
I love the refresher on Invoker for Deafening Blast at the end there. And literally the only spell he needed to refresh gets the last kill there. But he's completely ready for another fight, but there's nobody left to fight. They're all dead already.
Oh man, who cares about this push? Let's take a look at this replay once again. It's just ridiculous. Like, I thought for sure Yaren's dead at least. And so did Ant, but no.
Yeah, the Taser on Techies is pretty effective at protecting you if the enemy don't want to come in BKBs or if they have no dispels against you. And they didn't want to waste BKB just for jumping at Techies. But ultimately, they paid the price heavily there. They showed all their heroes trying to go on this support. Now trying to hold their fountain or their throne, but they can't even show themselves. They just get deleted.
DogChamp gonna finish this the old-fashioned way. They take out the throne, and GG, well played. DogChamp victorious here in game number 1. So that was entertaining to say the least. And to me, it really feels like, and I stress this even going into the Daewaga, that these teams, especially in this division 2, just play your own game. Play what you're comfortable with. Don't overthink it. Don't worry about this meta that everyone else is maybe running. Play your own game. And it certainly feels like DogChamp did that here, again, with a couple of unique things. We talked about Yaris playing the techies. It is his kind of hero, but not one that a lot of people run. Made great use of it. The Queen of Pain safe lane. Clearly, they were comfortable with their strategy, and as unique as it might have been, and they made it work.
Yeah, they did. It was really nice. I would love to hear what Gods thought about this as well, because this was such a tempo draft, but it also looked like they were pretty confident going late game with the way they were itemizing and building. And welcome back, Gods.
Hello. I had a lot of fun with that one. Not every day you get to see some of these picks, and the way they played such an aggressive draft was just a lot of fun. And getting to see Yaren techies is always a treat.
He played so good that game. I mean, he was really the initiator of almost every single good fight for DogChamp. He was there at the start. Even the fight at the end where he was being gone on, he technically initiated that by letting them go on him. So he was, to me, pretty much the outstanding player in game 1 here. And fun to watch a techies perform at this level.
Did he earn the respect ban?
Oh, jeez.
I would probably ban it if I was on team Ant right now, but yeah, he definitely showed the potential of the hero, right? Not many players value this hero, but if you know what you're doing, look at that stun as well there.
Oh, AoE stun into silence with a huge amount of damage is just absurd.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be the MVP of this game, but at the same time, I feel like he certainly would deserve it. I mean, I know the stat line's actually a little bit sexier on the Queen of Pain, 9-0 and 16. He had a 15-2 and 17 Invoker. But yeah, techies, because of how unique it is, but also just the impact that we truly saw. And then, here's that, essentially the final fight right here. The fact he lives is just absurd.
It looks so weird. He just walked away with like 50, not even 50, like 10 HP. He just waddles away like, okay, you tried to kill me, now I'm just gonna leave. Thank you. And that was a very dominant game, I want to say. It all comes down to the reveal of Ursa with BKB Blink Battle Fury didn't really have the impact that you want to have from it. I feel like when you're running the hard carry versus the team without hard carrying this, there has to be a defining moment where you show up and you're big and strong and do something with it. But there was that moment he tried to blink in, ended up getting awkwardly caught, preemptively BKBing, and then getting roared without raging. I think Argius had a pretty rough game here, probably gonna beat himself up, but hopefully not too much, because this is a best of 3. They can still turn this around.
Yeah, you mentioned the rough game. It felt like he had a decent timing on his Battle Fury, then he farmed up a nice big Ancient stack before, even though it got scattered out. So where did things kind of go wrong for the draft as a whole that the Ursa couldn't really work this game, do you feel?
I think it's all about the vision game, right? The advantage of vision that you have when you have a techies planting mines. Some people forget, but those few mines that he plants here and there, they do give a little bit of vision. Beastmaster being the big vision winner, and Treant Protector, like Breaky pointed out as well, is also playing that vision game. It's hard for him. Even the random Forge Spirits just scouting around, they needed to get good initiations, but Dog did a really good job controlling the map and not getting caught out too much by the attempted smoke ganks that Ant made. But yeah, they needed to find that opening, and they just couldn't.
Yeah, as great as an observer we have, and you were definitely bringing it up multiple times throughout that game yourself, it's still truly hard to appreciate how much vision they were certainly getting on the side of DogChamp between everything that you just mentioned right there. And the only ones that can appreciate it is another NA team, because they were feeling it. They probably felt like they were literally always seen, no matter where they were on the map. And it looks like it is official, Gods. Boyar and his MVP.
There we go. It's maybe the NA DPC, but it's the man from Europe getting the MVP here in the opening game between DogChamp and not another North American team, as Yaren, the techies, the specialist.
Yeah, well, He definitely delivered. I mean, I enjoy playing techies a lot myself. I'll admit, I'll confess, I'm a bit of a techie spammer myself back in the days at least. I even played him competitively back in Dota 1 days. I played him tournaments. So I love this hero. And it's fun to watch the way Yaren plays him. I think he really has a great understanding of how to get the most out of the hero. Like, the way that he positioned himself primarily was the impressive part to me.
Well, and I think there's something to be said, again, whether or not this, from this performance, but just in general with how the hero works, that there is validity to being able to run this hero a bit more now in competitive play. So I'm not saying people should start picking up techies across the board, but I think it's certainly in a much more stable spot to at least be seen.
You heard it here, folks. Pick techies. Breaky 2023. I mean, blame Breaky if you have a techies in your game.
I mean, you mentioned Yaren. Who are the other big techies players out there that you fear the most, Waga?
There's a few actually. There are a few in Europe that spam it. I would say Yond is a really good techie spammer. There's a moment where Yapsor was playing techies.
I was going to say
well.
Yapsor.
I mean,
Puppy also played it for a little bit.
Yeah, there's a few, but I think Yond is probably one that my mind goes to. He's really good at that too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the other one I remember, Zayats as well. He used to play a lot of techies.
Yeah.
Sure. But anyway, that's the techie show. We'll see if we get another techie show in game number 2. I have a feeling, they may not want to have to deal with that hero again. We'll see if not another North American team ban it out, or if we're going to get a repeat. We're going to take a quick break and come back with game number 2 of our best of 3. We'll see you there. And we're back. We've been treated to some high-octane, fun, fast-paced Dota so far here, and we're hoping there's more to come, but also hoping there is a bit more to come. We've yet to have that 3-game series. This is only, our second series of the day, but it'd be great if we could see DogChamp and not another North American team take it to that Game 3. What needs to change, Breaky? What do you feel like, needs to be tweaked when it comes to Ant or coming into this game number 2?
Well, first off, clarifying their name, because I was doing the same thing as you're doing right now.
That's why I'm smiling.
I believe it's another NA team.
It is
another NA team.
Oh, it's not okay.
I know, it just feels so natural, right? Like, I feel like it should be not another NA team, but...
True.
Anyways, no, but as far as, what they get, I will say, again, in that first game, I do feel like a lot of it, there's really a lot to it, but they did have a decent start in some aspects, specifically that Ursa was able to get the farm. It just, what goes back to that last game was that gank from Beastmaster with the Sunstrike coming in and Techie's doing his thing. That kind of then really set the tone for DogChamp. So, looking out for an opportunity like that to not happen to themselves and capitalize, and, we'll see. The point is, I still think they're very capable of competing here.
I think so too, and I think they're doing themselves a good favor here by just getting rid of the techies going into next game, because you don't want to be the team that goes out like first series in DPC and lose twice in a row to a techies. It doesn't feel good. So sure, give it to Yaren. He played really well in his techies last game. Ban it out in the first phase here, respect it, and they also banned out the Broodmother. Over on DogChamp, they banned Lina and Ember, and we'll see what the first pick is. It's gonna be the Treant. He's back, the big boy.
They left open Tusk, though. Tusk we have been seeing banned, I want to say, all 3 of the games so far today in those first 2. So curious if DogChamp is going to snatch that one up. But yeah, Tree Protector, we were talking off the stream there as we're coming back up from the break. But yet, this feels like a hero that it's understandable why he's the most picked right now from the NA meta up in Division 1. And we're kind of seeing that translate in Division 2. He's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not even just in NA. Like, Treant is just dominating across all regions. He's very popular, very strong, especially in EU. He's played a lot as well. He just has crazy laning presence ever since they buffed him, and of course his global saving potential to help anyone who gets initiated upon can really make it difficult to get stuff done across the map.
Cool.
Well, bit of a pivot. I mean, pivot, but also a bit of the same. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it with the Beastmaster, but they get it with the Pugna. So, with the Techies banned, it looks like this may be the support option, whether it's for Yaren or for Bloody Nine. It's at least likely going to be one of the DogChamp supports.
Probably. It can also be core. Like, it's a bit of a curveball, I feel, the Pugna. It definitely, I agree with you that it kind of screams support, but nothing wrong with playing a core Pugna as well.
Pugna's, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like more of, if you're going to be seeing him nowadays, though, he's more of like a response pick, if anything, whereas Enfeeble's really benefited, or, if you need some extra tower push. I mean, they already had the Beastmaster first pick, so I think this kind of goes back to what I was saying, even with the last draft for DogChamp, is that they have their own game plan in mind, clearly, as we saw in that first draft, a little more unique in certain aspects, and they made it work very well, so perhaps another case here with the second pick Pugna.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Yaren's hero, and they're just running this combination of Beast and Pugna, and they can both push really well and lay in damage to the tower. Also, a nice thing with the Pugna is that he kind of covers this pick that we just saw. The counter pick to Beastmaster that we see quite often is the Enchantress, being able to steal the boar, and also is quite good at bullying him in laning stage. But Pugna is fantastic against Enchantress. The Decrep into Drain is a good way to burst her down, and you can't really kill something with impetus if Pugna is around to Decrep.
Yeah, it seems to be a counter pick they were almost expecting when you put it like that, because going back to game 1, they picked the Beastmaster, and then immediately afterwards Enchantress was banned. So this time around, Ant get a chance to, pick up that quote-unquote counter pick to the Beastmaster, and we'll see if DogChamp are, a step ahead with the Pugna or not when it comes to, having the counter for the counter. Not a whole lot revealed, though, for another NA team. They've just picked up their 2 supports. How do you feel about kind of going for this opener where you're just not picking up any of these cores, Waga?
Personally, I prefer revealing like one support and one offlaner, like the way that we're suspecting that DogChamp are doing right now as well. Revealing both supports used to be the meta. Like, I want to say 1 or 2 years ago, it was always what people did, and going back even further, people always did that. but it's shifted more and more. And nowadays, we even have Div 1 teams and top-level teams revealing two core heroes rather than 2 supports because they think it's so high value. Teams like Tundra quite often reveal their core heroes instead of showing what their supports are going to be. So yeah, I think it can be a little bit telling to draft like this.
To that point, though, I feel like another NA team might have got pigeonholed into doing this. In kind of as you brought up, as we all know, Enchantress is a great counter to Beastmaster specifically. So, and of course, they're going to first pick a Tree and Protector if he's left on the board, right? So it almost kind of falls in a place like that where, sure, it is just now 2 supports likely, unless they're going for some of this core Enchantress, which we have seen pop in here and there, mid Enchantress, dare I say. But no, it's you want him in the Beastmaster matchup, so likely to be that support role. But that's where my guess, at least as far as where that logic is coming from.
I agree with you that it probably is that, but it always has me whenever I was in that situation of drafting or like playing, when you feel like something is like, oh, this is a natural reaction, you're like, wait a minute, it feels
That's
too
what they
good.
want.
It's like the pieces are just falling together. Like we get our treant, okay, they let that through. Did they want us to have it? And then we can pick the Enchantress against the Beastmaster. Wait, was this calculated? You have to always second guess yourself when it feels almost too natural.
So heading towards some of those second round of picks now is, some pretty standard bans coming out. We saw the Nature's Prophet earlier today. That gets banned out. Obviously, Dogchamp are going to start targeting some of those cores, specifically ones they feel like, may give Beastmaster trouble in lane. We've talked a bit about, Ant going for the double support. What kind of heroes can Dogchamp look to pair up with the Beastmaster? Are they just super flex? We saw them do Co-op Invoker, and the fact they didn't pick a traditional carry with it, is this just super open when it comes to Dogchamp's, Beastmaster opening pick?
I think it's fairly open, but I like that you mentioned the Invoker, because I think that hero, if it's not removed here in the second phase, then it's still definitely something that you might lean towards and go towards here if you have the Beastmaster and the Pugna and Invoker. I kind of like the synergy between the heroes. They can work really well for taking towers, killing, pickoffs, team fights, all of it's kind of covered. So I think that should be a priority ban, but maybe Ant have something else that they want to get rid of. They're digging into their reserve time a little bit here, so this is a crucial moment for them.
Radiant team back.
Beast Invoker seems to put, it's kind of similar to like the Death Prophet that we saw earlier, where it's like you've got pretty much everything you need. When you mentioned team fight, you've got pushing, you've got Roche, so you can pick a carry that doesn't, the Ursus that don't hit buildings, for example. You can pick a carry Queen of Pain because you've covered most of the, the typical gaps that you need to cover with Beastmaster Invoker already.
Yeah, we see. We see that the drafts are, shaping out a little bit here as they ban out the Zeus. Not a hero that we have seen, but would be, again, global damage coming in with something like Pugna amping up the damage from the Thunder God's Wrath as well by decrepping the targets. So it's interesting to see that they didn't ban the Invoker, but went with this instead. Of course, a lot of these teams do have information on each other and have scrimmed against each other. Talk to some of the players, and it's it's the beginning of the DPC here, and I think we as casters have less information than the teams have right now, but it's all going to be clear in a little bit of time.
I gotta ask, we're getting into last game or two of the day break. Is there anything you feel like just general draft meta wise you're wishing would get picked more, or something that's gone under the radar when it comes to these drafts?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the drafts are super surprising beyond the techies and the no carry draft that we saw last game, of course, from Dogchamp. But overall, the heroes that they're prioritizing are strong heroes in the current patch. I think maybe one that's a little bit sleeper for me right now is that Slark is not very heavily prioritized, even though he's still very, very strong in the current patch.
Yeah, going with the NA counterparts over there in Division 1 especially, I think Tiny is actually one that stands out to that point where we really haven't been seeing him banned, let alone picked in these matches, and this is another example of that here. And as far as Division 1 is concerned, was the fourth most picked, was 13-11 in 24 games, so a hero that's not getting love so far at least. Snapfire, I was going to say maybe another one duo is the fifth most, and sure enough, another NA team will pick him up though.
Okay, so probably the offlane Snapfire that has been very popular. A lot of teams run with the Guardian Greaves Rush on a Snap offlane, and just fight pretty active offlane type hero. Not necessarily a full frontliner, but she does get pretty tanky with that build as well. They could of course still run it mid, they could flex it, but more than likely it's going to be offlane.
And they get a Shadow Fiend to go with it, so the Swag Fiend coming out, they don't necessarily know their matchup, but they feel like this is something they can kind of build a solid draft around. We haven't seen too much Shadow Fiend. What's the general idea behind the pick coming in here for Ant?
I'm suspecting it can be safe lane as well. Against Beastmaster, it's a super punishing safe lane hero against Beastmaster. SF can hard win that lane if the supports are even. The races are very strong in laning stage. So against a melee hero like Beastmaster, who has to get pretty close, you can easily triple race him. And the fact that you can slow with races as well. But Dogchamp, they're going to go back to the Invoker here. The global combination that we talked about was not respected and banned out.
Cool. And that's, yeah, will that bite them in the butt? Have to see. We'll have to wait and see. But Dogchamp, I'm sure, is very satisfied to be able to get that Invoker picked up here. But yeah, the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, definitely, and I feel like, yes, something we certainly have been seeing a bit of recently as well. So,
Radiant team banned.
got bans to go, though. They got the Faceless Void. That's been another hero that I've noticed has been getting a lot of attention on the bans. I want to say every single game even has been banned, usually even earlier on, but this time around, another NA team will take it out before the last option happens here.
Yeah, you don't want to play against Invoker, Beast, and Void in the same team. That's just too much. Chrono and Roar, the Invoker can just go Exort and go into Aghanim's and destroy everyone. So, good ban. Also, the time dilation is very strong against stuff like Shadow Fiend, who has all the races that he wants to cast.
Yeah. Does feel like Dogchamp, mentioned earlier, obviously picking the Invoker again. Does seem like they've, been scrimming and playing. I mean, this is one of the team that's been around the longest, but they've come in with a very clear identity and kind of idea behind their drafts that they're going to stick to. It does seem like they're one of the teams that, in a lot of ways are have shown up very prepared.
Yeah, I would like to see how teams are going to deal with this. If Beastmaster is going to be one of their kind of staple heroes that I want to play around, or we're going to see teams adapt and start going with something like Night Stalker with the Shard to eat the Dominator creep. There are ways to play around that. But yeah, here for day one, it seems like Dogchamp, they have an idea. They're kind of playing similar to last game, but just a little bit different, changing out the techies to the Pugna, and of course putting out the CM as well. CM is easy to fit into any draft, I feel, though. That hero is so flexible.
Of course, if they keep picking the Beastmaster, one of the obvious ways you can always address it is you just ban it out. Dogchamp used to have Lukey on the team with his infamous Pengo, and at some point he just never gets to play it because, you become so well known for something as your best hero, you're not going to get to play it every game.
Yeah, and that's providing value to your team. If you can be that good at a hero that the enemy team is just playing with one less ban, that's value right there.
Yep. Second ban techies, that's pretty much that.
Yeah, first phase techies ban, you're in their heads.
Yeah, you certainly are.
Well, we'll see how another NA team look to round out their draft as they have got a lot of this minus armor going in with the Shadow Fiend, something they maybe indicates more physical damage from their other core, which is what at least Dogchamp are afraid of with the Lone Druid as well as the Drow Ranger ban. As for Dogchamp last game, it was the Queen of Pain carry with the Beastmaster Invoker, but they may have other ideas. With the Crystal Maiden, you may want to go for like one of those kind of more melee carries that can really take advantage of some of these early CM nukes.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I mean, banning out the Ursa was probably a smart move by Ant, because Ursa CM is a lane that is very difficult to go into, especially for a hero like Snap, who's not the fastest. It can be hard to get away from. But Ant have to reveal their hero first here before Dogchamp do anything. Down to 10 seconds. I don't think there's anything that stands out super clear to me that they should be going for. I'm curious to see what they should take here. Right, it's going to be Tiny. Like, Breaky, you were calling for some Tiny.
There you go. You know what I was also thinking about as this draft was finishing up here? I was like, honestly, Dogchamp. I wonder if Tiny's seems like could be that safe lane. Tiny as a possibility paired up with the Crystal Maiden, as you talked about, and gives that kind of melee. But no, another NA team is going to snatch it up themselves instead.
Yeah, good pick. I think that opens up the option. If you play Bloodseeker carry, you can pick Bloodseeker here on Dogchamp as well. It's amazing against Tiny specifically, and works pretty well against most of the heroes, but they could go with another option as well. They're going to go hard carry, so taking that Morphling. We saw it banned in the first game, but this game we get Yuma Morphling.
Yeah, different approach here. Are you liking what you see with the last pick Morphling then, Waga? Do you feel like it's a pretty free Morphling game, or is he going to have some issues here?
If I remember correctly, Yuma is pretty damn good on Morphling as far as I know. So I think, yeah, it fits the draft pretty well. You just have to watch out for the burst of the tiny jumping you. You can't run around on like one strength and get full agi nuked all the time. But I'm sure he knows what he's doing. They also have the advantage of having that Beastmaster with the vision again, like in the previous game. So might not get jumped that easily. I like it. I think the draft from DogChamp looks really well rounded. And they do have some stuff going for them. Their laning stage looks very strong.
Yeah. Any player you're kind of looking out for on the Ant side, Breaky, as far as, if they want to force that game 3, which hero are you kind of looking at, or which player to kind of step up here?
I think that's safe lane Shadow Fiend Arceus, and I think step up may be the wrong way to put it for me, in that obviously in Ursa had a great game last game, got his decent farm, and just things started to fall apart. But his impact, I feel like, is going to be critical, and also what kind of build he goes for on the Shadow Fiend. Is it going to be that right click, or will it be the caster? Being safe lane, you'd assume it's more of that right click build in the end. But yeah, definitely, I think he's one to continue to look out for.
Yeah, I think so
All right,
too.
well, their backs against the wall and have to win this game 2 to force a game 3. We're going to hop on into it. Waga, Breaky, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gods. Yeah, let's go into the game and see what these teams are going to be doing here with the drafts. I'm pretty excited to see how it's going to play out, because like both the teams have some stuff going for them. To me, there's no clear, not a clear massive advantage here, but I would probably say I favor DogChamp's team a little bit here. Just having the safety, let's call it, of a Morphling who's going to scale really well. But that's what we thought last game, Yuma is faking auto attacks on his magic wand right now. He's dropping it on the ground and auto attacking it.
That's one of those are going to go through, and then you're just going to be like, I shouldn't have done that. No, he's confident right there. I still kind of look back at this second pick Pugna in the hands of Yaren. Obviously, we saw what he did on Techie. He's very confident. Unfortunately, Decrepify, this doesn't feel like Decrepify is going to be that great of a defensive tool, which I suppose isn't the worst thing in the end. It still has its offensive prowess, though, obviously, and you still bring plenty more tower push, and still a good hero. But the point is, wondering if the Decrepify, the lack of it, is the second pick Pugna still a good second pick, I guess is what I'm getting at, Waga.
Yeah, I think the thing is that this hero plays rather similarly to how he played his techies in the previous game. Laning stage. Not after, of course, you're not going to jump in as a Pugna, but if you think about laning stage, Pugna is extremely fast and can play that harassing game the same way a techies does with auto attacks. Just with Windlace, Pugna has 350 movement speed, so he can keep repositioning and get to a spot of just right-clicking and trading hits in a good way. So I think it's just a comfort zone for him. It's a nice pairing. He can do a lot of damage and try to protect his Beastmaster. But I do favor Ant's safe lane. The Shadow Fiend against Beastmaster, I think it's a good matchup.
Yeah, and has Enchantress also to back him up. And again, we stress how good in that matchup against the Beastmaster. And is there something to be said with how Beastmaster builds? Is he still going to go the board? Well, hold that thought, because Yaren, is he dead? The raise is connecting. Arceus needs to land another one, and he gets it. First blood going the way of Shadow Fiend. He realizes he's dead, though. Turns around, doing as much damage as possible. Enchantress, I'm guessing she's fine, but got the first blood at least.
Yeah, and nice play by Feeling, just running away there, making sure the creeps don't go under tower, keeping them alive for SF for when he comes back to the lane afterwards. But yeah, very aggressive start to the lane there.
So, to the point about Beastmaster, yeah, what is he? I mean, does he still go boars?
I think in this lane, yeah, you will go for it, because the aura is not gonna like carry you entirely on its own, but you're gonna max axes probably on this lane and spam them a lot, because then you can actually do a little bit of damage output. It is magical damage into the Decrepify as well. You have a combo there. It used to be physical if you go far back enough, but now they are fully magical.
All right, well, definitely an intriguing matchup there at the top lane. There are other lanes happening. Bottom lane, you'll see Snapfire getting actually pretty low, but able to live. Of course, has those bracers, even has a Tango, or more so a Fairy Fire as well to go along with that. But Yuma getting his last hit in at 6-1. Gonna get stunned by a cookie. Initiation. Yuma, though, easy way for him. He's fine.
Yeah, he's gonna back up and use his magic wand on low HP here, going full agi before using the magic wand max value. And even though Beastmaster will struggle in this lane, I want to say the dog, the way they have played the lane stage so far, losing the Pugna early instead of losing the Beast, and the way they have aggro pulled this lane has allowed Beast to actually be farming quite a bit. He has 11-2 versus the 8-2 on the Shadow Fiend, so actually coming out ahead for now.
Yeah. 12-2, 12-3 now, so yeah, looking pretty good. It does get the Inner Beast at level 2. For the time being, at least. Gonna use those axes to cut down some more creep wave. Also look at the middle matchup. It is the Exort Invoker up against Tiny. Mentioned we've been seeing a lot of Tiny in the North American region and really just across the board. But hadn't so far today, but making an appearance here in that mid roll.
Yeah, Tiny is a force to be reckoned with on the mid lane. He plays rather similarly to Tusk, who we hyped up a little bit as well. He just gets like Blink Dagger and then can start being hyperactive and gank everywhere. His skill potential is fantastic. Might get a toss back here on Invoker.
Does get it. Is it enough damage for the kill, though? Cold Snap, RCY doing a great job. Not enough to survive, though. Even the Fairy Fire coming out, but RRL throwing in the tree gets the kill.
Just not respecting that avalanche toss combo. You cannot stay that close to a tower, because if he avalanches you, he has plenty of time to walk up, get the position, and then toss you back. You don't think that he's gonna do it, but every single time. I've got caught out so many times by that play. It's really frustrating, but you just have to back up and play more defensive.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So we're going to play more defensive. Arceus actually diving pretty deep there in the trees here at the top tier 1. Ends up getting a courier kill. Thanks for that, and it's going to be fine, of course.
Yeah, and Mana Boot rush on Italiano Gangstar here. So really playing into this nuke build, understanding they can't get too close. So he's just going to spam the Wild Axes non-stop.
Come get healed.
Keeping the lane pushed in, but also assisting with some CS and some good damage onto the Shadow Fiend. Certainly coming out. Of course, the wand in hand for Shadow Fiend. Keep adding up those charges.
Yeah, and she's winning the trade against the Pugna, though. She is pretty good in the 1v1 there, so while the SF is being under heavy barrage of Wild Axes, at least the Enchantress is able to take over a little bit more.
Bottom lane, Morphling 16-5 now against 17-5 Snapfire. So CS-wise, it's actually very back and forth. But would you say Yuma's getting enough done so far in the laning phase?
Yeah, he's doing a good job. It's just really hard when you have power last hitting like this, where they pair up both the Treant with his massive damage and the Snapfire lasting at the same time. Like Morphling hits hard, but that's difficult to CS into. But overall, the safe lane is going pretty well for them.
Now Treant gonna make a pull happen and make things a little more difficult for the Morphling when it comes to getting some CS in there. But yeah, Invoker, he's well on his way to a Hand of Midas. Does have the death, of course, but I want to say similar to last game, right? He did die earlier on. Still managed to get it shortly after against a Storm Spirit in that matchup, and we saw what RCY was able to do in the long run. So yeah, we mentioned in the draft, I mean, were they going to leave open the Evoker? They sure enough did, and DogChamp was glad to pick it up in that 4th spot, and looking to have a back-to-back good Invoker games.
Yeah, he's definitely, I mean, beyond the death that he had, he is having a beautiful start here. 31 CS and 13 denies. The Tiny is not really able to stay in lane that easily against him. Oh, the Invoker has to be careful, though. Don't go too low against the Tiny.
Yeah, there is the haste rune up top. You see Tiny's making his way up there. Of course, he's the one with the bottle, but look at this, the Forged Spirit. It's like, nope, you're not getting it. I'm going to deny that.
Tiny's really sad right now, because he tried to get the top bounty rune before, but that was already snatched away by the Pugna. With that high movement speed, he ran over there and took it. And then this rune also getting denied, and Tiny needs mana to keep doing his combos.
Yeah,
Dire's top tower
definitely
is under
feeling that quite a bit, allowing Invoker perhaps even to play a bit more aggressive top lane. Arceus, again, feeling those wild axes. He also got the Nether Blast, level 2 now. You can throw it in, so Arceus going to survive, even the living armor coming out to help keep him alive, but certainly feeling some pain up there.
You have to be careful on SF to not let these wild axes keep building up. It's a bit like Ursa, but, you know, the spell version. Every single time he reapplies those axes, the damage just goes higher and higher. So you gotta at some point back out and make sure you don't have the stacks on you anymore.
So I think it goes without saying, but to solidify it, it's going to be this right-click style of Shadow Fiend, right? Especially with the talents and the way he builds.
Oh yeah, you probably don't even put a fourth point in the races. Usually what we see is 3-point races for laning stage, and then you stop skilling it even, don't even get the fourth point, and just go full right-click build with the Dragonlance, BKB, and usually a Manta style as well. What we would expect to see here.
Yeah, I think that level 15, really, especially the level 20 talent on Shadow Fiend is that critical one. If he's going the right click, I mean, that damage per soul, he can just be a right click machine. And you have to respect the damage that he can put out. Of course, that's down the line and something that Ant would love to see in their favor, but certainly something to look out for as the game continues to progress.
Interesting right now is the SF farm jungle and then went back to Fountain now, and that's given a lot of time for Enge to kind of stay top and get some solo experience. So she's up to level 5 at least, but watch out for this this Beastmaster. He's level 6.5 and has the roar available.
I mean, that's a free kill. I was going to say, Enchantress is right nearby. Sunstrike is going to avoid this, absorb some damage, I should say, in Shadow Fiend, but it doesn't matter. However, the raise is landing. Running in, doesn't have another raise for a couple of seconds, just going toe-to-toe with the right clicks. And will secure the turn on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, there you see why Beastmaster against the SF is hard, by the way. You get these races on you, you have no movement speed afterwards. If you get triple raced, you're just crawling around, and he can run after you and right-click you so hard. So very nice there. Kind of using the Enge as a bait. She definitely knew that it was dangerous to go in the way she did. If she survived the initial burst there, she had a 20 magic wand, so she had a plan to try and survive it. But of course the Sunstrike. Again, by the way, on Treant this time, on point.
You have this Satyr Tormentor. Continuing to try to assist with his top lane, but the bottom lane, Snapfire, no, again, he's fine. That's a core Snapfire, has a couple of bracers, a magic wand with many charges. Again, it continues to be a case. I don't think anyone's dying down here. Well, as I say that, he's morphing though, and Morphling's fine. He had that shift up.
Yeah, he's gonna be completely okay. They do have the Snapfire ulti available though, and Tiny's going in. They could just lay in the Snap ulti if they wanted to, but don't really need it for a CM.
No. Yeah, just for the CM, not needed exactly. That's Tiny rotating in for the mid lane. More than enough damage to secure that one, so he didn't get the target he wanted initially, but they'll take something at least, and with that double damage, Rune is going to head back to the mid lane now, but of course they know Tiny's bottom, and these Nether Blasts starting to add up on this mid tower.
Yeah.
Pugna at least getting a little bit of damage.
Yeah, he's trying. Oh, it might have stayed too long.
Yeah, going back in right there, that was just pure greed.
Yeah, that last blast right there, that was costly.
Yeah.
Very costly.
Level 2 Nether Blast as well. I mean, it's not doing a whole lot of damage, so.
Listen, in his head, he's like doing tremendous damage, you know? When you're a support, you're like, this is value. Ultimately, he did 340 damage to this tower, still 1400 to go, but he laid in the prep work. They'll come back for it later. Top tower is already down, so he just wants to get more towers down.
Yeah, speaking of top tower being down, Beastmaster, he's loving the fact that nobody else is up here either and continuing to push it in. Meanwhile, Arceus in his own jungle. I believe a Yasha is going to be completed, or that's more so Dragonlance actually is coming out here, yep.
Yeah, starting out with a little bit of attack range mid lane, catching out the Invoker with a tossback.
He's alive. He's gonna get out. Wow, that heal from Pugna, the life drain to help keep him alive as well.
Yeah, the crep was really beautiful. He went in for that. He is probably gonna pay for his life, but oh, he's trying to stay alive.
No way.
Yaren!
Yaren, just like last game. No, they're having flashbacks, and not in a good way.
How does he get away with it? Okay, he doesn't.
Okay, well. He doesn't apparently. Finally goes down. That's got to be the most satisfying support Pugna kill that the team's ever had, but...
Oh no, the attack speed slow. They didn't have Sunstrike ready. Beastmaster Roar was used for no real value. Mid lane though, they do bring down the Treant Protector.
Yeah, so a little bit of sloppiness here and there, but in the end, I think Dog Champ is fairly satisfied with the outcome. Tiny finally makes its way back to the mid lane, by the way. And we do see a 1500 gold saved up, so the blink is coming along nicely.
Yeah, it's what he wants. He has the mini blink. He has the Tumbler's Toy already, so he is able to get close to support a little bit easier. Of course, not when they're doing this to him.
Yeah, that Decrepify, he's going to kill the minion, plus 100 going his way, so... Pugna, we're seeing that life drain impact. Obviously, very short cooldown. Making use of it.
These supports sitting mid are just bothering the Tiny so much. He wants to finish a Blink Dagger, but there's a CM and a Pugna in his lane, and he just cannot get his item. He needs 500 gold, but he's not being allowed to farm his lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Snapfire is allowed to farm their lane at the bottom. Right now, it's getting some free damage on the tower. No resistance at all being put up.
The spooky army coming in. Tower goes down so fast.
It is, but RCY joins the party, and Snapfire may be tanky, but this is a lot of firepower here. Ush, try to escape. The Sunstrike is not going to connect, but the TP. That was a futile attempt there. There was no way that was working.
Yeah, nice try though, and the amount of damage they got to a tower here and the rotations they forced is pretty damn good. Cleaning up a lot of space as well for the SF to farm, and Tiny gets to, you know, close up on his Blink Dagger as well. They should try to defend this bottom tower though. When you have Treant, you don't want to lose any tower on the map like this.
Enchantress. Yeah, she's dead. That's one way to do it. With that untouchable. Freezing Field coming out. Makes that kill happen. But now Crystal Maiden's in some trouble. No, he's fine. Actually, we'll just TP out as well as the Morphling, and everyone escapes on the side of DogChamp. So look at some pressure at the bottom tower. 2,000 overall net worth lead. I was going to mention though, Arceus has kind of been a little bit quiet recently on the Shadow Fiend, and we see why. You see what he's developed into now. We mentioned the Dragonlance now has a full Mask of Madness to go with that. So
yeah,
his right click is becoming scary.
Quite common item as well for the safe lane SF. Going for the Mask of Madness later on, very natural hero to transition into both Butterfly and Satanic on. Super strong, definitely good in this game as well against the summons from Beastmaster. The evasion can help keep you alive. And Satanic is just a fantastic item on SF, so it helps you farm, helps you have that burst of DPS as well during any form of lockdown, if you do want to join and fight with your team. Oh, mid. Going.
Oh! Wow, he actually lives. Did I see he missed the toss right there onto him?
I think he used everything he could, but just too much HP. He stayed exactly at the amount of HP that he needed on Yuma.
Yeah, he had him agility initially, but yeah, just not enough, so Yuma escapes and goes back to jungling. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Bloody Nine up there and found scouting things out, so good job from Ant at least in that aspect. But back to the mid lane is Tiny gonna go, and he's gonna go once again, jumping on a Pugna this time. Another support is found, so Tiny's certainly making use of that blink.
Yeah, he's making use of both his blinks. I like to say the Tumbler's Toy really does add a lot of value for a hero like Tiny. It's so amazing for closing that distance just a little bit faster. And when you play at the highest level, people know exactly how long it's going to take for you to get somewhere. Oh, Treant? Walking
He's
deep? Morphing
casted it.
Oh boy. Morph was under a
no.
ward and gets bursted as well though.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, we saw the overgrowth being canceled by the cold snap over and over. That's what I was laughing at, but you're right. Ant's the one that's the last one laughing as they take on Morphling. They want this tower kill. Shadow Fiend, though, needs some help. The cookie helping initially. The Primal Roar was already used at the blast. It is enough damage to help secure the kill on the Shadow Fiend. Now the chase is on for DogChamp. Don't think they're going to get anyone else from the looks of it.
Pugna is pretty fast. He might be able to close in, but there's Tiny around the corner.
That's how much do you commit. Did RRL overstep now, though? Uh-oh. Avalanche, he should be fine. Oh, again, Morphling kill, but in the end, Shadow Fiend also goes down, so I suppose DogChamp can't be too displeased with that.
Yeah, this game is a lot more competitive than the last one at start here. It's both teams are getting pretty active, and we see them fighting for control. Slight advantage going the side of DogChamp. Bottom, they're trying for a solo kill over on the Tiny.
They get it.
RCY showing up with his Invoker again here. 2 games in a row, he's having a good game. So far this game at least 4-1 and 4. Got plenty of kills, so a few solo kills to his name as well, not just Sunstrike kills.
are fortified.
And it's always so impressive, always so fun, really, at least from my perspective, to watch these Invoker players that are clearly comfortable with the hero. And
Oh, yeah.
RCY certainly is that.
Oh, yeah.
Just how fluid they make it seem.
I mean, I used to play on a team with Stormstormer, who, you know,
Sure.
he's got like 6,000 games on Invoker, and he just makes it look so simple. It's truly a treat. Meanwhile, Yuma makes it look simple on Morphling as well, as he gets a solo kill on Warden, gets taken down by the vision of the Hawk.
And this is Yari, again, similar to the techies. He's kind of just running it as the support and starting this chaos. Now, the Requiem will fear off Gangster, and in the end, Beastmaster is having to run away due to the Snapfire, doing the Mortimer's Kisses. Sunstrike, I believe I heard that gonna kill. Yeah, it did. It actually takes out the Shadow Fiend. They do kill Pugna, but Shadow Fiend ends up dying to the Sunstrike in the mid lane.
Just when you thought
Over
that
there.
Ant, you know, managed to kill the Pugna, and finally they won that engagement, but they lost their SF, like you said. And ultimately, it's Dog who are the big winners there again, and Morphling free farming during this time. It's just all going the way of Dog Champs very quickly here. We talked about how competitive the game is. That was like 2 minutes ago. Now 3,000 more gold advantage has swung in the favor of Dog, so they're really taking swift control here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it really comes down so much to the way that Yarn is playing, like you said, that just run-in style of support. He's leading the way very fearlessly.
Yeah, and Pugna, especially with this build of the mechanism, we've seen the life drain impact. He can do that. That's another kill for this Invoker.
Dude,
It really
Warden is
was
just
another
dying
solo
right now.
kill.
And even more to fall. They lose the Enchantress as well. Things are crumbling. This top tower is not gonna be defended, as both your supports just died. And with Dominator level 2 and the Morphling being here, tower is dead in no time at all.
Gosh, yeah, Invoker level 16, as well as being the top net worth in the game by a good, well, as far as compared to the other team, he's good 2,500 or so. They're also going to take out the outpost, so complete map control favoring Dog Champ now. Roshan, of course, is up as well. My guess is they're going to show interest in that. There is zero vision anywhere in that area.
There's that
from
solo
the side
skill
of
again, Invoker. So many pickups he's got in this game with just going in, getting a meatball combo on people. And yeah, now like you said, with the Roche, they're going to get Aegis over on the side of Morphling. So he'll be able to farm the dangerous area, and he draws a straight line to a tier 2 bottom. He's like, I want even more map control.
I always love when you can see that they actually use that drawing on the board. They like you have an exact idea of what their game plan is, and it makes so much sense. So good execution here from Dog Champ, the Ancient Black Dragon, right next to Italian Gangster. However, the Warden opens up the Overgrowth. They're going for the quick burst. Beastmaster, nice heal with the mech as well as the life drain, but it's still not enough. That shows you the burst that this team does have on the dire side. That's a tanky Beastmaster with support that they just killed.
That's true. They did bring him down really fast. Now trying to get more control. Going in with Tiny, but being locked up.
That's an issue. Yeah, being locked up in a dangerous place.
Yeah.
As Morphling shows up.
Like I said when I saw that last pick, Morphling, that was really clean. I mean, he's a Grandmaster tier Morphling. That is what I thought I remembered. I was like, wait, wasn't it Yuma that's that Morphling guy? And indeed, he is Grandmaster tier, level 30, and very clean there. He just waveforms in, immediately turns into Tiny, have a toss combos, and lays in the DPS.
Yeah, that's you know what better morph target than a Tiny for the Morphling here, especially in this game, let alone in general. So happy to be in that matchup. Bottom lane, RCY, this is interesting. Uh-oh. Okay, the Ghost Walk goes through. RCY, does he have something to go for Argus? He doesn't have his abilities currently. The Tornado was on cooldown. He pops the Cold Snap, though. Gets the help from Italian Gangster with the Primal Roar, and that armor is not going to keep Shadow Fiend alive. Enchantress also will fall. That was the mind games against one another between Invoker and Shadow Fiend. And Invoker comes out on top.
Wow, RCY is playing really good this game as well. That was really nicely played. The way he stuck around there, he kept vision of the enemies. He knew that they were trying to kill him, but he sticks around for long enough, holds his BKB, and they managed to get 2 kills because of it.
Oh no. Tiny jumped in, gets comboed in a response, and he just gets pushed and pulled around. He can't even play his own character right now. Another blink coming up, but it's just not going to matter. The Sunstrike actually ends up running into it. godlike for RCY. I think that's a good way to describe the way he's played right now. They're also going to catch Snapfire, and again, I reiterate, that's a core Snapfire that's actually built pretty, Guardian Grease, his tanky style. It just doesn't matter.
They're
This is
just
getting out of
taking
hand
them
now.
apart right now. Like everywhere, we're just seeing Ant losing every single engagement here, and it's so much outplay is happening. I think they're not long for the world. If Dogchamp keep playing like this, they're going to be out of the series very soon.
Yeah, obviously this is game 2 with Dogchamp up that 1-0. Gonna close things out here on our first night of the Division 2 NA DPC. And still got game left, but Dogchamp feeling good about their chances right now. 2 minutes remaining on the Aegis here on Morphling, and see Beastmaster clearing out a little bit more of the Ancients, picks up that Ancient Granite Golem. And now they're going to push their last out-of-base objective as they go for the Tier 2 bottom.
I mean, they have a DD Morphling with Aegis for 1.5 minutes. He can force bottom, and he can even go high ground a little bit if they want. This could be a good time to crack high ground. DD Morphling hits so hard. Look at the tower, it's gone.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, he wants to go. Morphling is like, where's my team? Let's go.
Yeah, he's definitely ready. Him in a minute and a half still on the Aegis. So TPs are coming in. They understand they kind of have to defend this, but how do you defend it? That's the ultimate question to answer if you're the side of another NA team. Forge Spirits scouting out Tiny, so stopping him from having an easy initiation.
Use
And
this
that will just be a
avalanche
free
though.
tower.
No, you can't jump them. I think you're just losing racks now.
Yeah. Warden, we thought about it. Is he going for the overgrowth? The answer is no. I mean, there's no worse feeling Waga than just literally having to sit there and watch your racks just melt in front of you, all 5 heroes.
Yeah, there's no opening. There's no real weakness there in the push with the Aegis on Morphling in the front line and everyone else just sitting back. They're sending in Forge Spirits, they're sending in the Dominator creep, but that's it. You would have to try and smoke and wrap around, but of course with the vision from the Beastmaster Hawk, that would also be telegraphed, so not very easy to say what Ant can do at this point. They've just bled so many kills, they're now in a terrible spot.
You saw right there a couple seconds ago that graphic of the tower damage. I mean, yeah, 4 of these 5 heroes on the side of Dogchamp all doing such good damage to the towers across the board, including that support Pugna, who of course has the maxed out Nether Blast now, so these objectives just do not stay up for another NA team. And speaking of objectives, Italian Gangster is trying to catch Drain Protector. Will do so. The Primal Roar, the combo from Invoker. Not enough damage. The toss back here on a Pugna coming out from Tiny, but that's a core Tiny that they're just going to lose because of that. And Pugna, he just decrepifies himself and walks away.
Yeah, Pugna is somehow just not dying. Similarly to his techies in the previous game, Yaren is just seeming unkillable here, despite actually not being super tanky. He does have that Greaves though on a Pugna, so he's pretty hard to bring down if you don't chain stun him fully.
BKB committed by Shadow Fiend there. He thought he was getting jumped. Not necessarily the case either way. That's now on cooldown, so don't know if he's going to feel confident about even trying to put up another defense here.
Yeah, they're just letting go of top. They're like, okay, fine, we lost top as well, but you can't do this. You're gonna lose your megas. You have to defend. You have to fight.
Gotta try something, as grim as it may seem. It does feel like that. So, I mean, hey, they at least have 1 set of racks left, and that would, of course, be the mid lane. So that's the last one there.
Yeah, well,
the Mega
then
Creeps,
they're
but-
giving you a new chance to take the defense. They're just going straight for the mid racks, and I'm sure Ant are delighted about this. Okay,
That's a Requiem from a distance, okay.
they tried to do a toss back into Requiem. It was a nice attempt, last ditch effort here, but it
Okay.
didn't connect. GG gets called.
Yeah, good effort to at least, battle it out, see what you can make happen, but way too much firepower and just too big of a lead coming out from Dogchamp. But of course, all the credit to them in this series. Just like in the previous one with Penguin Squad, Dogchamp here, they look great.
Yeah.
They're a team to look out for here in Division 2.
Great is the way to say it. Damn, that was fast, that was clean, that was actually a much stronger performance than game 1 even, because game 1 they got themselves an advantage and they built on that and kept going. Here it was rather even. You and me, we were talking about it. I mean, we'll see what Gods has to say, but this looked like it was pretty close around 15 minutes in, and then it just all flipped so fast.
Yeah. Go ahead, God. Sorry.
It was another dominant showing, and like you say, it felt like it was almost a similar script where everything just comes together in the mid game, and like it's that kind of death ball style of push that it just felt like there was no answer to on the Ant side. They just didn't have a way to stop this kind of death ball from rolling through all their buildings one by one, getting Roshan just objective to objective. Dogchamp were just playing really clever Dota.
They were playing clever and they were playing quick. They all set up for these solo pickoffs. I mean, RCY, probably my clear MVP for this game. Like, he played like a monster on that Invoker. He found so many solo kills. Absolutely crazy. And yeah, there were moments where they got pickoffs like this. They got the Morphling right, and there were some payoffs for Ant, but ultimately, Dogchamp just found more opportunities to make stuff happen throughout the game.
Yeah, we'll take a look through some of the highlights here from that last game. And you can see here, even moments like this, it's Ant who are trying to initially push and go on the front foot. They get the mid T1 tower, but it just felt like everything was coming at a cost. And here it's, multiple heroes going down and things just aren't going well for them with the playmaking from RCY. Here it is, his Invoker just all over the place, making these kills happen, goes for the fast BKBs, hitting these Sunstrikes, and just having a hell of a game.
Yeah, I think his Sunstrike hit ratio this game must have been something crazy. I think he missed maybe like 2 or 3 at most and connected so many Sunstrikes, and some of them were really like impressive ones as well. So nicely played there by him, but also by his team. I mean, they play really tempo around their Beastmaster. I think that hero could be an instrumental part to take away from this series, that if they didn't have Beast, they couldn't play with this much force onto the tier 2 towers early. And I think maybe you want to force Dogchamp to, show something else. If you go up against them next, perhaps that could be a hero to ban out.
Yeah. It almost felt like, okay, let's ban the techies because that's such a nuisance, but it does feel like the Beastmaster is like that linchpin for their strategy in so many ways, even though it's like it's never that high impact hero, but it's just what they build everything around. And it's definitely something to take note of, as is, maybe the Invoker, maybe more as a second phase ban, but a first phase Beastmaster ban to me would definitely make sense for any future opponents.
That to me, I feel like if we want to be overcritical of a team like another NA team, maybe for future opponents, like banning the techies, I mean, I get it. It was very annoying to deal with in that first game, but the first 2 banning the techies, probably a little overboard. Yeah, the Beastmaster potentially could have made a lot more sense, a little more stable of a first 2 pick, because the chances of Dogchamp actually picking up techies, let alone Invoker in those first 2, a little on the lower end. They could have, but you would have more time to address it. A 3rd or 4th, 5th ban even on one of those 2 heroes, if not both of them, potentially would have made more sense as well. But either way, we could analyze that all we want, but in the end, Dogchamp, again, they played clean, and RCY specifically certainly played very clean on that Invoker. Both those games, 9-1 and 7 stat line this time around. Impressive performance. But yeah, really both of these series kind of mirroring each other in the sense where we had one team just frankly looked fairly dominant, and this time it was Dogchamp. As maybe somewhat expected. Again, they have that Division 1 experience that we talked about from the last season going into this, but still a team to look out for. Excited to see more of, as you see right there with the MVP.
Yeah, I think I'm so positively surprised by how dominant he was on that Invoker. Like, we see some of the stat numbers here as well, like 832 experience per minute. His damage was also way higher than anyone else. He had almost 25,000 damage dealt in that game. The second highest was in fact Yaren on his Pugna, by the way, running that support Pugna to 18,000 hero damage. A lot of it, of course, being the ward. I like watching Dogchamp. They're a fun team. Seeing this series, I mean, running some back-to-back interesting drafts here.
Yeah, the 2 teams who both dominated their series today. I'd love to see them go head to head, because the aggression from Penguin Squad against like kind of the more, I think, tactical like group up and death ball of Dogchamp would just be a really fun matchup. Not to mention both teams playing some great Dota.
Oh yeah, I think that could be a really great showdown, because the styles kind of conflict each other as well. You have that tempo, should be good against the style that Dogchamp are playing, but Dogchamp also looked the strongest out of all the teams today, I would say, just overall. So I would love to see that matchup in the future here, and excited for the rest of the games that we have ahead of us.
Yeah, very cohesive stuff coming out from them. Sorry, Breaky, you want to add something?
Well, I had the same thought too, as you were talking about right there, and it's definitely getting myself and hopefully people out there that are tuning in for Division 2 and Dota that much more excited as far as these potential matchups that we do even have coming up, and the fact that we're just getting started. It's good to know.
Yeah, a lot of good Dota coming up. This is just day one of week one. We've got, I think, 4 broadcast days a week for the next 3 weeks. So be sure to tune into as much NA Division 2 Dota as possible here on the PGL stream, because 2 of these teams, so these 8 teams, are going to be advancing to Division 1. And that's where, they get a chance to, maybe compete for a major slot. But more than anything, it's about getting that experience. And we have got ourselves an interview. So from the winners, we've got Team Dog Champs, Italiano Gangster. Please welcome. Let's bring him in, and we'll get ourselves a quick little chat. Hey, welcome, Italiano Gangster. How are you feeling, man? How did you feel like this series went for you guys with the convincing 2-0 win?
Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Can you hear him?
No.
Yeah, not getting any audio for him right now.
Can you hear me?
We'll see if we can get that audio fixed. We got the sign languages. We can see you, my friend. But
just thumbs up. Good.
All right. We might try bringing him back in, but we'll say congratulations. Some great plays from Italiano, the Beastmaster player from those games. We'll see if we can bring him in, or if we may just have to, pass on the interview for now and try get him for the series.
I wanted to learn more about his name and where it came from. So hopefully we get the chance to talk to him.
Oh no, I can hear
the
some
Italian
echo.
roots. Yeah. But I mean, he talked about the Beastmaster being such a key part of their strategy. So definitely curious to see if he's the one kind of making a lot of those strategic decisions around the map and kind of being a big part of things. And definitely, Beastmaster does seem to be a big part of their overall strategy here.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a strong showing. But it will be interesting to hear, the thought process as well behind the way that they run the Beastmaster. If it's, truly doesn't matter so much between what they're running together with it. So hopefully we'll get it settled that we can pick his brain a little bit on this.
Yep, we'll try get things sorted. So we'll just give it another couple of minutes. But definitely a team, and I think also for DogChamp, it's kind of curious to see how they can perform. They're a team that were in the past in that Division 1. Definitely, obviously, they're going to have aspirations to make it back in Division 1. They're not just one of these teams that's like, oh, let's just form for fun, make a stack, and try and do well. These guys are scrimming lots. They're taking it serious. They're playing as many tournaments as possible, and you can see like kind of the cohesiveness with their strategies. Unfortunately, it sounds like we're not going to have an interview, so we'll have to, I have a feeling we're going to see a bit more of DogChamp in the future, guys.
Yeah, we'll probably get to talk to them again later. If they keep playing like this, there will be plenty of chances for winners interviews, that's for sure. That was a strong showing today. Unlucky that we can't get him on right now, though.
Yeah. What was the highlight of the day for you, Breaky, after having seen both these 2 series here?
I think for me, it was just, again, to be brutally honest, I did not know what to expect coming into Division 2 NA Dota. Obviously you have high hopes, and, I understand that certainly these are still all very good players, very good teams. We even have some recognizable names here and there, but just not knowing the quality level of play that we would see. I will say from both our winners in these series, as we've been reiterating, it was some pleasantly surprising and very solid play from them, and I certainly am even more excited now to see more of that as we move forward. But also techies, there's that answer too.
Yeah, I mean, any a region that at times is not known for its depth, but definitely showing today that there is some talent out there yet to be discovered, or even the ones teams like DogChamp, who I think have been discovered and are known, are going to continue to put up those good results. But that's just day 1. We've got day 2 and beyond coming up soon. We'll take a look at the schedule of what's in store for the rest of the week once we can get that up. It's going to be 2 days from now on Friday when we return for the next matches for the Division 2 NA DPC. You can see it there. And that's when we'll get to see the other 4 teams. 3 of the other 4 teams. We get to see DogChamp again. It's C-Dub versus Fart Studios. DogChamp versus Felt. So we'll get to see a bit more of DogChamp up against a pretty tough opponent. Felt, who are in Division 1 and dropped down. Those should be some pretty good matches, Waga.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Felt will be an interesting opponent here for Dog since they did make that journey up to Div 1, and we talked about how Dog feels like a team that they have always been the gatekeepers here, but I think they really want to get their way up to Div 1, and if they play like they did now, I think they could definitely take it to Felt. So excited to see the rest of these games here. But today was definitely higher pace than I expected, and overall the strong teams that showed up, like Penguin Squad showed up in such force. I talked a little bit to Eternity after the game they played against Penguin Squad, and they said that was the one team they had no real info on. They don't really know much about these guys, and they were definitely playing really good Dota in the first series as well. So if you missed that one, definitely available in the VODs as well. Check out the first series.
Yeah, it definitely feels like compared to like a year or a couple of years ago, where I was covering and casting NA DPC, it was I think particularly games slow. You had a lot of those 50, 60-minute games. Teams were playing too passive, farming a lot. That's just the complete opposite. Obviously, the meta's changed since then, but I think the players and teams have grown so much, and we got to see some really, really good aggressive Dota. But that pretty much wraps things up for today. Breaky, any last words before we kind of send things off here? Anything you're kind of looking forward to storylines as we head into the rest of this week for the NADPC Division 2?
Just really in general, the other teams too. You mentioned that we're going to see at least 3 of those 4 other teams, and then the final team that cut will even play the following day. So if this is, we got 8 really solid teams here in Division 2, and clearly some that maybe even surprised us, but that's nothing but a good thing in the end. So it's going to be back, casting and watching some higher tier Dota 2 action, and already excited for Friday now.
Absolutely. Friday, well, it can't come soon enough. And thank you, gentlemen, both for casting and joining me here on the panel. Breaky, CPK, and Wagamama. Be sure to give both those guys a follow. But we're going to wrap things up to congratulate this Penguin Squad, this Team Dog Champ, for their 2-0 wins today. We'll see everybody in 2 days' time for more NADPC Division 2 action.